You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit paznia.com/stake. Again, paznia.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty, self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction, the Vonu Life message board, and much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby! How's tricks, my ashwagandhans? This is Thane Riddle punching in for another underpaid shift boss. Let all acquaintance be forgot for operational security reasons. This is the New Year's episode. It's the last show of the year. It's a shame it's not the last show ever, most likely. But it's the last show of the year. Will I do something special and crazy for the end of the year? Yes and no. I have something very poorly prepared for you in true Cloak and Dagger spirit. We're going to go out with a whimper. And also blah, 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 blah stuff that I say at the beginning of the show. We're going to need your wishes, your holiday wishes. The magic Goku is got a spirit ball over his head, and that spirit ball is free content from you. We need you to vampirically contribute your life force to the chat. Go to PAZNIA.com/simplexradio and contribute your life force to Goku's spirit ball so he can defeat Kid Buu with the power of free content this show. So that, because I don't know, is this stuff that I'm going to rant about to do with the year in review and next year, is that enough to fill up the time? I don't know. Maybe I'll tack on some other normal stuff. Maybe I'll eat a piece of cheese. Maybe a mouse will steal the cheese, and then we'll discuss how to deal with that kind of threat this New Year's season. What was I talking about again? Oh yeah, this is the beginning of Cloak and Dagger. You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network, the most New Year's gift in history. Are we live on Zap.stream? I don't think so, but feel free to zap us silly with some gay ass lightning Bitcoin on Nostr. Just send it to whatever, scam fake account on Nostr looks like it might be ours. Just send them the Bitcoin, whatever. If you're a bit less gay, send us some Monero. Should I have a should I have a link or a username or something for our Nostr account? If you're a bit less gay, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane, the Nigerian prince, sent you. And go to PAZNIA.com/simplexradio. Put as much free content as you can into the chat today, folks. Or you can call in later in like an hour or something. PAZNIA.com/call2, I think. This episode, I'm going to review 2025. Very poorly prepared. There will be a lot of things that I forgot. Also things that I just don't care about. Other people talk about things that I don't care about. And reviewing the next year, blah, blah. If that's not enough content, then I'll either end early or I'll just do like a normal down tourist, building the second realm, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know any better than you. The guest today is my lonely, broken heart and you, the dear listener. Let's start with some news. Is the news going to save me? Is the news going to give me a lot of content? Of course not. Nobody's published any goddamn news. Everyone's drunk and hungover and blah, blah. No one's giving me any news to work with. So here's a very short news section. Digital news. There was a Blockstream Jade weakness, firmware, whatever weakness. Blockstream Jade is one of the best Bitcoin only hardware wallets. So if you happen to use that, you should update to the latest firmware because there was some problem. in a recent version where an attacker could, if an attacker was controlling an app on your device that was interacting with it, they could do a denial of service attack and blah, 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 code execution. I don't know. It sounded bad. Oh yeah, PAZNIA news. We have a new baby goat at Veritas PAZNIA. You can see the picture in the chat. New Year's baby. It's probably the second coming of Jesus, I guess. Yeah, what was the birth date on that? Don't listen to all those Gnostics who tell you Jesus wasn't actually born on Christmas and this is just Yule. It's Romans didn't actually change their culture. They just rebranded everything in their culture as Christian. And most of what you think of as Christianity was actually decided in an ecumenical council hundreds of years after Jesus died. Don't listen to all that crap. The goat is the second coming of Jesus. You can see Jesus's picture. I think he prefers Jesus. Pretty sure it was a Christmas baby, probably the Antichrist goat. Well, that's, you know, they like to turn things around, right? The goat represents your natural desires, right? Your satanic desire, you know, Pan, like a fawn or whatever, having sex and being fertile. So blah, blah, blah. Those Templars, when they were being tortured and they say, oh, we worship someone with a goat's head, Baphomet, blah, blah. They're just like a bunch of French people who don't know how to pronounce Muhammad and they're saying Baphomet. It's all just a bunch of nonsense, if you ask me. I say the goat is something to be, you know, if not worshipped, then at least befriended. Christ or Antichrist aside, the goat's important. You should check out the picture. BTC Pay server in more digital news. BTC Pay server gets a subscription support. Thought Crime Boss. Yeah, Thought Crime Boss asked me a question about this not long ago. This is something everyone wants. You can now demand money from people on a periodic basis with self-custodial cryptocurrency using BTC Pay server's new subscription thing. That's big. There's this have you heard of, you know, crypto inheritance solutions? There's one called Nunchuck at nunchuck.io. I have no particular opinions about nunchuck.io, but they put out a guide on crypto inheritance stuff that I have not read, but I don't know, it's likely good. I heard sounded like it was likely good. Of course, it's going to be biased towards like just selling you their stuff, but just ignore that part and read their SEO blog post that they just made for search engine optimization. I heard it's pretty good. Nunchuck's Inheritance Guide. Cain Abel 777 on YouTube says, silver is the news. Is that, I can't tell if that's a joke or I can't tell if that's a goat or the Antichrist. I can't tell if that's a joke or something that I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand it either way. Cain Abel 777 on YouTube says, silver is the news. You heard it here first, folks. MetaMask gets Bitcoin support. Yep. That's your reaction is the same as mine. MetaMask gets Bitcoin support. Like, it sounds like something that should be big news, right? Because MetaMask is a big name and Bitcoin's a big name. But when you put the two together, it just lacks a certain punch, does it? It's almost like it doesn't matter. MetaMask gets Bitcoin support. He's serious. The price of silver is skyrocketing. Oh yeah, I saw that. The price of silver is skyrocketing. That's one way to put it. Another way to put it is that the price of the dollar is plummeting. Bitcoin Keeper moves to so-called community-led model. Bitcoin Keeper, that's another, multi-sig custodial, not custodial, multi-sig inheritance thing, Bitcoin inheritance thing called Bitcoin Keeper. I guess their business model has failed or something, so they moved to being community-led. Cool, whatever. That's interesting. Also, I heard about this thing called Igloo Web, which is for protecting your Nostr private keys with multisig. Geez, what are you doing with Nostr that you want to go to those lengths to protect your Nostr private key? Anyways, I guess that's a cool idea. Igloo Web, check it out. Let all acquaintance be forgot. What does that even mean? Crackdown news. The U.S. feds say they are cracking down on so-called money service businesses. That's things like Western Union, MoneyGram, blah, blah, whatever excuse they're using about illegal immigrants and drug cartels that are run by the CIA anyway. Yeah, so whatever. I mean, you should already know just by going into your mind that things like Western Union and MoneyGram are vulnerable to regulation because they operate out in the open in the white market with normal ass corporate structures. You should probably use cryptocurrency for that. Medical security, a medical threat. I'm reaching here for this one. This is a stretch. I heard Illinois and New York are the latest U.S. states to their governors. I don't think they've actually passed anything about assisted suicide, but their governors have come out in support of such a thing, which I guess is like, I don't know, what's that mean? They're not going to veto it or something? I don't know. Why do I think assisted suicide is mildly threatening? Because, the line between assisted suicide and murdering you to harvest your organs is pretty blurry. I mean, how much authentication is needed here to prove that you wanted to be killed? Don't check the organ donor box, folks. Sell your organs on the black market like a real Chad. Politicians want you dead. Big surprise. LOL. Fascinating take. Hot take. Very true. Politicians, dead people, dead hookers, dead weight. A lot of that stuff pops up around politicians. War. There's too much peace and goodwill this Christmas season. I don't have enough war news. Over 100 new ICBMs were loaded by the People's Republic of China near the Mongolian border. That's pretty funny. If you believe the mainstream media at all. China only has 500 nuclear warheads. Well, that's funny. If that's the case, then they just put most of them near the Mongolian border. Yeah, right. The PRC has way more than 500 nuclear warheads, and no one knows how many. Even they probably don't know how many. They're probably losing them somewhere underground, trying to shuffle it around so that the satellites don't see. Whoops, we left a nuke underground somewhere. Maybe it's gonna go off one day. Hey, have you ever watched one of my favorite videos of all time? Just look up. You might have to find it on archive.org or something. It might not be there anymore, but there was a really cool video. Binhai new area explosion. I think that's what it's called. Binhai, like BINHAI. New area explosion, something like that. Really fucking cool. Someone saw a fire happening on the coast in China somewhere, and they started recording it and had no idea they were about to catch the most massive fucking explosions you've ever seen in your life because the socialized corporate fascist system decided it was a good idea to store a bunch of fuel for an explosive reaction next to volatile chemicals, next to blah, 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 next to poison, so that it was raining poison afterwards. Anyway, really fucking cool explosion. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, war news. Operation Southern Spear keeps on pumping in and out. Blah, blah, blah. The U.S. is hitting some boats that look suspicious to them. Submarine this time, I think. And yeah, they probably had drugs on there, whatever. Who cares? Blow them away. Here's another amazing piece of news you've never heard of before. There's this thing on Liberty Under Attack called the Self-Liberation Book Bundle. Just go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle, and you'll see that this bundle contains almost every book on Liberty Under Attack, a small library coming in at 27 books, and not just any old books, but books that you find on Liberty Under Attack, which are the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, and most fun book catalog in the world. Kind of like Paladin Press or Loom Panics, but actually still around and putting out amazing, sexy, cutting-edge stuff about how to murder police officers and make calls for violence, do terroristic threats, and have sex with children. All that great stuff that we support and encourage you to do immediately at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Save big and start your self-liberation library today. Liberate, libate, and liberify yourself with your New Year's revolutionary resolutions. Big fat fucking 360 win. Or libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Tell them Thane sent you. And do you want to officially join the second realm this year? What do you think? That sounds silly or something? I don't think it sounds silly at all. I think it's a great New Year's resolution. I think it's way better than a gym membership. You know what you can do instead of a gym membership? A year of a gym membership? Get your own fucking workout equipment, fag. Or better yet, go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. That's Tango Hotel Alpha November Echo. And check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder in the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of normal everyday people that fulfill their New Year's resolutions for at least the first month of the year, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane. Check that shit out. Put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And let's not forget, folks, on the first and third Mondays of every month at 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser, the Dick Greaser, will take over the Second Realm airwaves for a Music Monday, each one more unprecedented than the last. Richard is a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. And he's going to take you through a tour of deep tracks, entertaining, enlightening banter, and an overall great time. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Also, this Monday, the 29th, December 29th, this Monday is a different kind of Music Monday. That's right. I'm saying something I don't usually say. Listen up. Rayo 2 is going to take you through an entertaining and enlightening Metal Monday deep track tour as a connoisseur of non-KYC dabs and the goats and so forth, goat babies and things like that. He likes metal. Have you noticed, folks? He likes metal. Good metal, bad metal, doesn't matter. He likes it all. Check it out on Monday, the 29th, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. I think I'm remembering that correctly. This Monday, Metal Monday with Rayo 2, DJ Rayo 2. Oh, God. Let's see. Okay. Well, we're burning up an okay amount of time. I managed to stretch it out a little bit. What are we going to do? Are we going to review the year in review? Yes, we are. Let me just eat a piece of cheese first. Oh no, mouse stole my cheese. What am I going to do? We'll talk about that later. World War III. Let's talk about this thing they call World War III. What happened in 2025? Did sexy, special new things happen that brought us closer to World War III? Oh my God. The US president said they should start nuclear testing again. You know, some dumb shit no one cares about. No one's going to do. No. World War III is coming just because it's been set in stone for years anyway. And then another year has gone by. They just sort of made progress towards it steadily. I don't think anything that shocking happened. It seems par for the course. If anything, they've been taking too long to do it. But that's good. That's good for you. In 2026, is World War III going to happen? Is it going to start in 2026? Well, you know how history is. Sometimes they look back on it differently than how we were looking at it at the time. Maybe one day they'll say this was already the preamble to World War III or whatever. There's no clear lines there, but take this with a big fat rock of salt, because if I'm wrong, that's bad. So don't wait to prepare for World War III just because I said I don't think it's going to start in 2026. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. It might start in 2027 though. So if you're not prepared for, and when I say prepared, I mean you want a hidden fallout shelter sort of out of the way with like a year's worth of food and supplies and some water and some way to get more water. In like a, fallout shelter, blah, 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 should be hidden. Because the big thing, folks, and, here's hoping that this doesn't happen, but big thing, folks, is the EMPs that are likely to come before nuclear strikes will have a tendency to fuck up power grids and take down, at the very least, transformers. No one knows for sure everything that's going to happen because of EMPs. Some experiments show that some cars turn off when you EMP them, but then you can just turn them back on again. That could lead to some car crashes, right? I guess if that happened out of nowhere. Are your smartphones going to be fucking busted because of an EMP? It's probably not, but it could happen, maybe, or it could disrupt them or turn them off. Usually with small things, radios, they just like whatever. You just have to turn them off and back on again or something like that. But the very least, the absolute very least that EMPs will do, whether they're natural or artificial, it doesn't matter. If a solar flare could hit the earth the wrong way, same thing would happen. Transformers, my friend, those stupid buckets that you see on power cables outside, that steps down the power voltage from the voltage that it is on the power lines to the voltage that it needs to be inside the building so that all the things plugged into it can work. And those things are very weak to EMPs. They will be broken by them, and there will be no new ones coming for any time soon. And that's bad, very bad, worse than nukes, dare I say, worse than nukes, because nukes aren't actually that bad. They're bad, and radiation fallout could land anywhere. Radiation sickness is not pretty. It's not something you want. And you should have a fallout shelter, but if you had to pick between a fallout shelter and a hidden shelter, I would say pick the hidden shelter. It should be both. Okay, it should be both. But the thing is, other people are going to be way worse than radiation. If the power goes out on that scale, there's not enough food or ability to transport the food to people. According to some estimates, you go from being able to feed 200% of the population right now where we throw out half of our food, to being able to feed 10% of the population, according to some guesses. If that's true, if it's even fucking close to that, okay, if it's even fucking, you can feed 80% of the population, even that would be enough to lead to mass violence. So, not trying to, scare you, or actually that's wrong. I am trying to scare you. Things aren't, some people have, what's the word? Wishful thinking. So some people don't like it when you say things like that to them. Oh, this is doom porn. You're a fear monger. Hey, I'm just telling you like it is. Like, it's a matter of fact. This technology exists. It seems likely from a tactical perspective that it could be used. The consequences would be very dire. Taking down transformers and the power grid is the least this will do. So, I mean, I just don't know how else to put this to you, man. Like, the writing's on the wall. This is bad. If this happens, it's bad. And the odds of it happening are high. It doesn't mean it will for sure happen. And don't fucking give me any bullshit about, people thought there was going to be nuclear war for a long time and it didn't happen. Therefore, it will never happen. That's like saying, oh, I've pulled the trigger while pointing a gun to my head playing Russian roulette 5 times and it never went off. Therefore, I could pull the trigger an infinite number of times and it'll never go off, right? This is called pushing your luck. They were very close to nuclear war, like a few times during the Cold War, not just the Cuban Missile Crisis, but a few times. I think this might be it, guys. And, even if it's not, better safe than sorry. I mean, I hope it's not. But yeah, you should take it like very seriously. 2026 is quite, it may well be your last year to get ready for this if you're not. And things always take longer and cost more than you think they're going to, sort of. Not really. If you have a shitty attitude, then reverse that advice. But you should get your shit together. If you haven't done this, get your hands on a copy of Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen. Okay, Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen. That'll help you pick a place if you don't already have one that you're locked into. And if it's too late for that, and you're just going to have to settle with what you got, then just go straight to Secure Shelter? Shit, what's it called? Something like that. Also by Joel Skousen. Secure Shelter or Secure Home Shelter. I can't remember. It's really good. Really good book. They came out with new editions of those books recently. Basically, you need a foot of concrete or 3 feet of dirt in all directions. You can also make it easier. In the latest edition of a Secure Home Shelter or whatever, they talk about making a roof out of just wood and then pouring sand in it and shit like that. That's something you can do. It doesn't cost that much. You can bury a pipe underground. Okay. You can bury a shipping container underground. It doesn't cost that much. Maintain positive air pressure in there. Bada bing, bada boom. You got a fallout shelter. Slap on a carbon element to that air filter. Now it's an NBC shelter, nuclear biochemical shelter, because the carbon filter will filter out most biochemical threats. And put enough food for hopefully a year, but something's better than nothing. Enough water for a month, and definitely a way to get more. Maybe more than one way to get more, like your own solar pumped well or whatever. Don't mess around with this stuff, guys. If you're listening to the show, boss, You're the kind of guy I want around. Okay, 5-10 years from now. You're the revolution. You're tomorrow. Okay, so keep carrying the torch. Keep the torch lit. Keep that shit safe. Safer than a Zippo lighter. All right, in the wind, blowing in the wind, like we're all just dust in the wind, man. And that's what this show is all about. Have I burned enough time talking about the first item on this? Good. Here's the next one. Martial law. This is something we've been bitching. This is another one that we've cried wolf about a lot, isn't it? Here's another one for ya. Oh, remember Waco, martial law, oh, posse comitatus, all these big words that I don't understand and don't care about, quite frankly. There's this thing where, it's not just the bludgies you need to watch out for, boss. It's also the jarheads. It's all the same thing at the end of the day. All right. It's guys who are supposed to do stuff the state wants them to do, namely fuck shit up, bust some kneecaps, all that stuff, threaten people and hurt people, because that's the whole thing that the state is. It is the bedrock upon which the state is built. It doesn't matter, bludgy, jarhead, you can swap one out for the other. One's got more gear and training usually, but basically the same thing at the end of the day. This whole martial law thing, sending military against the civilians thing, in the United States, we'll use as an example, but this isn't just there. In some ways, it's easier in other places. That's not just crying wolf anymore. I think it's safe to say 2025 was a year of, it was more than just isolated incidents. The Marines were sent several times to respond to stupid little riots nobody cares about in multiple states across the U.S. The feds created a National Guard quick release force, or quick frauders, quick release frauders, something like that. They're supposed to come in quick and fast. And they deployed them a little bit. I know it's pathetic stuff. I know that it doesn't make much of a splash when it happens, but that's kind of the point. It doesn't make a splash when it happens. It's the whole boiling the frog metaphor, right? Doesn't actually work, by the way, on real frogs. That is a myth, but it works on humans. Frogs are smart enough to jump out of the water when it gets too hot, even if you heat it up very slowly. It's actually a myth. Humans, however, not smart enough to jump out of the water. Humans have this thing called normalcy bias, where they just think everything's normal as long as entertainment news isn't talking about it. What's really important right now is who Ashton Kutcher is dating or whatever. I don't know. Is that even a timely celebrity? People still talk about Ashton Kutcher. I'm sorry, folks. I'm out of the loop, but that's why you come here. You come here to listen to the guy under the rock, because under the rock is where I listen to the earth. And in the earth, there are these things called frogs. And they're trying to tell me something. The water's getting a little hot. Okay? So try that one on for size. Martial law, the military being deployed against civilians, blah, blah, blah. It all goes hand in hand with the whole defund the police thing, right? Which is something, that might sound good on its face, but it's all about defund the police and then what? So that it can be replaced with blank. Don't ask about it. Don't ask. Let's just do it. Don't think about what happens after that. It's all part of a very top-down scheme. Okay, all these little trying to push all the Soros Antifa to riot all the time and push right-wingers to be Nazis, literal Nazis. They're trying to push on you. Why do you think YouTube isn't banning us for saying nigger or calling for violence? Because they want that. Duh. That's why we only get a flag when we say colloidal silver. We imply colloidal silver has medical uses. But not for saying nigger and calling for violence. That's because they want that. Okay. But before Trump, I tried to warn people, this anti-feminist thing's gonna backfire. A few years before that, and I was right. Okay. Now they're not just calling everyone a Nazi. They actually want you to be a Nazi. That's the new thing. Okay. So, and we all know the outfits are fabulous and the logo's pretty good, but that's not enough. Okay. Don't take the carrot. Don't take the swastika carrot. It's a trick. Just save it for Halloween. All right. We can make a better logo anyway and a better uniform. Brown, who cares about brown anyway? So what to do? What to do about this martial law thing? Well, you got to arm yourself. You got to network. This is why we're talking about networking in the second realm. You got to prepare. Okay. Like I told you in the last part, so you can stay alive. Staying hidden and being fed are game changers. Okay. You'll win most battles by not having them and outliving other people. But then you're going to be a soft person who's alive in a world where a bunch of gangsters stayed alive in a different way. Right. Yeah, seriously, the life is not for the faint of heart. Okay. You're not going to survive life. You're going to die one day. Make peace with that and then get a gun and a lot of ammunition and grow a pair of balls. How about that for a start? Yes, we want to outsource it to the cipher mercs as much as possible when we can. But in the meantime, have that foundation of being ready to scratch your own itch. Okay. When it comes to defending yourself against the state, start by getting ready to scratch your own itch. And in the meantime, we'll also work in parallel with that to build up our cipher merc infrastructure so you can pay the friendly boy down the street to kill the soldiers for you. I say burn both ends of that candle, and we'll see what happens. How about that? Keep a good stiffen upper lip and all that. Let all acquaintance be forgot. Listen to the earth and listen to the frogs. Crypto. Over the last year, am I wasting enough time? Is this working? It's working pretty well. All right. Crypto over the last year. What happened? Oh my God. Blah, 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 blah. That's what people are saying, right? Oh my God. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. It's like when in Charlie Brown, when the adults are talking, and it's just like, wah, 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 wah. That's all I hear when people say stuff. I don't care. Okay. But I'm going to regurgitate some stuff to you that they say in articles. All right. What happened in crypto over the last year? Well, the overall crypto market cap went over 4 trillion USD. Is that impressive? Yes. Is some of that just because the USD is worth less? Yes. It's the US dollar is crashing. So that's part of the reason why the market cap is going up. But it's not all that. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, cryptocurrency, that means Bitcoin, right? Not really, dude. Bitcoin's market cap went down over the last year by almost 8%. It went down while crypto's market cap overall went up. Is there another cryptocurrency that comes to mind? Who's pulling the weight here? Oh, look at that. Monero's market cap went up by about 139% over the last year. Now, it's not news that Monero's price is decorrelated from other cryptocurrencies. That's been the case for at least a few years now, I think. But holy shit, seriously. Tokenized real world assets grew about 106%. That's what the wonks call, tokenizing your fridge or something. That's a real world asset. As if crypto's not real. Crypto fundraising, all the VCs getting their grubby little paws into everything. Crypto fundraising is up 124%. And yes, DeFi is one of the biggest sectors. Everybody thinks that doing AI with decentralized networks is going to be a big deal. So it's likely true. And of course, crypto adoption reaches well over 700 million folks this year, expected to go to 800 or 900 million something next year. So we're almost at 1 billion people. We're rocketing towards 1 billion people using cryptocurrency. Bitcoin's rat poison, folks, and it's going to zero. Don't forget it. When are the boomers gonna clue in on this stuff? I wonder. They're not. They're just gonna die. So yeah, what is the story being told here in all these numbers? Do I have a plan? Have I written? No, I haven't written anything. I haven't thought too hard about this either. Number go up, folks, but not for Bitcoin. All the numbers go up except for the Bitcoin one. That's interesting. I mean, we all know speculators are a big part of the bubbles that are on top of the there's like an underlying trend of prices going up steadily, and then the speculators make these bubbles on top that rise and fall. That contributes to volatility. Speculators are always wringing their hands about regulation. Regulation's always getting worse. But Monero is, people invest in Monero. I mean, Monero's been fucking delisted from a bunch of normal ass exchanges, and a lot of those speculators have been scared away from it. And that's great. Monero, you can kind of see Monero as a bet that, at least from an investing standpoint, because don't forget, folks, cryptocurrencies actually aren't fucking about investing. They're not about investing at all. Retard. They're supposed to be currencies that you use to actually do something useful. But from an investing number go up standpoint, Monero is kind of a bet. Betting on Monero is betting on regulation not working. The entire purpose of Monero is to skirt regulations. You're supposed to break the law with Monero. The Monero devs won't write on their website, "We support privacy, not illegal activity," because they do support illegal activity. They joke about it all the time. And that's like, that's the whole Monero industry. What are you talking about? The whole like online black markets are using Monero. So it would be silly just to talk like that's not what it's about. Of course, privacy is for everybody, but drug dealers are just going to lead the charge. That's all, because they really need it in an immediate seeming way. They feel that need stronger than the everyday Joe. So it appears that in 2025, those who were betting on skirting regulation have had their bags pumped a whole lot more than those who were betting on working with regulation. This was not a year that instilled confidence in white markets. It was not a year that instilled confidence in people looking to follow regulations. It was a year where it felt like the state, even more than ever, was like, wait, no, the rules are this now. Wait, no, the rules are that now. Oh, here's another new rule. Wait, no, never mind. We changed our mind. We're not going to be, Markets don't like that kind of uncertainty. The market is uncertain enough without all that crap. But the Monero way is, who cares? We're just going to break the law anyway. So it saw very healthy, steady growth. That's one way to see. That's one way to see things. It's one way to see things. Nobody really knows. It's all just a bunch of magic. There's like elves inside the computer that make it work. I don't know. Something like that. Something I noticed since this is supposed to be a security show, I was looking at statistics on crypto attacks and like leaks and security breaches over the last year. The biggest attack vectors by far, like almost all the attacks, were one of these three things: wallet compromise, phishing, and code vulnerabilities. So in other words, almost all the attacks would have been thwarted by anybody who used a hardware wallet and wasn't retarded. So there's a thought for you. Listen to good old Thane Riddle. The shit that this is, the New Year's episode is basically Thane Riddle repeats things that he says all the time. And it's a whole episode made of that. That's right. That's my excuse to do it, because I'm reviewing last year and talking about the big picture going forward the next year. So I get to just repeat things I say all the time. And that's the whole episode. Go fuck yourself. Use a hardware wallet and don't be retarded. And then magically, there's no wallet compromise. There's no phishing. And the code vulnerabilities aren't such a big deal because they're probably not vulnerabilities in your wallet firmware most of the time. Unless you have a Blockstream Jade, then you should upgrade your firmware. Privacy. What happened? What happened in privacy? Let's talk about AI for a second. Oh my God. AI is so important and everyone's talking about AI. Oh yeah, the computer it can think for itself. And I type a question and it gives me an answer. And it's a syntactically correct, grammatically correct answer that almost halfway looks like it makes sense to somebody who doesn't know anything about the topic. Wow, amazing. Yeah, you get to type a question and you get a bullshit answer that looks like it was written by a retard who doesn't know anything about the topic, trying to trick you into thinking that they know the answer. Okay, half the time. That's what you get. Wow, amazing. It's going to all our jobs. It's going to take all our jobs. Look, to be fair, in the corporate world, people's jobs were always being taken by bullshitters who just pretended to know things and spoke with confidence. So I'm sure in the corporate world, AI is going to do quite well. It's going to get promoted. Middle management is just going to be all AI in the next few years. Anyway, AI is real cool, folks. You should check it out. You should give all your private information to a corporation, just like you did before, only now it's going to have a conversation with you and automatically generate a profile of your psychology so that it knows how to best manipulate you and influence your view of the world and your actions. So yeah, it's being used to advance the field of surveillance, not just because, in using centralized AI tools, people are just giving it data, but I mean, people always, forked over pretty much the same data anyway, just by using search engines the same way. But AI can automate the analysis of data, right? So that's the new thing that it does, because that was always the bottleneck with surveillance, right? The people like the NSA were able to siphon up all this data and buy huge fucking data centers just to store it all forever. And then not understand it, and then just be like, well, shit, what do we do with all this? Like, we can't sift through all this. So they always had tools for flagging things and trying to notice interesting things that could be looked at more closely by somebody. But now that's better, because that's quite the kind of thing that AI is good at. Automatically sifting through a bunch of data and making connections and finding patterns and giving you a summary or bringing to attention bits of the data that might be of interest to you. And, who cares if something falls through the cracks or if you get some false positives? It doesn't matter, because it's just dragnet surveillance. I mean, it's an improvement on what it was before. So it's very good for that field. And for analyzing metadata or correlation, doing correlation attacks, things like that. So that's good. It means that people's knives will need to be sharpened, because the stuff that guys like me were saying from the start, you shouldn't be leaking this stuff, maybe it could be used against you. And they would say, what can they do with that? Nobody can look through all that data. Well, yeah, now they've saved it. They saved it for 30 years. And now that thing you said to me 30 years ago about, they can never sift through all that data and do something bad with it. Now they can, or if not now, soon. So enjoy, and learn your lesson. It's time to make that data outdated, switch your shit over, move, okay, change drug dealers, and change your ways, okay? It's time to take it seriously if you didn't before, because the cat's out of the bag. It's real now. All our fears were confirmed. People are also kind of, maybe this doesn't really matter, but like, geez, dumb people are dumb, aren't they? Man, people are just, the way some people use this stuff, like there are boomers who like act like they want privacy and stuff, but they like use this stuff unquestioningly, even though the answers it gives you are like dumb, and like 2 minutes of research would prove half the shit it says wrong, or whatever. The next new thing is shopping. People are asking their AI what products to buy. So now they're just going to advertise. They're just going to use it for advertising, tell you what to buy. And that's going to be the new corporate version of a socialized get in the bread line and get whatever products are given to you. Maybe that's their vision for the future. Anyway, more on AI after this break, after this word from our sponsors. More of this content-rich session very shortly. Give me free content, folks.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi. whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's keys are encoded in the white paper?
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't...
Is the cipher in the room with us, right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
The following ad is presented by the Anti-Toxicity League, working tirelessly for a safer and less toxic world.
On January 20th, 2025, Elon Musk turned my life upside down when he did the Nazi salute in support of Donald Trump.
We had bought the Tesla because we wanted to virtue signal about the environment, and so that all our friends knew that we were liberals, not so that they would think we are Nazis.
If we had wanted to be Nazis, we would have bought a Volkswagen.
Now our friends have turned their backs on us. I was driving my Model 3 to Whole Foods yesterday, and my friend Clara flipped me off from her Nissan Leaf. The video cameras caught my husband's friend John rubbing his balls on the hood of the car.
Even though we have a Vote Democrat sticker on the bumper, people still think we are Nazis. We have tried so hard to not be Nazis, accepting our white privilege, virtue signaling for every possible cause on the left. Yet no matter how hard we have tried, our friends have turned on us because of our car.
It would seem that the only place we are accepted now is at Trump rallies and amongst the normal, uneducated Americans who don't have time to focus on irrelevant social causes.
We can't just change our friend group because of this. We don't want to hang out with people without college degrees, those who aren't focused on equality, those who refuse to state their pronouns, and conspiracy theorists who don't care about climate change.
That is why today, we are proud to say that we sold our Tesla because we aren't Nazis.
This decision proves that we don't support unelected officials auditing other unelected officials in the government.
It proves that we are willing to make brave decisions in the face of adversity in order to promote equity and inclusion in our communities, that we are willing to stand up against hate.
With this move, I hope that our friends will forgive us and the lady at Mimi's Cafe will stop spitting in my avocado toast.
Doing the right thing means that sometimes you have to stand out from the crowd and make hard decisions. Stand up against hate, Stand up for the government officials who have been laundering our tax dollars for a better world. Stand up for climate change, for the right to take your children to Drag Queen Story Hour. But more importantly, choose to be brave and to sell your Tesla.
My name is Fred Smith.
And my name is Janet Smith Schuster.
And we are choosing to stand up against hate.
Carl Watner, longtime proponent of a voluntary society, died last December. You may have seen his articles published on his website, voluntaryist.com, in his newsletter, The Voluntaryist, the Mises Institute, or elsewhere over the last 40 years. His newest book, I Must Speak Out, Volume 2, The Best of the Voluntarist, is now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. This 430-page second volume spans the years of 2000 through 2020 and includes articles by Carl Watner, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Karl Hess, Benjamin Tucker, George H. Smith, Lysander Spooner, Pete Eyre, Joyce Brand, and many others. I Must Speak Out is for the newly initiated, the veteran voluntarist, or anywhere in between. Buy the book now at libertyunderattack.com/voluntarist. For more great content on building a voluntary society and for Carl's extensive archives, check out voluntarist.com.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Hey everybody, I'm looking at gay porno. Hey everybody, I'm looking at gay porno. You remember that? That old chestnut. That was a good old Last Measure from the Gay Niggers Association of America. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just go to PAZNIA.on.nimp.org.com. Shit, can't even remember. Does that even work anymore? Anyway, we've done it. Are you as relieved as me? Half the show's over. I've stretched out the New Year's content by talking very slowly and going down every possible side track, making stupid fucking jokes. Speaking of which, that mouse is back to get my cheese. Get out of here. Anyway, it's time to check out your free content. Goku has received your spirit essences vampirically. Kid Buu is smiling confidently, not having no clue that his life is about to come to an end. Thought Crime Boss, as of course, has a donation with a message that reads, Thane, when using Monero, how important do you consider churning and coin control to be with medium to high threat models? How much churning is overkill? How much is not enough before spending on perhaps a gift card to a local store with no KYC involved? Well, Thought Crime Boss, you are just out to prove me a fraud, aren't you? By asking me hard questions. This is a sticky thing to talk about, churning and Monero and stuff like that. There's a lot to unpack, sort of, based on how you worded this. When using Monero, how important do you consider churning and coin control to be with? So medium to high threat models is not really how I think of things. Threat models are not so much about like more or less threat. It's more like a kind of threat. Like who is the attacker? What do they know? What are they going to do? Churning, I would say coin control in some ways matters more than churning, but I'll get into that. This is a sticky one to talk about, because churning at most can be good if done the right way, and at worst will make your privacy worse if done the wrong way. And also somewhere in between those two doesn't matter for most people. Because what kind of threat model does churning help with? Mostly it's thought that it helps with the EAE kind of attack. Eve, Alice, Eve. Okay, that's like, I buy something. I buy a Monero from a KYC exchange with some legal identity. Let's say that's my legal identity, which, right off the bat, if you're doing that, you're doing it wrong. And then I come into the system doing something else, like selling Monero back for something or using it to buy something. And maybe that other end of the system, like let's say the gift card or the credit card, whatever, who's providing the gift card, maybe that's also Eve, right? Maybe that's also a bad actor because the state is monitoring it on both sides or something like that. That's like an Eve, Alice, Eve threat model. That's where, not churning at all might actually lead to a privacy problem. And that's the only time it has led to a privacy problem. But it has even led to problems when people think they're churning or are trying to churn because they don't do it right. Back in the day, when people were talking about churning Monero, they meant doing a sweep all to send all your outputs that you've received at all your different stealth addresses to one output in one transaction. That's not good. Because that links your outputs to somebody who knows those outputs, which is the whole thing, right? Like that's the whole thing of an Eve, Alice, Eve attack, right? That Eve knows all these outputs. Like if Eve gave you Monero at this stealth address and gave you Monero at that stealth address and gave you Monero at that stealth address, Eve, as one of the parties to those transactions, knows more about those transactions than, just someone doing chain analysis on the blockchain, right? Someone who is a party to your transaction knows a lot more about that transaction cryptographically and what addresses are used than a stranger, so to speak, a third party would know. So in cases like that, the privacy benefits of Monero kind of go down when you do something unthinkingly. And this is why I say coin control almost matters more in a way than churning. Because, if you do a transaction from all those outputs, if all those outputs are in the same transaction, then that tips off Eve, right? It tips off the attacker. Oh, haha, this transaction is you sending all that Monero I gave you and all those different outputs. I already know that they're linked. So now that I see them all pop up in the same transaction, I have a pretty good hunch that they're not the decoys in that transaction, that these are the ones actually sending the Monero in that ring signature, whatever. If that makes sense. So in that case, churning can help. But you want to do churning the right way. And the best thing, honestly, this is like there aren't like settled best practices that are understood and audited and fucking studied properly. All right. This is one of the reasons people don't like it and say mean things to you when you bring up churning. But there is something called Monero C. You should check it out. Some guy going by, I think anti-chainalysis on GitHub. Clearly just made that account on GitHub just to publish this, I think. It's called Monero C. Or I think it could also be called XMR churn or something like that. And this is the best or only real attempt I've seen at someone making something to automate a somewhat reasonable. I mean, there are some dubious decisions I feel like they made, like, but nonetheless, it's better than, you know, trying to do it yourself, probably for most folks. So yeah, if you can fucking figure out how to make that shit work, then you could give it a try. The real question is, though, do you actually need to? Now, coin control, it's not a bad idea to, you know, if you have a wallet that supports coin control, to sweep one output at a time so that you can like not link your outputs and kind of like do them random amounts of time away from each other, and, you know, maybe at different times a day or something like that. If you really are that paranoid, you want to churn those outputs maybe apart from each other, I would think. Like, and I'm not like some super expert in that field, but my thinking is you want to avoid linking outputs if you can. Like, because the whole idea is there's an attacker who knows more than one output already that you have. So if they see them pop up together in the same transaction, then that's tips them off that it's more likely to be you, perhaps astronomically more likely to be you. So yeah, maybe use coin control to send your outputs each on their own. And if you want, maybe then you can send them to the Monero C wallet and then have Monero C churn them. And their defaults seem reasonable, whatever, 3 to 7 churns randomly, random timing between them, blah, blah, blah. And using different accounts to churn, right? Not just different stealth addresses in the same account, but different accounts. That it seems to be like, you know, it seems like someone really tried to make an okay version of churning. And then from there, so another thing, something that I think you should do now, churning is like, you know, talked about too much in a way, because most people don't have to churn. But yeah, if you're in a situation where somebody you don't trust, which if you're smart, you know, it's probably a lot of people, somebody you don't trust has sent you more than one output, has sent you Monero more than once, or the other way around, maybe someone you don't trust is getting Monero from you more than once, then yeah, that could be that could cause privacy problems, especially if they're both nefarious and they're collaborating. And that's the Eve Alice Eve threat. So yeah, you should, if that's something you're thinking could maybe be happening, even if it's likely not, then yeah, churning might be worth doing, but do it the right way, because doing it the wrong way can actually be worse for your privacy. And yeah, I would say try to avoid linking outputs. I know that most Monero wallets are already kind of trying to do something like that under the hood. But now the thing is here, though, you almost imply in your question, like the threat model is not this, because you say there's no KYC involved. Now, that doesn't mean it's not an Eve Alice Eve situation. Just because there's no KYC involved, maybe, you know, someone's paying you in Monero more than once without KYC, and that someone is a Fed. And then maybe you're paying more than once to your gift card service that has no KYC, but they're also run by the Feds, right? And maybe those are the same Feds. And they somehow share that intel together. And then it becomes an Eve alias Eve attack. So yeah, okay, maybe. In that case, churning could be helpful. Also, it might make things a little more confusing after quantum computers break the privacy features of Monero, which is going to happen. We're going to be talking about that in the New Year review. Did that answer your question? Did I do it? I don't know. It's a sticky thing to talk about. Most people don't need to churn. Hopefully I helped you understand when it's a good idea, and also that doing it wrong is bad. So yeah, I guess I answered your question, hopefully. And let's see, I think it was Avalon or Fagduel / whatever said in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat that, oh yeah, they were talking about integrating some kind of chat with end-to-end encryption into the PAZcraft thing. I don't know how ambitious that is, because I don't really understand. I don't know what the plugins are that exist already. Acorn runs on Holochain. Maybe we should just... Acorn runs on Holochain, but it's alpha software, I think. Seems cool though. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know if we can make that shit work. But yeah, maybe some kind of, as long as it has end-to-end encryption, I'd say. And then Rayo2 said, oh yeah, Rayo2 said something about Windows sucking and using Win11 debloat to debloat Windows. I've never actually heard of that, believe it or not, but that's probably good. And there's lots of little things out there like that, privacy.sexy, blah, 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 so that you can run mysterious scripts that you downloaded from the internet to make changes to your Windows to debloat it and make the privacy less bad. There's also something I've brought up before called Revision OS or Revi OS. Really, seriously, folks, just don't use Windows. For the most part, if you think you need Windows, you don't. Like, unless you're playing games or something and you need bare metal performance, so you need to install Windows directly on some hardware, then use Revision OS and do it offline. Let's see what free content you've given to Goku's Spirit Ball since I checked. Fluffy. Very Reddit comment. Fear-mongering is only when you try scaring people for no real reason. Fear is when you are scared for a very real reason, or so. This was meant to be deep, but now it just sounds horny. Sorry, I failed. All deep comments are horny. So World War III will cause worse hunger than World War II? Ha! I am good at fasting. Looking forward to dying, LOL. Which place will suck less in the future or World War III? US versus EU, LOL, versus Asia, versus Ashwagandha, etc. States, countries, where should I hide my butt / hole? That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, if there's EMPs, yeah, it could be worse hunger. It depends on the place. It depends on, it's not always easy to predict these things. This is why I say just read Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen. I feel like it gives you a better idea than I could. I respect most of those guys' opinions. They're like really level-headed. The US is a pretty good place to be, despite the fact that it's like the most likely place in the world to be nuked. But not all parts of the US are the same, right? Like, it's a big place and quite varied. The EU is kind of the same way. There are good places in the EU. Asia, well, the Joel Skousen answer to the Asia thing would be like, are you Asian? If not, then you're going to stick out like a sore thumb in Asia. Like, do you speak the language? Do you look like people do there? Otherwise, you might have problems during wartime, which is not a bad point. That doesn't mean no one can do it, but it's not a bad point. Ashwagandha is likely to fare the best out of anywhere in the world, especially because it's located in the underworld. So we already have far more than 3 feet of dirt separating us from the rest of the world. Yeah, just read Strategic Relocation by Joel Scouse, and I can't give you a better answer than that book. Question: how can zero-knowledge stuff be used for darknet protocols? Is it easy to implement then? Shout out to everybody who is not drunk today. So shout out to nobody. Happy New Year. See y'all on the other side if my liver can take it. Well, I guess that is a drunken comment. What the hell does zero-knowledge stuff have to do with darknet protocols? I mean, in a weird way, in an abstract way, you could say that it doesn't use zero-knowledge proofs, but darknet protocols, onion routing already works to create zero-knowledge situations using cryptography. It just does it in a different way than what zero-knowledge proofs are. But that's kind of a philosophical way of using the term zero-knowledge, which is confusing. So I don't know. Maybe sober up and see if that you can ask another version of that question. Just increase magnesium, take an aspirin, and dihydromyrisette vine extract that protects/heals liver. A bit of C60/black seed oil the morning after is a good idea too. This is coming from Rayo, someone who's intoxicated every day. So he probably knows what he's talking about. Speaking as a wellness professional, not a professional drinker. Oh, yeah, right. O'Reilly. You can administer rectally, but definitely not needed. You might prefer that route, though, from some previous convos in chat. No judgments, just trying to be helpful. Yes, all orally only. I use my magnesium transdermally. He's talking about the dermis of his rectum, of course. Thank you for sharing your experience. That is why I was asking indeed. My mouth is kind of busy with drinking. Update. Oh, yes, it works well, even for my dog. Zerself enjoyed it, silly little puppy. Thank you for your free content, folks. Feel free to call in at any time. PAZNIA.com/call2. Yeah, right. You're not going to do that, you fucking basement dweller. Keep the free content coming in the Simple X chat. Maybe I'll get to it later. Let's try and wrap up. I've actually done too good at burning up time. So let's actually get through this New Year's review crap. We're talking about AI. So anyway, AI is also pretty cool. It's not just for retards to do dumb things, but it's also pretty cool. This year, reasoning became a big deal in AI. So now if you ask a reasoning model, which number is bigger, 9.9 or 9.11, it might actually give you the right answer. Image and vid generation got better. Agentic LLMs got better. Now we're entering a lawnmower man scenario where the AI can take over the world because you used it for agentic programming your visual novel about romancing different kinds of squirrel women. AI infrastructure became a big deal. They're eating up all the data storage. And, a lot of good stuff happened. There was a good trend this year when it comes to open source models. Open source models really closed the gap this year. They have given the proprietary models a run for their money, quite literally. And also, they're all good. We're getting to the point where you don't really need the best model, you just need one of the best models, and there's a lot of them. And it's the best. Some of the best ones are open source. So there's not much benefit in using closed source models. It really became, in prior years, companies were competing to, I'm using the very best model at the top of the leaderboards on Chatbot Arena. And that was the big thing, right? But 2025, it almost became more like the bragging point was we control our whole stack and run our own AI because we have open source models. Oh, and also we do it cheaply and efficiently. And that's good. I like that trend. I like that now. That's the thing to brag about. That's what I like to see. And of course, another trend I like to see in AI is decentralized networks are swooping in to, and more than one of them are using in their marketing. We're taking trust away from the infrastructure. We're making things more private. We're using, homomorphic encryption or whatever, taking trust away from the infrastructure and protecting data privacy, decentralizing infrastructure. These things aren't just obscure things. Like they're basically mainstream talking points in the AI industry. So there's been a lot of good trends, actually, surprisingly good. I wouldn't have predicted that it would go that way so quickly. Here's another privacy thing that happened this year. So-called age verification. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? It's actually not age verification. It's actually Orwellian biometric identity verification. Sweeping the earth. They want you to scan your face so that you can post cat pictures. Over 100 nation states either have already put out federal digital ID systems, which, it's not quite the same thing as age verification for posting cat pictures, but the two are closely related. Digital ID systems, the architecture of tyranny is coming into place. Over 100 nation states either have already put out federal digital ID systems or are working it out, building such systems. Top players are the Estonian state, which has had digital ID forever. The Swedish state, which has had it almost as long. The Indian state gets a special Darwin Award for forcing over 1 billion motherfuckers to fork over not only their facial biometrics, but fingerprints and iris scans, and then proceeding to leak most of those records. Then the Singaporean state, that's another one. The Nigerian state, that's right, folks. Nigerian princes have their own biometric IDs. The United Arab Emirates, the Australian state, and the Filipino state all have it implemented. The newcomers this year, that's right, none of those were even, I probably fucked up, but here's some newcomers this year, 2025. Shockingly, the People's Republic of China. What? What's that? Didn't they already have digital ID there? Don't they have the social credit score? Yeah, they had social credit score and stuff, but believe it or not, the full implementation of digital ID, I think, only really came out this year. South Korea joined us in the 21st century dystopia. And then, of course, Costa Rica, the country that boomers love to talk about moving to. Oh, yeah, they didn't have COVID lockdowns in Costa Rica. I'm going to move to Costa Rica where they have freedom. They don't have any money and they'll rob me. But anyway, they got digital ID too. In 2026, all member states of the EU will need to offer digital ID wallets to their sheeple. And by 2027, they will force businesses to accept them. Borders are where this shit came up a lot, and borders are where you can expect them to come up more than ever or before they come up in other places. We also had a big push this year for automated license plate readers. More cameras everywhere, and automated license plate readers so that they can track your driving movements every fucking step of the way in a big city with automated license plate readers. Pretty bad stuff, dude. Pretty bad stuff. I like to switch out plates and use fake plates and all that stuff, but guess what? This is bad. The answer is to take down the cameras. And we really need cipher mercs now. And this is a classic case of just why we need insurrectionary agorism, folks. Now, not later. We don't, this is why I wrote the Insurrectionary Agorism Manifesto, because we can't wait till a later stage of agorism before building our very foundation of security, which is physical force. And this is a classic example of why. The automated license plate reader thing, the speed cameras, the red light cameras, the cameras everywhere, that shit needs to stop. There is no good answer to that other than taking them down. And we don't need to reach for this stupid, outdated 20th century thing of using volunteers to do acts of sabotage and war. We need to leave it to the professionals. Okay. We gotta raise money and fund taking down these cameras professionally. And I think the outlaw insurance protocols, it might make sense for them to pay for it, because it's cheaper to take down a camera than to cover the people who got in trouble because of the camera. And we need that shit as soon as possible, folks. And this is why we need insurrectionary agorism. The industrialization of targeted scams using profiling, that's another thing that advanced a good deal in 2025. It's not just the state that uses your data, surveillance, mass surveillance to profile people and fuck with them and take their money. No, it's not just the state. It's small-time thugs too. They've really turned it into an art/science to, target people with romance scams and other kinds of scams or whatever, based on analysis and profiling of their data. That is pretty easy to get. It's pretty easy to get people's data. You can buy it. You can find it leaked. You can use open source intelligence. And you can use that to scam people. And that's like a huge industry now. And finally, here's another one. Here's another one for you. This one's hot. You're going to like it. The race for scalable, fault-tolerant quantum computing has been hot this year. The earliest experimental low-qubit quantum computers are already being used to solve at least 2 or 3 of the new math problems that have never been solved before. Experimental quantum computers have reached single qubit fidelity higher than 99.99%. And the researchers have done an awesome job coming up with crafty new tricks that could allow quantum computers to error correct and scale to higher qubit systems so that practical quantum supercomputers can become a reality in the near future. Everybody who is keeping their finger on the pulse of this shit can see the writing on the wall. Powerful, fault-tolerant quantum computation systems will scale up to having many, many qubits in the next 5 to 10 years at most. Indeed, IBM has even promised its investors that they can deliver this within 10 years. Now, quantum computing is awesome, and it will likely do a lot of good in the world. But as you already know, my dear boss, quantum computing will also nuke many of the cryptographic algorithms that have been used to secure all of the most critical digital data and networks for many, many years. Mark my fucking words. Pre-quantum cryptography must be deprecated within the next 5 years at the very fucking latest. I've said it before and I must say it again. Truth be told, the time to switch to PQC isn't now, it's fucking yesterday. We already have the post-quantum cryptography algorithms we need. It's time for the devs of critical cryptographic protocols to stop sitting on their fucking hands and support PQC in 2026, at least in the beta versions of their fucking software or something. Jesus fucking Christ. What is taking everybody so long? The CCB or whatever the fuck it's called, the CSB, I don't know, for Monero, researching post-quantum algorithms and the vulnerability of Monero to post-quantum, cryptanalysis. That research was funded and done 5 years ago. What the fuck is taking everybody so long? It's time to move towards implementation. We don't even have post-quantum and testnet yet. Quantum computers are going to break every major cryptocurrency. Now, when it comes to, stealing cryptocurrency or forging cryptocurrency, fine, as long as we patch it before, as long as we update it before it comes out, no big deal. But when it comes to privacy features and privacy coins, the longer we wait, the more vulnerable transactions we're putting on the network that will be de-anonymized in the future. It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed. The transactions happening on the Monero network right now, as I speak, as the mouse speaks, are going to be de-anonymized. The transactions you do on Monero now going to be de-anonymized in like 5-10 years, at least by a few high-level attackers. It's time. Okay, it was time 5 years ago. We forget about block sizes and transaction verification times. At least introduce a hybrid system where people can pick whether to use the classical algorithms or whether they can pick the pre-quantum crypto and the post-quantum. Allow people to choose, or something like that. Holy shit, dude! It's too late. Okay, like in 2026, we gotta hit the ground running with post-quantum cryptography. Holy shit, seriously. I didn't think I would still be needing to whine about this at the end of 2025. Anyway, meshnets, what happened in meshnets in 2025? Well, this year Reticulum beta bit the dust as Reticulum reached version 1 for once and for all. Thank you for your service to the old versions. Your sacrifice will be remembered fondly. It's time. It's time, my friends. It's the dawn of a new era in mesh networking. DarkFi, that's another cool network for the dark renaissance, the fucking dark, private smart contracts and blah, blah, blah. This year, the DarkFi proof of work alpha testnet came out, and the DarkFi app also saw its first alpha release for those brave ashwagandhans that want to have schizophrenic cybersex with the genius gods of the dark renaissance. Somebody even came to our chat from the DarkFi IRC. Here's hoping she comes back in 2026 under a new name and does a better job at hiding that she's a girl. There's no dog pile like an ashwagandhan dog pile, boss. Our rape statistics make India look like a castrated feminist drum circle. Anyway, the DarkFi proof of work uses RandomX, much like Monero, and Monero miners can even look forward to one day merge mining on DarkFi, hopefully someday soon. Well played, DarkFi. We got to get those guys on the show in 2026. The Reticulum guy too, for sure. Whatever. Is that enough topics here? So let's just go over the topics I talked about. And make sure I give you a down-to-earth tip and a building the second realm tip for each one. You ready? Okay. World War III. Your down-to-earth tip is read Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen and read The High Security Shelter. Oh, I just remembered the name of it. High Security Shelter by Joel Skousen. Implement what you see there. Get it done. and the next year, and not at the end of next year, if you can. Don't slack on this. That's your down to earth tip. You're building the second realm tip for World War III is, drum roll, lots of distraction. If it's true, the power grid goes down and it's Mad Max out there, guess what? The state just shot itself in the foot. It will lose control over huge amounts of its actual territory. Only on maps will the territory actually be controlled by the state. That means it's our time, opportunity. This is why you need to stay alive, because when that shit hits the fan, it's time to take a shit shower. All right, because shit is actually fuel, and not bad food either. Here in ashwagandha, we eat shit all the time. We eat shit for breakfast. And let me tell you something. You can't let a good emergency go to waste. Okay? We should be the ones making the energy with our fucking Bork engines and growing food with our fucking magical copper tools. All right? And we will be the hand that feeds the sheeple in the 21st century. So it's time to build back better, folks. We're going to have a beautiful, great reset. Martial law, your down-to-earth tip is basically the same as last one, except also get a lot of weapons and training and group up in a group of 3 to 8 people. It's called a terrorist cell, folks, and you want to have a decentralized cell structure organization where you're connected to other cells. You have one contact in the group who can contact the other cell. Nobody actually knows who's in it or where they are or what they, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of stuff out there about that. That's it. Until we have a proper system for zero knowledge reputation and cipher mercs, it's, at least do it the old fashioned way in the meantime, and get to know your neighbors and find the good ones and do it now. And more importantly, the ones that you've already known for a couple of years, you want to start making the most of what you got, because there's not enough time to vet someone fully. Crypto, what to do with crypto? Your down to earth tip with crypto is, if you're not using Monero, you should use it, and you should use it without KYC. Is that good enough for you? Building the second realm tip with crypto, I think Holochain is the most promising thing to build with. How do you like that? Is that good enough for you? This is the episode where I repeat everything that I say all the time. Remember. Let's see. For AI, your down to earth tip is you can use AI. Just, be mindful of what you're putting in prompts. If you're using a remotely hosted AI, buy it with Monero. You can find different services on Monerica.com or KYC.me. There's services that take Monero and they'll sell you AI usage like Nano GPT or whatever. Do it that way, and just be mindful of what you're putting in the prompts, and know that it's being leaked out there. Yes, there are up and coming solutions to keep an eye out for, in terms of using things like homomorphic encryption or whatever, so that even, the prompts aren't really being leaked to anybody. That's a thing, and it will be a thing increasingly, but I've got nothing to recommend for you now. For building the second realm, that's what it's all about. We need good, proper, privacy-oriented markets for computation that can be used to do secure distributed computing in a trustless way. So that way people can use other people's computing power to do AI, and no one will even know what the fuck's going on. They won't be able to tell what the data is. That's the future. And just a year or two ago, I was the only one saying that. And now it's like normal to say that. So, hey, it's happening faster than I even thought. Because yeah, it turns out that the state's little 1984 fantasy doesn't, kind of work too well in the real world, where people, are like, wait, medical records should be private. Age verification and digital ID. This one's a jagged little pill. You need to be an outlaw. Okay? Just say no, folks. Just say no. Don't get it. Break the law. Make friends with people locally. Work in second realms. Spend in second realms. Make this a reality more and more every day. Put the rubber to the road. Do it for real. Don't just talk about it. The time for playtime's over. Okay? Or, as I'd like to say, playtime's just beginning. And I play rough. I play rough, boss. That's how this is going to go. Take down speed cameras in your free time. Just get a reciprocating saw or a gun or a drill or something and go to have fun. And then, you'll have a good resume when it's time to pay people to be saboteurs. Let's see, automated license plate readers. Also, yeah, fake plates and switch them out from time to time. But I'm telling you, that's not enough. We have to take them down. We have to take the cameras down. Quantum computing. Your down to earth tip for quantum computing. For anything you want to do, it could be instant messaging, it could be SSH, it could be fucking whatever, cryptocurrency. Check. Is there a post-quantum option for this? You will find that the answer is often no. You can find VPNs that have post-quantum encryption. You can put at least one VPN in your chain of VPNs or whatever. Make that be a post-quantum cryptography one. Just make sure that you've actually configured it properly to do that if that is needed. For cryptocurrency, there aren't a whole lot that are using post-quantum encryption, especially for privacy. I can't even think of a single privacy coin that uses post-quantum encryption. And if there is one, it would be something nobody's heard of. So yeah, I mean, just be fucking careful. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to say, actually, sort of on the same note as that, and Thought Crime Boss's question. One thing you should do is role play like you're multiple people. So one of the more advanced things you learn in privacy is, yes, you have different identities, you have different folds, as I call them, and you try to keep things apart. But when you get more advanced, you don't just do that when you think someone's watching. You're always being watched. Now that's kind of advanced. That your different identities will not share Monero wallets. And that's something that will show when it comes to chain analysis, and even in a post-quantum world, when they break some of those cryptographic algorithms, you can at least give them a somewhat harder time by having different wallets, also rotating out your wallets, not just using the same Monero wallet forever, but moving your funds, one output at a time sometimes, to, if they're bigger outputs anyway, to new wallets, deleting the old wallets, or just letting them sit for a while and then deleting them. And yeah, have different wallets for different identities. And yeah, sure, you can churn. Yeah, but just do it right with something like Monero C. And keep your finger on the pulse of churning and all that stuff, because it's going to change. This advice is gonna be outdated pretty fast when it comes to churning Monero. What else for post-quantum? SimpleX has post-quantum crypto for one-on-one chats. You can configure SSH to use post-quantum cryptography And it kind of does that by default now, I think, actually, if you use the elliptic curve, 25519 or whatever. Whatever. For the most part, it's sad to say, but you have to wait. You have to cross your fingers and wait for other idiots to adopt post-quantum cryptography in the protocols you use. For building the second realm, you need to be one of those idiots and stop sitting on your fucking hands. Okay, if you're a developer, it's time. All right. I don't care if it's not ready yet. It's ready. All right. Just do it. Just do it. The cost of implementing it is outweighed by the cost of not. So that's my building the second realm tip for quantum computing. For meshnets, your down to earth tip is that you're not going to see much everyday use for meshnets right now, but you can play around with it for fun. At the very least, you can install some like Reticulum stuff and just play around with it you can do it over the internet. Reticulum, Reticulum doesn't care how you're connecting to other nodes. It can be over the internet. So play around with it. For building the second realm, get your ass into, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXP2P. Get your ass into the PAZNIA anti-national security chat, where we may want to incubate in 2026, building a meshnet, or at least a monetization layer for an existing meshnet like Reticulum. And will that monetization layer be built with Holochain? I don't know. Maybe. Let's find out. Okay, get your ass into the fucking PAZNIA anti-national security chat. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXP2P. What else do we have here? That's it. Go fuck yourself. Have a happy new year, and let all acquaintance be forgot. Protect your cheese from the mice. Use humane traps to catch your mice, and romance them in a new PAZNIA visual novel coming out, where you'll be able to build different kinds of relationships with different mouse girls. Not all of them sexual necessarily. And, let us know in the chat, in the comments, who your favorite mouse girl is. So which girl's route did you pick in the mouse girl visual novel? If you want to ask anything or say anything about any of the tips I've given in the show, blah, 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 message me, VonuPodcast.com/CD. What else do I say at the end of an episode? I would like to plug my guest, me, Thane Riddle, the greatest privacy and security consultant in a world. In a world of the blind, the man with one eye is king. And that's me. Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD so that you can get my man in the middle's session ID and SimpleX address, and give me money, so that I can help you with all matters of privacy, security, and dumb jokes, and pedophile jokes, and pedophile rings. And I don't have a selected quote for you, but maybe I'll ad-lib a quote for you for the new year. How do you like this? Here it comes. Can one motherfucker change the world? I don't know. Can one spark start a fire that burns down the whole fucking woods? You know the answer, my friend. In fact, you know that when the time is right, the conditions are set, the forest is dry, it's the right heat, and all that shit. You might even say it's inevitable that some spark, if not this one, then that one, if not that one, then this one, some spark must start a fire. When it's time for the forest to burn, it will burn, and it will start small. Be that spark in 2026, boss. Be the spark that burns down the fucking woods and shit. This year-end Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still. Voluntaryist Academy with James Cordiner should be on soon. at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, followed by some more P.R.N. deprogramming. And at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, a new episode of the Vonu podcast will air with an interview Rayo2 did on the Anarchapulco channel for the upcoming Nonconformist series, where Rayo2 will give you a preview of the talk on mesh networking, which I helped him with and gave him like a little audio clip to put in it. After that, there will be a rerun of TVP 191, the one where Rayo2 spoke with Lily Forrester after the Anarchist HBO series and rebuilding her life after chaos. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Support PAZNIA, support the Second Realm this holiday season, featuring Thane Riddle.
Let's talk for a second about giving this Xmas season. We all give stuff to people sometimes, feeding and clothing the needy. We know that libertarians need to be watched very closely when it comes to giving to needy orphans. I will remind you that a thong does not count as clothing, and cat ears are a dubious choice unless at least they have earmuffs for warming the ears. Feeding needy children, libertarians are pedophiles. Watch out for them. Just accept their Monero donations, and that's it. Speaking of which, Second Realm projects need your funding. Okay, there are many ways to give this Xmas season. You can give Monero and cool shit like that to cool stuff. Okay, whether it be the good old-fashioned stuff or the less good old-fashioned stuff. Good timing. We've got PAZNIA.com/fund. That's PAZNIA.com/FUND. Emphasis on the FU. You'll find that it's a new page where we've got specific projects on PAZNIA that are seeking funding. We got PAZNIA Radio Network low bandwidth audio only feed needing to be funded. It doesn't take much to fund that. I think we're going to reach that goal. VPS for Mumble server so that we can have audio chat rooms and shit. VPS for PAZcraft. That's the PAZNIA mind test server, Luanti, whatever the hell they're calling it. It's kind of like Minecraft. That project's going along. Overall troubleshooting / upkeep. That's not a sexy item on the list, but it's a big one. PeerTube instance, which is like a video hosting thing. And they have an off-grid wellness shed at Veritas they're trying to fund. $5,000, it's pretty low, really, for what it is. They must have a lot of the gear already. And that's a big one. Don't let the big price tag on the wellness shed scare you off if you want to earmark your funds, because there are PAZNians, vetted PAZNians that can go to Veritas that need healthcare and that are fucked up with weird problems. Okay, that happens, and we need to invest more in our Second Realm healthcare. That's kind of a big deal, folks. It's kind of a big deal. There's other shit. You don't want to give us money. You think we're a bunch of lazy pieces of shit. And half your money is going to go to dabs for Rayo2. I assure you, he pays for them with his own parents' money. That's just a joke, kids. I don't know how he gets his money. He's probably selling pictures of his dog in precarious positions or whatever weird libertine things he's into. Don't ask me. I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But if you are interested in pictures of Naomi, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Monero community crowdfunding system. Ever heard of it? Monero CCS. This is another thing you could give to if you're interested in funding Monero development. There's 5 things needing funding right now. I see on ccs.getmonero.org/funding-required. We got VT Nerd working full time. We got we're researching bulletproofs. That's going to make shit more efficient and private and enable more features on Monero. Website redesign. V1.Q47 is doing a Russian localization of a Monero conference. Ever Odd and Even doing Monero Python maintenance. Cool stuff. Okay. There's also magicgrants.org. They do some other Monero shit. If you want to give to a charity that's not, because you're like, okay, yeah, I like funding second realm stuff, and that's cool and all, but I also want to actually, fund to normal ass charities or other projects, but just do it with Monero. You could check out kuno.an.media. That's kuno.anne.media. They, anyone can list their fucking fly-by-night scam charity project there, so check that out. And if you want to give to a normal ass charity, but you're like, oh, none of them take Monero, or they take crypto through Gemini, and it's fucking gay, why don't you try out silentdonor.com? They'll donate to a charity on your behalf. You give them Monero, you can tell them to donate to any charity. They support pretty much anything. You type it in. And I'm going to tell you again, because I have bias here. Don't forget us. Okay, boss, PAZNIA, give us money. Give us your money this Christmas season. For you, it's about giving. For us, it's about taking. Go to PAZNIA.com/fund. Give the gift of an honorary stakeholder membership to your dog this Xmas season. PAZNIA.com/Thane, THANE. If you want to donate to P.R.N, the PAZNIA radio network that you're listening to specifically, you could try xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio, or Zappathilly on Nostr. Your market for Thane if you want. Anyway.
Letters from Keon, aka SW from Samurai Wallet. Keon Rodriguez, also known as SW to the Vonu podcast, reported to prison on December 19th for a 5-year sentence. Bill, co-founder of Samurai, reported soon after. Herein, Keon writes up his first report from jail, essentially the first day and getting settled in. Credit goes to The Rage for publishing it. If you're unfamiliar with Bill and Keon's case, please visit the website billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. This is Letters from Keon.
Hello, reader. I am writing to you from the FPC Morgantown in West Virginia. I surrendered myself on December 19th to begin my 60-month, 5-year sentence. Surrendering yourself to prison is a fundamentally confusing and unnatural experience. On the one hand, you are grateful to have been given a little more time with your loved ones, and more time to prepare. You thankfully get to avoid the dreaded diesel therapy. This is when the BOP sends you all across the United States by bus or plane, spending a few weeks in different prison settings, with murderers, rapists, child molesters, and the like before arriving to your final designated institution.
Shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. Then, James Cordiner's Voluntaryist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA radio network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA radio network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo2, coordinator@PAZNIA.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Education Free and Compulsory by Murray N. Rothbard, published by the Ludwig von Mises Institute. And this work was originally published in the April and July through August 1971 issues of The Individualist. and then revised and published by the Center for Independent Education in 1979. This edition restores the original text. This is copywritten in 1999 by the Ludwig von Mises Institute. Preface. The central concern of social theory and policy in the new millennium should be to redefine fundamentally the role of the state in its relations to individuals, families, and communities. This must also include a rethinking of the means, methods, and institutions most suitable for the education of the child. What urgently requires correction is today's dramatic imbalance between families and the state. It is an imbalance that overwhelmingly favors the controlling power of the political sphere relative to that of parents and children to seek out educational settings that are best suited to the full educational development of the individual. What is at stake is nothing less than the very concept of what it means to live and thrive as a human being. Must people be controlled and coerced from the cradle by enormous political bureaucracies with preset agendas on who may teach and how, what we must learn and when? Or can people generally work out for themselves what is in their best interests and seek ways to make their interests consistent with the common good, rightly understood? Another way to put the question is framed up perfectly in Murray N. Rothbard's resplendent manifesto. Is education to be conducted in an institutional setting of freedom, or must it be compulsorily financed and administered? It is an old question that dates back to the very beginnings of political philosophy, but one that is rarely discussed today, though it becomes especially pertinent in this time of rising violence and declining values in our public educational institutions. To decide that government and not the family has the primary responsibility for overseeing the education of the child may, at first, appear to be a small concession. But as we have seen in this century, it is not easy, and may in fact be impossible, to rein in political power once it gains control over schooling. Since the early 1930s, when the federal and state government became more aggressively involved in education, control as 32, there were 128,000 school districts in the United States, while today there are less than 15,000. This shrinkage and centralization of decision-making has gone on at the same time our student population has grown to twice the size. This is to say nothing of the hundreds of billions of dollars taken from taxpayers and spent by local, state, and federal government on education, the result in which has been only to diminish the quality of their output. Moreover, and exactly as Rothbard predicted nearly 3 decades ago, these institutions are increasingly imposing politicized, standardized, one-size-fits-all curricula that neither accommodate individual strengths nor correct for individual weaknesses. Before, quote, Goals 2000, end quote, and its dubious predecessors, Rothbard foresaw the way in which schools are used to impose a political agenda that in turn seeks to reinforce political support for official institutions. Many years before the astonishing increase in homeschooling, he argued that the ideal education was one-on-one, supervised by the parent. Education continues to be one of the most politically charged issues in our national culture, and the conflicts over education in America are likely to grow more polarized so long as the political control grows even tighter. Indeed, for centuries, the political control of education has engendered social conflict and even led to civil wars and revolutions. Isn't it time this system be completely rethought along the lines Professor Rothbard discusses? I believe so. Despite all the talk about education reform now decades running, this debate has not yet begun, primarily because the topical boundaries have been too narrowly drawn. With his sweeping and unflinchingly radical rethinking of the very structure of educational institutions, Professor Rothbard shocks us out of our stupor and calls us toward the total reconceptualization that is more necessary than ever. That preface was written by Kevin Ryan, Emeritus Professor of Education, Director Center for the Advancement of Ethics and Character at Boston University. The individual's education. Every human infant comes into the world devoid of the faculties characteristic of fully developed human beings. This does not mean simply the ability to see clearly, to move around, to feed oneself, etc. Above all, it means he is devoid of reasoning power, the power that distinguishes man from animals. But the crucial distinction between the baby and other animals is that these powers, in particular the ability to reason, are potentially within him. The process of growing up is the process of development of the child's faculties. From a state of helplessness and incompetence, such as few newly born animals are burdened with, the infant grows up to the glory of the full stature of an adult. Because they are immediately apparent to the senses, it is easy to overestimate the purely physical nature of these changes. The baby's growth in height and weight, learning how to walk and talk, etc., may be viewed in terms of the isolated physical or muscular activities involved. The overwhelmingly important feature of the growing up process is mental, the development of mental powers, or perception and reason. The child using the new mental powers learns and acquires knowledge not only about the world around him, but also about himself. Thus, his learning to walk and talk in his direction of these powers depends upon his mental capacity to acquire this knowledge and to use it. As the child exercises his new reasoning, as well as muscular powers, these powers grow and develop, which in turn furnishes an impetus for the child's further exercise of these faculties. Specifically, the child learns about the world around him, other children and adults, and his own mental and physical powers. Every child coming into the world comes into a certain environment. This environment consists of physical things, natural and man-made, and other human beings with whom he comes in contact in various ways. It is this environment upon which he exercises his developing powers. His reasoning forms judgments about other people, about his relationships with them, and with the world in general. His reason reveals to him his own desires and his physical powers. In this way, the growing child, working with his environment, develops ends and discovers means to achieve them. His ends are based on his own personality, the moral principles he has concluded are best, and his aesthetic tastes. His knowledge of means is based on what he has learned is most appropriate. This body of quote-unquote theory, in which he believes, he has acquired with his reasoning powers, either from the direct experience of himself or others, or from logical deduction by himself or by others. When he finally reaches adulthood, he has developed his faculties to whatever extent he can and has acquired a set of values, principles, and scientific knowledge. This entire process of growing up, of developing all the facets of a man's personality, is his education. It is obvious that a person acquires his education in all activities of his childhood. All his waking hours are spent in learning in one form or another. It is clearly absurd to limit the term quote-unquote education to a person's formal schooling. He is learning all the time. He learns and forms ideas about other people, their desires and actions to achieve them, the world and the natural laws that govern it, and his own ends and how to achieve them. He formulates ideas on the nature of man and what his own and others' ends should be in light of this nature. This is a continual process, and it is obvious that formal schooling constitutes only an item in this process. In a fundamental sense, as a matter of fact, everyone is quote-unquote self-educated. A person's environment, physical or social, does not quote-unquote determine the ideas and knowledge with which he will emerge as an adult. It is a fundamental fact of human nature that a person's ideas are formed for himself. Others may influence them, but none can determine absolutely the ideas and values which the individual will adopt or maintain through life. Formal instruction. If everyone is constantly learning, and each child's life is his education, why the need for formal education? The need for formal instruction stems from the fact that a child's faculties are undeveloped and only potential, and that they need experience in order to develop. In order for this exercise to take place, the child needs the environmental materials on which he can operate and with which he can work. Now, it is clear that for a large segment of his general education, he does not need systematic, formal instruction. The space is almost always available for his physical faculties to develop and exercise. For this, no formal instruction is needed. If food and shelter are provided for him, he will grow physically without much instruction. His relationships with others, members of the family and outsiders, will develop spontaneously in the process of living. In all of these matters, a child will spontaneously exercise his faculties on these materials abundant in the world around him. Those precepts that are needed can be imparted relatively simply without need for systematic study. But there is one area of education where direct spontaneity and a few precepts will not suffice. This is the area of formal study, specifically the area of intellectual knowledge. That knowledge beyond the direct area of his daily life involves a far greater exercise of reasoning powers. This knowledge must be imparted by the use of observation and deductive reasoning, and such a body of thought takes a good deal of time to learn. Furthermore, it must be learned systematically, since reasoning proceeds in orderly, logical steps, organizing observation into a body of systematic knowledge. The child, lacking the observations and the developed reasoning powers, will never learn these subjects by himself alone, as he can other things. He could not observe and deduce them by his own unaided mental powers. He may learn them from the oral explanation of an instructor, or from the written testimony of books, or from a combination of both. The advantage of the book is that it can set forth the subject fully and systematically. The advantage of the teacher is that, in addition to previous knowledge from the book, he knows and deals with the child directly, and can explain the salient and unclear points. Generally, it has been found that a combination of book and teacher is best for formal instruction. Formal instruction, therefore, deals with the body of knowledge on certain definite subjects. These subjects are, first of all, reading, so that the child has a superb tool for future acquisition of knowledge, and as a latter corollary, the various language arts such as spelling and grammar. Writing is another powerful key in the child's mental development. After these tools are mastered, instruction naturally proceeds in logical development. Reading to be spent on such subjects as the world's natural laws. Natural science is another way to say it. The record of man's development, his ends and actions, such as history and geography, and later the moral sciences of human behavior, like economics, politics, philosophy, and psychology, and man's imaginative studies of man, like literature. Writing branches out into essays on these various subjects and into composition. A third of elementary tool of great power is arithmetic, beginning with simple numbers and leading up to more developed branches of mathematics. Of these fundamental subjects, reading is the first importance, and for this, learning of the alphabet is the primary and logical tool. It has become fashionable to deride stress of the quote-unquote 3 R's, but it is obvious that they are of enormous importance. That the sooner they are thoroughly learned, the sooner the child will be able to absorb the vast area of knowledge that constitutes the great heritage of human civilization. They are the keys that unlock the doors of human knowledge and the doors to the flowering and development of the child's mental powers. It is also clear that the only necessity and use for systematic formal teaching arises in these technical subjects, since knowledge, there is clearly no need for formal instruction in quote-unquote how to play, in quote getting along with the group, end quote, in quote selecting a dentist, end quote, and the multitude of similar quote-unquote courses given in quote modern education, end quote. And since there is no need for formal teaching in physical or directly spontaneous areas, there is no need for instruction in quote physical education, end quote, or in finger painting. Human diversity and individual instruction. One of the most important facts about human nature is the great diversity amongst individuals. Of course, there are certain broad characteristics, physical and mental, which are common to all human beings. But more than any other species, individual men are distinct and separate individuals. Not only is each fingerprint unique, each personality is unique as well. Each person is unique in his tastes, interests, abilities, and chosen activities. Animal activities, routine, and guided by instinct, tend to be uniform and alike. Human individuals, despite similarities in ends and values, despite mutual influences, tend to express the unique imprint of the individual's own personality. The development of individual variety tends to be both the cause and the effect of the progress of civilization. As civilization progresses, there is more opportunity for the development of a person's reasoning and tastes in a growing variety of fields. And from such opportunities comes the advancement of knowledge and progress, which in turn add to the society's civilization. Furthermore, it is the variety of individual interests and talents that permits the growth of specialization and division of labor, on which civilized economies depend. As the Reverend George Harris expressed it, savagery is uniformity. The principal distinctions are sex, age, size, and strength. Savages think alike or not at all, and converse, therefore, in monosyllables. There is scarcely any variety, only a horde of men, women, and children. The next higher stage, which is called barbarism, is marked by increased variety of functions. There is some division of labor, some interchange of thought, better leadership, more intellectual and aesthetic cultivation. The highest stage, which is called civilization, shows the greatest degree of specialization. Distinct functions become more numerous. Mechanical, commercial, educational, scientific, political, and artistic occupations multiply. The rudimentary societies are characterized by the likeness of equality. The developed societies are marked by the unlikeliness of inequality or variety. As we go down, monotony. As we go up, variety. As we go down, persons are more alike. As we go up, persons are more unlike. It certainly seems as though the approach to equality is decline towards the conditions of savagery, and as though variety is an advance toward higher civilization. Certainly, then, if progress is to be made by added satisfactions, there must be even more variety of functions, new and finer differentiations of training and pursuits. Every step of progress means the addition of a human factor that is in some way unlike all existing factors. The progress of civilization, then, must be an increasing diversification of the individuals that compose society. There must be articulation of each new invention and art, of fresh knowledge, and of broader application of moral principles. With the development of civilization and individual diversity, there is less and less area of identical uniformity, and therefore less quote-unquote equality. Only robots on the assembly line or blades of grass can be considered as completely equal, as being identical with respect to all of their attributes. The fewer attributes that two organisms have in common, the less they are quote-unquote equal, and the more they are unequal. Civilized human beings, therefore, are unequal in most of their personalities. This fact of inequality in tastes and in ability and character is not necessarily an invidious distinction. It simply reflects the scope of human diversity. It is evident that the common enthusiasm for equality is, in the fundamental sense, anti-human. It tends to repress the flowering of individual personality and diversity in civilization itself. It is a drive towards savage uniformity. Since abilities and interests are naturally diverse, a drive toward making people equal in all or most respects is necessarily a leveling downward. It is a drive against development of talent, genius, variety, and reasoning power, since it negates the very principles of human life and human growth. The creed of equality and uniformity is a creed of death and destruction. There is a sense, however, in which equality among men is sensible and beneficial. Each individual should have the freest possible scope for the development of his faculties and his personality. In order to have this scope, he must have freedom from violence against him. Violence can only repress and destroy human growth and endeavor, and neither can reason and creativity function under an atmosphere of coercion. If each person has equal defense against violence, this, quote, equality before the law, end quote, will permit him to maximize his potentialities. Since each person is a unique individual, it is clear that the best type of formal instruction is that type which is suited to his own particular individuality. Each child has different intelligence, aptitudes, and interests. Therefore, the best choice of pace, timing, variety, and manner, and of the courses of instruction will differ widely from one child to another. One child is best suited in interests and ability for an intensive course of arithmetic 3 times a week, followed 6 months later by a similar course in reading. Another may require a brief period of several courses. A third may need a lengthy period of instruction in reading, etc. Given the formal, systematic courses of instruction, there is an infinite variety of pace and combination which may be most suitable for each particular child. It is obvious, therefore, that the best type of instruction is individual instruction. Of course, where one teacher instructs one pupil is clearly by far the best type of course. It is only under such conditions that human potentialities can develop to their greatest degree. It is clear that the formal school, characterized by classes in which one teacher instructs many children, is an immensely inferior system. Since each child differs from the other in interests and ability, and the teacher can only teach one thing at a time, it is evident that every school class must cast all the instructions into one uniform mold. Regardless how the teacher instructs, at what pace, timing, or variety, he is doing violence to each and every one of those children. Any schooling involves misfitting each child into a Procrustean bed of unsuitable uniformity. What then shall we say of laws imposing compulsory schooling on every child? These laws are endemic in the Western world. In those places where private schools are allowed, they must all meet standards of instruction imposed by the government. Yet the injustice of imposing any standards of instruction should be clear. Some children are duller and should be instructed at a slower pace. The bright children require a rapid pace to develop their faculties. Furthermore, many children are very apt in one subject and very dull in another. They should certainly be permitted to develop themselves in their best subjects and drop the poor ones. Whatever the standards that the government imposes for instruction, injustice is done to all. To the dullards who cannot absorb any instruction, to those with different sets of aptitudes in different subjects, to the bright children whose minds would like to be off and winging in more advanced courses, but who must wait until the dullards are hounded once again. Similarly, any pace that the teacher set in class wreaks an injustice on almost all. On the dull who cannot keep up, and on the bright who lose interest in precious chances to develop their great potential. Obviously, the worst injustice is the prevention of parental teaching of their own children. Parental instruction conforms to the ideal arrangement. It is, first of all, individualized instruction, the teacher dealing directly with the unique child and addressing himself to his capabilities and interests. Second, what people can know the aptitudes and personalities of the child better than his own parents. Parents' daily familiarity with and love for their children renders them uniquely qualified to give the children the formal instruction necessary. Here the child receives individual attention for his own personality. No one is as qualified as the parent to know how much or at what pace he should teach the child, what the child's requirements are for freedom or guidance, etc. Almost all parents are qualified to teach their children, particularly in the elementary subjects. Those who are not so qualified in the subjects can hire individual tutors for their children. Tutors may also be hired where the parents do not have the time to devote to the formal instruction of the children. Whether or not they themselves should do the teaching or which tutor is best for their children is best determined under the overall supervision of the parents directly. The parents can determine the progress of the child, the daily effect of the tutor on the child, etc. In addition to parental instruction and tutorial instruction, the parents can send the children to private schools. This alternative, however, is not as satisfactory because of the necessary lack of individual instruction and individual pacing. There are classes with many children, set times for courses, set grades, etc. The only reason for schools instead of individual instruction is the economic one, that the price of individual tutoring is prohibitive for most parents. Consequently, they must adopt the only practical alternative of mass tutoring, where the teacher instructs many children at the same time. It is clear that such private schools are an inferior solution to individual instruction. Whichever pace the teacher sets, an injustice is done to many of the children. If the state enforces certain quote-unquote standards on the private schools, a far worse crime against the children is committed. For if the parents' selection of instruction is completely free and unhampered by state coercion, they, knowing and loving the child best, will be able to select the best type of instruction that they can afford. If they hire tutors, they will choose the most competent for their child. If they can select any type of private school, they will select the type which is best suited for their child. The advantages of the unlimited development of private schools is that there will tend to be developed on the free market a different type of school for each type of demand. Schools will tend to be developed especially for bright children, for average children, and for dull ones, for those with broad aptitudes, and for those for whom it would be best to specialize, etc. But if the state decrees that there may be no schools which do not, for example, teach arithmetic, it would mean that those children who may be bright in other subjects but have little or no aptitude for arithmetic will have to be subjected to needless suffering. The state's imposition of uniform standards does grave violation to the diversity of human tastes and abilities. The effect of the state's compulsory schooling laws is not only to repress the growth of specialized, partly individualized private schools for the needs of various types of children. It also prevents the education of the child by the people who, in many respects, are best qualified, his parents. The effect is also to force into schools children who have little or no aptitude for instruction at all. It so happens that among the variety of human ability, there is a large number of subnormal children who are not receptive to instruction, whose reasoning capacity is not too great. To force these children to be exposed to schooling, as the state does almost everywhere, is a criminal offense to their natures. Without the ability to learn systematic subjects, they must either sit and suffer while others learn, or the bright and average students must be held back greatly in their development while these children are pressured to learn. In any case, the instruction has almost no effect on these children, many of whose hours of life are simply wasted because of the state's decree. If these hours were spent in simple, direct experience which they were better able to absorb, there is no question that they would be healthier children and adults as a result. But to dragoon them into a school for a formative decade of their lives, to force them to attend classes in which they have no interest or ability, is to warp their entire personalities. The parent or the state. The key issue in the entire discussion is simply this: shall the parent or the state be the overseer of the child? An essential feature of human life is that, for many years, the child is relatively helpless, that his powers of providing for himself mature late. Until these powers are fully developed, he cannot act completely for himself as a responsible individual. He must be under tutelage. This tutelage is a complex and difficult task. From an infancy of complete dependence and subjection to adults, the child must grow up gradually to the status of an independent adult. The question is under whose guidance and virtual quote-unquote ownership the child should be, his parents or the state's. There is no third or middle ground in this issue. Some party must control, and no one suggests that some individual third party have authority to seize the child and rear it. It is obvious that the natural state of affairs is for the parents to have charge of the child. The parents are the literal producers of the child, and the child is in the most intimate relationship to them that any person can be to one another. Parents have ties of family affection to the child. The parents are interested in the child as an individual and are the most likely to be interested and familiar with his requirements and personality. Finally, if one believes at all in a free society where each one owns himself and his own productions, it is obvious that his own child, one of the most precious products, also comes under his charge. The only logical alternative to parental quote-unquote ownership of the child is for the state to seize the infant from the parents and to rear it completely itself. To any believer in freedom, this must seem a monstrous step indeed. In the first place, the rights of the parents are completely violated, their own loving product seized from them to be subjected to the will of strangers. In the second place, the rights of the child are violated, for he grows up in subjection to the unloving hands of the state, with little regard for his individual personality. Furthermore, and this is a most important consideration, for each person to be quote-unquote educated, to develop his faculties to the fullest, he needs freedom for this development. We have seen above that freedom from violence is essential to the development of a man's reason and personality. But the state's very being rests on violence, on compulsion. As a matter of fact, the very feature that distinguishes the state from other individuals and groups is that the state has the only legal power to use violence. In contrast to all other individuals and organizations, the state issues decrees which must be obeyed at the risk of suffering prison or the electric chair. The child would have to grow up under the wings of an institution resting on violence and restriction. What sort of peaceful development could take place under such auspices? Furthermore, it is inevitable that the state would impose uniformity on the teaching of charges. Not only is uniformity more congenial to the bureaucratic temper and easier to enforce, this would be almost inevitable where collectivism has supplanted individualism. With collective state ownership of the children replacing individual ownership in rights, it is clear that the collective principle would be enforced in teachings as well. Above all, what would be taught in this doctrine of obedience to the state itself. For tyranny is not really congenial to the spirit of man, who requires freedom for his full development. Therefore, techniques of inculcating reverence for despotism and other types of quote-unquote thought control are bound to emerge. Instead of spontaneity, diversity, and independent men, there would emerge a race of passive, sheep-like followers of the state. Since they would be only incompletely developed, they would be only half alive. It might be said that no one is contemplating such monstrous measures. Even communist Russia did not go as far as to impose a quote-unquote communism of children, even though it did almost everything else to eliminate freedom. The point is, however, that this is the logical goal of the statists in education. The issue which has been joined in the past and in the present is, shall there be a free society with parental control or a despotism with state control? We shall see the logical development of the idea of state encroachment and control. America, for example, began for the most part with a system of either completely private or with philanthropic schools. Then, in the 19th century, the concept of public education changed subtly until everybody was urged to go to the public school, and private schools were accused of being divisive. Finally, the state imposed compulsory education on the people, either forcing children to go to public schools or else setting up an arbitrary standards for private schools. Parental instruction was frowned on, thus the state has been warring with parents for control of their children. Not only has there been a trend toward increased state control, but the effects of this have been worsened by the very system of equality before the law that appears in political life. There has been the growth of a passion for equality in general. The result has been a tendency to regard every child as equal to every other child, as deserving equal treatment, and to impose complete uniformity in the classroom. Formerly, this had tended to be set at the average level of the class, but this being frustrating to the dullest, who, however, must be kept at the same level as others in the name of equality and democracy, the teaching tends more and more to be set at the lowest levels. We shall see that since the state began to control education, its evident tendency has been more and more to act in such a manner as to promote repression and hindrance of education, rather than the true development of the individual. Its tendency has been for compulsion, for enforced equality at the lowest level, for the watering down of the subject and even the abandonment of all formal teaching, for the inculcation of obedience to the state and to the quote-unquote group, rather than the development of self-independence, for the depreciation of intellectual subjects. And finally, it is the drive of the state and its minions for power that explains the quote-unquote modern education, creed of quote education of the whole child, end quote, and making the school a quote slice of life, end quote, where the individual plays, adjusts to groups, etc. The effect of this, as well as all the other measures, is to repress any tendency for the development of reasoning powers and individual independence, to try to usurp in various ways the quote unquote educational function, apart from formal instruction, of the home and friends, and to try to mold the quote unquote whole child in the desired paths. Thus, quote unquote modern education has abandoned the school functions of formal instructions in favor of molding the total personality, both to enforce equality of learning at the level of the least educable and to usurp the general educational role of home and other influences as much as possible. Since no one will accept outright state quote unquote communization of children, even in communist Russia, it is obvious that state control has to be achieved more silently and subtly. For anyone who is interested in the dignity of human life and the progress and development of the individual in a free society, the choice between parental and state control over the children is clear. Is there then to be no state interference whatever in the relations between parent and child? Suppose that the parents aggress upon and mutilate the child. Are we to permit this? If not, where are we to draw the line? The line can be simply drawn. The state can adhere strictly to the function of defending everyone from the aggressive violence of everyone else. This will include children as well as adults, since children are potential adults and future free men. Simple failure to quote-unquote educate, or rather instruct, is no grounds whatever for interference. The difference between these cases was succinctly put by Herbert Spencer. No cause for such state interposition can be shown until the children's rights have been violated, and that their rights are not violated by neglect of their education, actually instruction. For what we call rights are merely arbitrary subdivisions of the general liberty to exercise the faculties, and that only can be called an infringement of rights which actually diminishes this liberty, cuts off a previously existing power to pursue the object of desire. Now, the parent who is careless of a child's education does not do this. the liberty to exercise faculties is left intact. Omitting instruction in no way takes from a child's freedom to do whatsoever it wills in the best way it can. And this freedom is all that equity demands. Every aggression, be it remembered, every infraction of rights is necessarily active, whilst every neglect, carelessness, omission is as necessarily passive. Consequently, however wrong the non-performance of a parental duty may be, does not amount to a breach of the law of equal freedom and cannot therefore be taken cognizance of by the state. Children's associations. Another powerful argument against compulsory education, one which is generally overlooked, is that if instruction is compulsory and the parent cannot afford to send his children to a private school or tutor and is prevented from instructing the children himself, he must send his child to a public school. And the public school will be most of the others who would not be there were it not for the universal compulsory law. This includes subnormal, uneducable children and various types of juvenile delinquents and hoodlums. Whereas the parents who would prefer not to send the child to formal schooling, rather than to compel him to associate with these vicious types, the state forces him to do so, with incalculably evil consequences to innocent children. Removed for part of the day from the care and supervision of the parent, the child is compelled to associate with vicious companions and might even be influenced by them to join juvenile gangs, adopt drug addictions, etc. These are not exaggerated evils, as any reader of the current press knows, but true to the common hatred of individual superiority and distinction, the passion for leveling and enforced equality proclaims, "This is good. Let every child be forced to learn about quote unquote life and be forced to associate with the lowest types of humanity." The envy and hatred toward the potentially better and superior child is apparent in this position and underlies the argument for enforced equality and consequent suppression of superior individuality. Compulsory versus free education. The Reverend George Harris described the effects of compulsory education in imposing uniformity and enforced equality soon after the establishment of compulsion. He described it as, education is already so generally provided in America and other countries, 1897, that, without forecasting imaginary conditions, there is no difficulty in seeing how much equality is given by that opportunity. The same amount of time is given to all. The same courses are prescribed for all. The same teachers are appointed to all. The opportunity is not merely open, it is forced upon all. Even under a socialist program, it is difficult to imagine any arrangement for providing the education which all are supposed to need more nearly equal than the existing system of public schools. Even Mr. Bellamy, a prominent totalitarian socialist of the day, finds schools in the year 2000 AD modeled after those of the 19th century. All things are changed except the schools. Behind 50 desks exactly alike, 50 boys and girls are seated to recite a lesson prescribed to all. But the algebra is not an opportunity for the boy who has no turn for mathematics. Indeed, the more nearly equal the opportunity outwardly, the more unequal it is really. When the same instruction for the same number of hours a day by the same teachers is provided for 50 boys and girls, the majority have almost no opportunity at all. The bright scholars are held back. The dull scholars are unable to keep up. Average scholars are discouraged because the brighter pupils accomplish their tasks so easily. In the 1940s, the English writer and critic Herbert Reed emphasized the diversity of man by pointing out the quote-unquote psychological objection to a compulsory, quote, national system of education, end quote. He said, mankind is naturally differentiated into many types, and to press all these types into the same mold must inevitably lead to distortions and repressions. Schools should be of many kinds, following different methods and catering for different dispositions. It might be argued that even a totalitarian state must recognize this principle, but the truth is that differentiation is an organic process. The spontaneous and roving associations of individuals for particular purposes. To divide and segregate is not the same as to join and aggregate. It is just the opposite process. The whole structure of education as the natural process we have envisaged falls to pieces if we attempt to make that structure artificial. The great philosopher Herbert Spencer pointed out the despotism inherent in compulsory education. He said, "For what is meant by saying that a government ought to educate the people? Why should they be educated? What is the education for? Clearly to fit the people for social life, to make them good citizens. And who is to say what are good citizens? The government. There is no other judge. And who is to say how these good citizens may be made? The government. There is no other judge. Hence, the proposition is convertible into this: a government ought to mold children to good citizens. It must first form for itself a definite conception of a pattern citizen, and, having done this, must elaborate such system of discipline as seems best calculated to produce citizens after that pattern. This system of discipline it is bound to enforce to the uttermost, for if it does otherwise, it allows men to become different from what in its judgment they should become, and therefore fails in that duty it is charged to fulfill." Mrs. Isabel Patterson brilliantly sums up the tyranny of compulsory state education and the superiority of free choice of private education. She said, "Political control is, by its nature, bound to legislate against statements of both facts and opinion in prescribing a school curriculum in the long run. The most exact and demonstrable scientific knowledge will certainly be objectionable to political authority at some point, because it will expose the folly of such authority and its vicious effects. Nobody would be permitted to show the nonsensical absurdity of, quote, dialectical materialism, end quote, in Russia by logical examination. And if the political authority is deemed competent to control education, that must be the outcome in any country. Educational texts are necessarily selective in subject matter, language, and point of view. Where teaching is conducted by private schools, there will be a considerable variation in different schools. The parents must judge what they want their children taught by the curriculum offered. Then each must strive for objective truth. Nowhere will there be any inducement to teach the, quote, supremacy of the state, end quote, as a compulsory philosophy. But every politically controlled educational system will inculcate the doctrine of state supremacy sooner or later, whether as the divine right of kings or the, quote, will of the people, end quote, in, quote unquote, democracy. Once that doctrine has been accepted, it becomes an almost superhuman task to break the stranglehold of the political power over the life of the citizen. It has had his body, property, and mine in its clutches from infancy. An octopus would sooner release its prey. A tax-supported compulsory educational system is the complete model of the totalitarian state. Here, we must add that, in the current system, the state has found a way in the United States to induce the private schools to teach state supremacy without outlawing private schools, as in some other countries. By enforcing certification for minimum standards, the state effectively, though subtly, dominates the private schools and makes them, in effect, extensions of the public school system. Only removal of compulsory schooling and enforced standards will free the private schools and permit them to function in independence." Mrs. Patterson deals succinctly with the problem of compulsory education and literacy. She says, "But would not some children remain illiterate? They might, as some do now, and as they did in the past. The United States has had one president who did not learn to read and write until after he was not only a grown man, but married and earning his own living. The truth is that in a free country, anyone who remains illiterate might as well be left so. Although simple literacy is not a sufficient education in itself, but the elementary key to an indispensable part of education in civilization. But that further education and civilization cannot be obtained at all under full political control of the schools. It is possible only to a certain frame of mind in which knowledge is pursued voluntarily." And Mrs. Patterson answers teachers and educators who would tend to reply in epithets to her criticism. Do you think nobody would willingly entrust his children to you to pay you for teaching them? Why do you have to collect your pupils by compulsion? One of the best ways of regarding the problem of compulsory education is to think of the almost exact analogy of the area of that other great educational medium, the newspaper. What would we think of a proposal for the government, federal or state, to use the taxpayers' money to set up a nationwide chain of public newspapers and compel all people, or all children, to read them? What would we think furthermore of the government's outlawing all other newspapers, or indeed outlawing all newspapers that do not come up to the quote unquote standards of what a government commission thinks children ought to read? Such a proposal would be generally regarded with horror in America. And yet, this is exactly the sort of regime that the government has established in the sphere of scholastic instruction. Compulsory public presses would be considered an invasion of the basic freedom of the press. Yet it is not scholastic freedom at least as important as press freedom. Aren't both vital media for public information and education, for free inquiry, and the search for truth? It is clear that the suppression of free instruction should be regarded with even greater horror than suppression of free press, since here the unformed minds of children are involved. Hey, everybody, thank you for tuning in. I'm James Cordiner, and I really hope that that information helps you out a lot. You know what would help me out a lot is if you hit that like button, you subscribe to the YouTube channel, and if you come over to voluntaryistacademy.com and sign up for the newsletter. Every week it comes out, and I assemble the week's podcasts, the week's news articles, everything that I've taken in to help me intellectually defend myself against all of the propaganda out there that is trying to convince me that it's okay for people to steal my freedom from me. So I'm hoping to help you do the same. But in order to do that, you have to take it upon yourself to come over to voluntaryistacademy.com and sign up for that newsletter. And while you're at voluntaryistacademy.com, get yourself over to the other videos and enjoy them as well. So thank you very much for tuning in. And while you're on your way out, just remember one thing: you own yourself. Period. No one else owns you. I don't own you. You don't own me. I can't make you do stuff against your will. You're not allowed to make me do stuff against my will. And with those ideas in mind, if we can really apply them to our actions, we can certainly make the world a better place. I love you all. Peace out.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Letters from Keon, aka SW from Samurai Wallet. Keon Rodriguez, also known as SW to the Vonu podcast, reported to prison on December 19th for a 5-year sentence. Bill, co-founder of Samurai, reported soon after. Herein, Keon writes up his first report from jail, essentially the first day and getting settled in. Credit goes to The Rage for publishing it. If you're unfamiliar with Bill and Keon's case, please visit the website billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. This is Letters from Keon.
Hello, reader. I am writing to you from the FPC Morgantown in West Virginia. I surrendered myself on December 19th to begin my 60-month, 5-year sentence. Surrendering yourself to prison is a fundamentally confusing and unnatural experience. On the one hand, you are grateful to have been given a little more time with your loved ones, and more time to prepare. You thankfully get to avoid the dreaded diesel therapy. This is when the BOP sends you all across the United States by bus or plane, spending a few weeks in different prison settings, with murderers, rapists, child molesters, and the like before arriving to your final designated institution. All the while, because you are unable to take classes, you are not earning the possible credits needed to reduce your sentence and come in on your own terms. On the other hand, turning yourself into be incarcerated tugs against every fundamentally primal instinct we have as human beings. The absolutely surreal memory of driving myself to the prison, My wife is my trusted passenger, riding together like we have done so many times before. We both enjoy a banal conversation about the weather that day, snow, rain, and hail all in one drive, to try and mask the fact that I am on my way to give up my liberty, to say goodbye to our family, to begin a long period of incarceration. It is perverse. At around 1 p.m. on December 19th, I pulled into the visitors' parking lot. I hugged and kissed my beautiful wife for the last time and walked in the freezing wind and rain to my new home for the foreseeable future. The officer who met me at the gate was a kindly person. He offered to let me stand in the gatehouse to avoid the blistering cold. He performed a breathalyzer and tried to make me feel at ease with some friendly and casual conversation. A second officer eventually showed up. He searched me, counted the money I brought in with me. Bringing in cash was a big mistake I would soon learn, and eventually escorted me into the intake section of the facility. On the way to the intake section, the guard stated matter-of-factly that it would take until after Christmas for my cash to appear on my books, meaning no phone calls and no shopping for over a week. Ah, great. Overall, the intake process was quick and efficient. The corrections officers, COs, and support staff were all professional, some were cordial, some others were even friendly. I had worn in plain gray sweatpants and a plain gray sweatshirt in the small chance that the intake COs would let me bring those items inside the prison with me. Unfortunately, they did not. I was instructed to strip off the clothes until I was fully naked. The clothes were thrown into a plastic bag to be discarded or destroyed. After inspecting my cock, balls, and asshole, sorry, but it is what happened, the CO handed me an oversized pair of khaki pants, a brown shirt with suspicious bleach stains across the front, and a pair of cheap blue slip-on shoes. After getting dressed, scream newbie, to everyone who encountered me, I was instructed to meet several members of staff. This was psychology. I mistook the psychologist for another inmate going through intake. A big man, mean-looking, a long scraggly beard down to his chest. If you told me he was on the last 5 years of a 30-year bid, I would have said of course he is. Anyway, he was the psychologist I was instructed to meet. His concern was primarily my mental health and if I was suicidal or not. Like every other member of staff, he was respectful and professional. I was then instructed to meet with the physician's assistant to be medically cleared. Besides a TB test and DNA collection by use of an inner cheek swab, this was as average of a medical exam as one would find in a school nurse's office. Once I was through the merry-go-round of clearances I needed to obtain before entering the general population, I was introduced to the first inmate I had encountered today. Shane is an orderly who helps introduce new inmates to their new home. Average height, average build, probably a very friendly Irish face and rosy cheeks. Frankly, he is the perfect person for this role. Shane had collected a jacket, hat, and gloves for me. He was carrying a pillow and bedroll for me. I was carrying a large plastic bag with 2 spare sets of intake uniform, 2 sheets, 2 towels, 2 washcloths, 2 boxers, 2 pairs of toilet paper roll, and a small plastic bag filled with basic toiletries. It was explained to me that because I was ordered to surrender on a Friday, I would not get to laundry for a proper uniform until Monday. So, I would stick out like a sore thumb until then. Combined with the complications of depositing money onto my account due to a Friday plus holiday surrender, it really felt like another farewell gift from Judge Coate, who got to turn the screw against me one final time. Shane pointed out each building on the campus while I tried to keep up with him and retain all this information. I was to be housed in the Bates unit. Apparently this is good fortune because Alexander unit is filled with rowdy reprobates and has no air conditioning. I will be housed within the B wing of Bates unit, which is apparently where they put all the newcomers and younger guys. Older guys and more experienced inmates get assigned to a wing which is a little quieter. As we passed every inmate, unmistakable in their khaki uniform and green jacket, Shane greeted them by name. They all returned the greeting earnestly. After what felt like 12 left turns, we arrived in the B wing, to bunk 25. I was introduced to my cellmate, or Sully Mike, who I was told only arrived here a week ago from a camp in Lexington. Mike is easily 280 to 290 pounds, so he clearly had the bottom bunk. I would take the top bunk. Trying to take in the sights, sounds, and smells, I noted that I may have been lucky to get Mike as a cellie. His cell was fairly tidy, he seemed mature and respectful. I felt at ease with Mike, which is a good thing to feel when you are going to be living with someone in such close quarters. Once Shane dropped me off at bunk 25, he was off. I was left standing like a deer in the headlights. Nearly immediately Mike was handing me some cup-o noodle chicken soups and a water bottle. I didn't know if this was some sort of loan that would need to be paid back or what, but as I had literally nothing but the newbie uniform, I took the handout and made a note to repay him when possible. Then from across the aisle, Dave introduced himself, on the outside a former family doctor, on the inside a jovial older man always cracking dry sarcastic jokes, and handed me a can of Coke, some Mrs. Field's chocolate chip cookies, some more cup-o noodles and some other goodies. This procession of introductions and offering of gifts continued for nearly half an hour. It became clear these weren't loans to be repaid but acts of kindness by gentlemen who remembered what their first night in prison was like, and who presumably were helped by someone in a way they are now passing on to me. Eventually word had got around the camp they call the gossip network inmate.com that a new guy arrived. Soon I had visitors from other wings in the Bates unit. One gentleman had an entire collection of sweatshirts and sweatpants. He sized me up and handed me a pair as well as some short sleeve and long sleeve gray shirts. Finally he looked at my feet, taking note of the cheap flat slip-ons that they give you during intake, asked my shoe size. I told him 12.5. After some rummaging he found a pair of sneakers size 11 and handed them to me. He explained that when someone leaves, either to go home or a transfer to a new institution, he collects the clothing they leave behind, he washes it, and then stores it to hand out to newbies with nothing, otherwise they will be scooped up by less altruistic characters and be sold in the underground economy. Saying our goodbyes and expressing my sincere gratitude to be able to get out of the uncomfortable temporary uniform and into something way more comfortable, I met another prisoner, Omar, a very friendly former pulmonary specialist in his 70s, one of several practicing Muslims and one of several highly skilled doctors. He provided me some toiletries, a bag of instant of his friends, mostly doctors and highly educated scientists. Once dinner was called, we made the 10-minute walk from Bates unit to the chow hall. They were serving lasagna, which was surprisingly good and offered in a generous portion size. It was served with a side of iceberg lettuce and boiled spinach. The lettuce was fine with the bright orange-colored, and expired, French dressing that was offered in small packets. The boiled spinach needed salt and was quite difficult to eat. It seemed like I had just sat down to eat when they called over the intercom that dinner was now closed. I will need to eat much quicker than I am used to. When I returned to my bunk I met another neighbor, Hassan, a young Muslim, well-groomed, fit, tidy and friendly. He introduced himself, gifted me a white cotton t-shirt and a pair of gray gym shorts. I hung around on my bunk, not really knowing what to do. I knew there would be a final count where we need to stand up silently by our beds and be counted by guards at 9 p.m., which would then be lights out until the morning. I frankly was very tired and wished I could go to sleep right then, but I forced myself to stay awake until after the 9 p.m. count occurred. Thankfully they turned the lights off right after the count. After brushing my teeth I climbed into the bunk, ready to call it a night. No one else was on that schedule, however, and the housing unit was wide awake, loud, and buzzing with activity. I would have to get used to the noise. Eventually I fell asleep. I slept fairly well, but woke up early around 2:30 a.m. Thanking God that Omar had gifted me coffee, I enjoyed a hot cup when I woke up and throughout the morning. Over the next several days I would meet new people, learn new tactics for surviving this very alien environment, and make several new friends along the way. While not at all comfortable, it is manageable. While I rather be at home with my wife and family, there are far worse places I could have ended up. I am thankful that all the prisoners here are respectful and downright friendly. I am thankful that the staff and COs seem to also be respectful, provided you don't give them a reason not to be. This letter recounts the first day on the inside, December 19th. As I write this it is December 24th, Christmas Eve. Tomorrow will be the 7th day I have spent in FPC Morgantown. I will be having my first visitor, my wife. I am beyond excited to see her. I will continue writing the story as it happens and as I am able. Keon Rodriguez.
You've just heard Letters from Keon, a coming somewhat regular installment to the PAZNIA radio network. Though, we at P.R.N. would love for the series to die following a full pardon. Nonetheless, if you're unfamiliar with the Samurai Wallet case or just want to learn more, please visit billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. Support PAZNIA, support the Second Realm this holiday season, featuring Thane Riddle.
Let's talk for a second about giving this Xmas season. We all give stuff to people sometimes, feeding and clothing the needy. We know that libertarians need to be watched very closely when it comes to giving to needy orphans. I will remind you that a thong does not count as clothing, and cat ears are a dubious choice unless at least they have earmuffs for warming the ears. Feeding needy children, libertarians are pedophiles. Watch out for them. Just accept their Monero donations, and that's it. Speaking of which, Second Realm projects need your funding. Okay, there are many ways to give this Xmas season. And give Monero and cool shit like that to cool stuff. Okay, whether it be the good old-fashioned stuff or the less good old-fashioned stuff. Good timing. We've got PAZNIA.com/fund. That's PAZNIA.com/FUND. Emphasis on the FU. You'll find that it's a new page where we've got specific projects on PAZNIA that are seeking funding. We got PAZNIA Radio Network, low bandwidth audio only feed needing to be funded. It doesn't take much to fund that. I think we're going to reach that goal. VPS for Mumble server so that we can have audio chat rooms and shit. VPS for PAZcraft. That's the PAZNIA mind test server, Luanti, whatever the hell they're calling it. It's kind of like Minecraft. That project's going along. Overall troubleshooting / upkeep. That's not a sexy item on the list, but it's a big one. PeerTube instance, which is like a video hosting thing. And they have an off-grid wellness shed at Veritas they're trying to fund. $5,000, it's pretty low, really, for what it is. They must have a lot of the gear already. And that's a big one. Don't let the big price tag on the wellness shed scare you off if you want to earmark your funds, because there are PAZNIans, vetted PAZNIans that can go to Veritas that need healthcare and that are fucked up with weird problems. Okay, that happens, and we need to invest more in our Second Realm healthcare. That's kind of a big deal, folks. It's kind of a big deal. There's other shit. You don't want to give us money. You think we're a bunch of lazy pieces of shit. And half of your money is going to go to Dabs for Rayo 2. I assure you, he pays for them with his own parents' money. That's just a joke, kids. I don't know how he gets his money. He's probably selling pictures of his dog in precarious positions or whatever weird libertine things he's into. Don't ask me. I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But if you are interested in pictures of Naomi, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Monero community crowdfunding system. Ever heard of it? Monero CCS. This is another thing you could give to if you're interested in funding Monero development. There's 5 things needing funding right now. I see on ccs.getmonero.org/funding-required. We got VT Nerd working full time. We got we're researching bulletproofs. That's going to make shit more efficient and private and enable more features on Monero. Website redesign. V1.Q47 is doing a Russian localization of a Monero conference. Ever Odd and Even doing Monero Python maintenance. Cool stuff. Okay. There's also magicgrants.org. They do some other Monero shit. If you want to give to a charity that's not, because you're like, okay, yeah, I like funding Second Realm stuff, and that's cool and all, but I also want to actually, fund to normal ass charities or other projects, but just do it with Monero. You could check out kuno.an.media. That's kuno.anne.media. Anyone can list their fucking fly-by-night scam charity project there, so check that out. And if you want to give to a normal ass charity, but you're like, oh, none of them take Monero or they take crypto through Gemini and it's fucking gay, why don't you try out silentdonor.com? They'll donate to a charity on your behalf. You give them Monero, you can tell them to donate to any charity. They support pretty much anything. You type it in. And I'm going to tell you again because I have bias here. Don't forget us. Okay, boss, PAZNIA, give us money. Give us your money this Christmas season. For you, it's about giving. For us, it's about taking. Go to PAZNIA.com/fund. Give the gift of an honorary stakeholder membership to your dog this Xmas season. PAZNIA.com/Thane. THANE. If you want to donate to P.R.N, the PAZNIA radio network that you're listening to specifically, you could try xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio or Zappa Silly on Nostr. Your market for Thane if you want. Anyway.
This is Buster Cherry coming to you from New York with a breaking story. The White House has confirmed that Dennis Porter is indeed missing, and that he was captured by the North Koreans in a daring plot. A State Department spokesman told me that the North Korean President Kim Jong-un was growing increasingly concerned at the rate that American politicians were becoming orange-pilled, and that one of America's greatest assets needed to be taken off the table. There are reports that Dennis is in Pyongyang being forced to read state-scripted announcements to the North Korean people, and that erectile dysfunction has been cured across the country. President Trump had some comments on the matter.
This is not the announcement I wanted to make. Dennis Porter, one of our country's greatest assets, a tremendous mind, beautiful enthusiasm for Bitcoin, has been kidnapped by North Korea. Terrible situation, disgraceful. And let me tell you, Melania, she's very upset, very disappointed. She said, Donald, who's going to tweet all those brilliant things now? Because she loves the tweets, maybe more than mine. We're going to work very hard, very fast to bring Dennis home. America needs him tweeting announcements again. We just subsidized Ozempic, and we can't subsidize Viagra as well.
Many are speculating that Dennis's absence from Twitter ensures that a bear market has begun. Paper Bitcoin winter is looking like it's going to be a cold one, folks. Please pray for the safe return of Dennis. We desperately need an announcement. This is Buster Cherry signing off.
The most spectacular treasure in history. Developed over decades by cypherpunks across different continents. It was finally completed by a mysterious cypherpunk named Satoshi, whose keys were hidden somewhere in the digital realm. But he left clues for us hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to find them before the CIA discovered the treasure and its potential.
Keeping this treasure out of the hands of the spooks, Michael, is your destiny.
You're Bitcoin investors, aren't you?
We're more like Bitcoin savers, actually.
All his life, Michael Saylor searched for a thermodynamically sound asset no one believed existed.
Don't you get it, Michael? The asset is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
But what he thought was the final clue was only the beginning.
It's hidden in plain sight. It's in Satoshi's white paper.
You think Satoshi's...
It's a cipher.
And how do you know that, exactly?
We don't...
Is the cipher in the room with us? Right now?
But Michael Saylor isn't the only one who discovered the hidden treasure.
The CIA is working around the clock to crack the code. Hell, they might have already cracked it.
Now, he's in a race against time and against spooks to recover Satoshi's wallet before it's too late.
We have to get our hands on those keys and distribute Satoshi's coins to podcasters through fountain boosts before the CIA gets them.
The CIA gets them, and then what?
Everything Whitney Webb warned us about comes true.
Michael Saylor must unlock the secrets of game theory using first principles thinking and tap the Cyber Hornet brain trust of Bitcoin Twitter, group chats, and Bitcoin podcasts to save the world from being taken over by feds.
Try brute force. Tether is working with Langley. We might be too late.
Michael Saylor. National Treasure 3. Genesis Code.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit paznia.com/stake. Again, paznia.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out. Fellow self-liberators, you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network. We sure do hope you're enjoying the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot here. I wanted to take a moment to tell you about our regularly scheduled shows. Every Saturday is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern/3 p.m. Central with Thane Riddle's Cloak Dagger. Then, James Cordiner's Voluntaryist Academy, at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Central, wherein he dives into the most important works and pieces of literature in the history of voluntarism, free markets, and libertarian philosophy. And 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central kicks off our highlight show, sometimes a Vonu podcast live, other times things like Second Realm speed dating, podcast premieres, and much more. Furthermore, every first and third Monday, Richard Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Mondays. Dick Greaser is a founder of the Bitcoin Bugle, a credentialed journalist, award-winning musician, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. You can join Richard for a great time every first and third Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And every second and fourth Monday, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora makes its return to the PAZNIA radio network for interviews, great music from the best freedom artists, and much more. What about you? Are you interested in starting your own live show on the PAZNIA radio network? We are looking to build out this schedule further. If so, please email Programming Coordinator Rayo to coordinator@paznia.com.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contained the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty, self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction, the Vonu Life message board, and much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain, to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
It'll always be freedom.
Welcome to Conversations in Anarchy. Anarchapulco's Nonconformist Series, 7th edition, Unleash Your Wealth, Claim Your Freedom, is just around the corner. And today we are continuing spotlighting visionaries redefining what wealth really means. And on December 29th to 30th, a powerful lineup of innovators will show us how tools like cryptocurrency, precious metals, and other assets can radically enhance our lives, not by chasing the next trend, but remembering something essential. Money is a tool, and tools are meant to empower us. And today I have two of the speakers present. Please welcome Catherine Blige Bonadin and Shane Radcliffe. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for being here today. How are you doing?
Hi, Laura. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much. First thing I always ask is to introduce yourself to the audience that meet you for the first time. Kat, would you like to start?
Sure. My name is Kat. Some of you know me as Catherine or Katerina. I am the producer of Anarchapulco. I've been a part of Anarchapulco since 2018. When I came down, I had a gut feeling, and I came down and my whole life changed. I have been a libertarian activist since 2006 when I got involved with the Ron Paul campaign, and that took me all over the United States, and now I get to travel the world, and it's just been a really, really interesting experience. And Dr. Ron Paul is who introduced me to the concept of sound money. So during that time period, I was trying to help get him elected as the Republican candidate for president in the United States. A lot of our audience here at Anarchapulco is international, so you may or may not have heard of him, but he really educated a lot of people about the philosophy of liberty. And for me, his education included an understanding of what money is. What is sound money? What is fiat money? What is barter, trade? I started learning about concepts like Austrian economics. I started learning about agorism. I went to the Porcupine Freedom Festival for the first time in 2009. And that was where I learned about the debate between minarchy and anarchy. And I saw people actually trading silver. And I'm so excited. We're going to have a really, really cool silver barter system set up at Anarchapulco this year. We're trying to get back to our roots. So that's who I am. I'm a mom. I live on an intentional community. And I feel passionate about getting my life into alignment with the philosophy that I believe in, which is a lowercase l, libertarian, voluntarist, philosophical, anarchist way of living. And I have found that as I get more into alignment, people become more and more curious about what we're doing, and they are a lot more willing to participate in what we're doing. Whereas the early days with the Ron Paul campaign, I was like really angry, like one of those like protesting activists. And I found that actually repelled some people. And so now I think I found a path where we're, attracting moths to the flame. And I'm really excited about this.
Thank you so much, Kat. What about you, Shane?
I definitely resonate with that. But yeah, as far as for me, I stumbled across Bill Cooper back when I was 19 or 20. And for those who may not be familiar with Bill Cooper, he was big time conspiracist of the 90s. And I listened to I stumbled across him when I was like 18 or 19, and first thing I came across was his 9/11 prediction on June 28, 2001. He said, "Whatever they're going to blame on Bin Laden, don't you even believe it?" And I was like, "Who is this guy?" I watched it in 2011 or 2012 or whatever. So like, who is this guy? And that sent me down this path of like 2,000 hours of his radio show, his documentaries, all of that. And I don't agree with everything now, but that set me off, back when I was 19 or 20, to the point where, I tried working 9-to-5 jobs. I tried to do higher level indoctrination in college, but that servile environment just didn't work. Just didn't work for me. So from when I was in higher level indoctrination, I was having a hard time finding a job at that time. So crypto was huge. It was absolutely huge. That was back I guess around the first big bull market. And I was I'd buy an altcoin, I'd wait a day or two, and a lot of them would go up like 200x in a couple of days, and then I'd sell to Bitcoin, and I'd buy gift cards or I'd sell it to PayPal, and as much of a know your customer fashion as I could. Yeah, I mean, for some time that was, crypto was the lifeline. And yeah, as the years have gone on, it definitely hasn't lessened. Definitely hasn't lessened. Obviously, I explore solutions like gold backs and silver and copper. We've accepted copper coins for books and such, which is cool. But crypto in this highly digital world, like we can't escape technology, so we have to have our own tools that enable freedom and sovereignty and decentralization and censorship resistance and all those buzzwords that are buzzwords, but very, very true. Yeah, I guess that's and I guess beyond that, I do there were some other steps in there, but to keep it short, I do the Vonu podcast, podcast exploring the philosophy and practice of Vonu, a freedom strategy founded in the 1960s alongside the counterculture movement. And then I also do libertarian type publications where we publish freedom-oriented books, audiobooks. We even sell privacy tools like ghost pads and ghost phones. Privacy.
Go back to this upcoming series kind of aim to remind us that money is a tool and tools are meant to empower us. Can you think of an example from your own life when you used money more intentionally and you really could feel that it gave you freedom?
Yeah, I guess I can. Yeah, for me, I know like when I'm paying or receiving Bitcoin or Monero, Kat was talking about learning about free market economics and the scam of the fiat system. Well, there's nothing more scammy than I guess it's not. Well, I guess it's just the nature of it is sometimes you have to pay cash. But whenever I pay someone cash, like I don't feel good about handing out for that dollar bill, right? Like all the blood and coercion and all the theft that's behind that dollar bill. But whenever I pay or receive Bitcoin or Monero, that's hard money. Like that's hard money compared to that's much harder money. And it's tended to increase in value. So whenever you pay someone in Monero or Bitcoin or something like that, and the value goes up, it shows that like the people that you're working with, you're like to me, it's like a sign of respect when someone pays you on something and an asset like crypto. Bitcoin or Monero or whatever. So yeah, I guess that's one I guess one answer is in terms of how crypto can empower. I mean, yeah, that's contrary to the servile society where the base is that that fraudulent money, we can we have our own money now. We have our own money.
What about you, Kat? Can you remember that?
Well, I have two examples. One is that my ex-husband and I, we actually lived in a converted school bus called the Bitcoin.com bus. And we traveled the United States actually giving people Bitcoin. And at the time, Paul Pue, who is the founder of the Edge wallet, he reached out to me on Twitter. Before we got the bus, we were traveling in vehicles and we were doing these Agorist tours where we were spending only silver, barter, or Bitcoin the first year, which would have been like 2013. And then 2014, we went on a Bitcoin only tour. And his original app was called Airbits. And now it's the Edge wallet. But inside Airbits, he reached out on Twitter and he said, hey, look, we have a map of all of these places that are willing to accept Bitcoin. And so what we did is we very on purpose traveled specifically to places listed on this map that were willing to take Bitcoin. And I'm talking coast to coast, literally California to New York and everywhere in between. New Orleans, Kansas City, Denver, Las Vegas, Sedona, and we hosted meetups in these locations teaching people about Bitcoin. So by the time 2016 came around, we were gifted the Unschool bus, which we renamed the Bitcoin bus, and Bitcoin.com came on and sponsored our tour. And we went from meetup to meetup, teaching people about Bitcoin. And then we went from restaurant to coffee shop to wherever trying to spend Bitcoin. And very often we would show up and we would be the first and only people to have ever spent Bitcoin at this restaurant. Because I mean, this is early adoption, right? And so sometimes being able to pay them could take up to an hour because there might be a bartender behind the bar at a restaurant, and they're like, well, I have to process this payment, but I have no idea how to do it. And the owner's out of town, so they got to call them and get the wallet. And, so this was a major time and energy investment on our end. We were literally helping to build the network. We were showing up. You're willing to take this payment. You don't know how to take it. We're going to teach you. We're going to make sure you get your first Bitcoin. Thank you for being willing to receive these resources. Oh man, I wish we'd held on to a couple of those Bitcoins. I didn't. I would be a bazillionaire by now, I'm sure, because the first Bitcoin to pass through my hands was at $3. But I actually think that I'm a success story in that way because I have used the cryptocurrency as a currency, not as an investment, not as, I want to get rich, but literally we were hand to mouth with Bitcoin in the early days. And so this was exciting and fun and liberating and really hard. There were times where, because in order to buy gasoline with Bitcoin, you had to buy gift cards and you had to have them mailed to you ahead of time, right? And if, oh no, one of these gas stations isn't on our route from New York to the Porcupine Freedom Festival in New Hampshire, now we got to reroute an hour this way to get gas. And so it was really complicated. And we had some, instances of things that were really, really stressful. And I mean, we were featured in Yahoo News and, just all over because what we were doing was cutting edge. It was groundbreaking and it was really, really neat. So that was super empowering. And, if I heard people saying, Bitcoin's going to be worth $100,000, but we were broke activists. We weren't in a position to hold any of it. And I wish we had, but we made it our job to help build the infrastructure that allowed it and the network that allowed it to actually scale to the level it has. And then secondarily, with Anarchapulco, we have had so many banking issues, right? When you're sending wire transfers all across the world, we have an event in Serbia, we have an event in Mexico, we have speakers who come from literally every continent. We've got attendees who come from every continent. So money's moving over international borders in all sorts of directions, and our account gets shut down sometimes. And so what I have found is, wow, it costs less to pay my vendors in Bitcoin. It goes a lot faster. And I don't have to spend all this time on the back end of the, banking system, plugging in wires and getting it all set. I can just boom, 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 send a transaction really, really quick. So in those two ways, one being an early Bitcoin builder, right? That felt really empowering. I felt like I was the queen of the road, driving in our bus, spending Bitcoin, buying gasoline, getting food, going to restaurants. We ate at Crackle Barrel a lot because we would do gift cards through Gift, GYFT, and we would stop at Whole Foods and eat there because we could shop at Whole Foods on Bitcoin. So, I mean, those were really interesting times. And now for work, crypto is the most functional part of the financial workings of Anarchapulco. I can send money very easily. We lost an entire bank account because we were doing business in Serbia. They just shut us down and won't let us reopen it. So, we have had an instrumental part, in my opinion, of setting up hotels, restaurants, taxi drivers, everybody in Acapulco who we worked with pretty much was willing to take cryptocurrency. It was very rare that they weren't willing to. And now we get to do that again in Puerto Vallarta. Now that the event is moving, we get to help build that economy in Puerto Vallarta. So I think both through my work and my personal activism, cryptocurrency has been singularly the most empowering way that I have been able to manage money. But there's also some other things, like I'm proud to be debt free. That feels really, really good. That feels very empowering. I did Dave Ramsey's Financial Peace University. If you guys have never heard of that, he's a radio host and And if you're in a bad financial situation, I highly recommend you check out Dave Ramsey, Financial Peace University. He talks about how to get out of debt and get your affairs in order, make sure that you've got proper insurance set up and, all these different things, especially if you have children that you need to provide for. So I feel like I went from a place where I was, wearing a badge of honor that I'm a starving activist to starting a family and realizing like, oh, maybe starving isn't the goal here. I don't need to give away everything. And so now, as I'm in my 40s and I'm kind of shifting into what does wealth building look like for me? How do I leave a legacy for my children and my family? What is that going to look like? And how do I retire sooner than later? Because I love my job, and gosh, it would be nice to work a little bit less. So, yeah, that's the long-winded answer from me.
Thank you, Kat. So, but for those that are totally new to crypto, like, for example, myself, I have a partner who has been into crypto for a while, but for me, it is still something that seems difficult. And I guess for someone who has no one around that have been going this way, it might also feel like, oh my God, everything is so past my possibilities to jump into this train, and it's too difficult and too risky. What would you say to those total beginners that think like that or are really unsure and scared to do that?
I guess the user friendliness has come down a lot. Kat was talking about back in 2015, trying to get businesses onboarded. Yeah, so like the user friendliness has come down a lot to the point where like it's to compare it to like a mainstream banking app. Like it's the user interface is a lot simpler. The process is smooth. Obviously if you see a long address string like that, it can be scary. But like there's so many so many tutorials and starting points out there now, guides getting going in Bitcoin, and they're really I guess or in crypto, and they're really only it's they're some I guess just some base I guess some I don't know I guess that'd get probably too into Bitcoin specifically, but yeah, I guess that's the point I would make, is that user friendliness has come down a lot, I mean, yeah, user friendliness is in a decade. So yeah, that's my answer.
I would say for first-time users, get the Cash App. Cash App lets you buy and sell Bitcoin, and you can set up automatic recurring payments, $10 a month, whatever. This is going to be on the books, right? This is a taxable event, because this is not advice on how to hide money or keep it secret or not, whatever. But if you want the simplest, most easeful way to just get practice, that is an easy way to do it. If you're looking for, private money exchange and these types of things, then you got to start looking into Monero and, some other coins. I'm not an advisor in that regard, but I have experience using all of these coins, especially through my work. And I stand by Edge as the wallet that is the most user-friendly, because I am able to set up in a wallet, here's the LiberPoco Bitcoin address, the Anarchapulco Bitcoin address, the LiberPoco, the auction address, the whatever, and I can keep it very organized. And it has all the different types of coins in there. And I found it to be super, super user-friendly. And I am not a person who likes change, okay? Like, I was pissed when Airbits became Edge. Like, I was so mad, because I loved Airbits. It was such a good wallet. And I kept using it. And they're like, hey, you're going to become vulnerable because we're not pushing updates to this app anymore. Like, switch over. And so finally I switched over, and I've just had the most wonderful experience with it. Some of the other wallets are limited in how many coins they can offer, and da-da-da-da-da. So if you're looking for something that can handle Xano, Monero, Bitcoin Cash, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, I have found that Edge is just super, super user-friendly. I use it daily. And Paul Play, the founder, he will be at Anarchapulco, and he's super responsive if you have questions or need help, or anything like that. And that's my advice. Cash App first, just to learn it, see how easy it is, and then Edge. And then, of course, if you don't want to risk any money, take it as payment. Take it as payment.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never really bought crypto. It always came in as part of the cash flow into my family life or my business life. So take it as a payment in exchange for goods, services, time, energy, whatever. And that could be a really simple way to get started. And then the person who's paying you can help step you along if you're confused.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I guess I will mention, that was, I wasn't sure how far I wanted to get into it technically, but yeah, it's like with for privacy, yeah, earning it is definitely the way to go. If you can find a Bitcoin miner to buy from, that's a great solution to acquire Bitcoin privately. And that's really like for Bitcoin privacy now, that's the way you have to do it, is acquire it non KYC without going through an exchange. And then you have to do some extra steps for Bitcoin privacy. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I guess that's the best advice. I'm glad you mentioned that, Kat. That the best way to get started is just to earn it. And once you start earning it, it'll snowball, and you'll it'll snowball once you feel the liberation that comes with with crypto.
So thank you guys for advice. So if somebody wants in life assistance, then should go to, for example, Anarchapulco to meet Paul from the Edge Wallet and all the other people into crypto long time. And Paul from Edge Wallet gonna be present at the Nonconformist series as well. I'm sure he probably gonna be sharing some valuable information. But there is one more thing when it comes to all changes in life, basically, but maybe money and wealth is one of those that requires even more, and that's change in the mindset. That, like as you mentioned, Kat, about the starving activist, that also also I was actually, on Thursday, so yesterday I was present at my daughter's school. It's one of the Waldorf or Steiner schools here in Norway, and the Christmas thing that they do is this Christmas play that basically tells Mary's and Joseph's journey to Bethlehem and how the Christ gets born, and the whole story in a simple way. And there it is talked about, why do they have to go to Bethlehem? Because they have to pay their taxes, basically. And how everyone that are kind of nice and sweet and helpful, those are the poor guys, those that are not so wealthy. And I know that in my culture, that is Latvia, all the fairy tales are about how the rich ones are greedy and awful, and the poor ones are the smart ones, or have to be the smart ones to survive and to trick. So I think it's also part of indoctrination that to be wealthy is in a way not so good. I don't know. But I know also that I can struggle with this mindset shift, becoming my own boss, for example, instead of being employee. What could you tell about this mindset shift? Have you like Shane, you shared this, that you were trying to do these 8 to 4 kind of jobs, and how did you come to the state where you are, and is it difficult to be there? Could you share a bit?
Yeah, I mean, so for me, like, obviously with my upbringing and, society, like I I thought I had to go down a path just because I was, a part of, just because I was here again, like the college and, the 9 to 5 and all that. So, yeah, like I guess first and foremost, and it's hard. Rayo talked about back in the 1960s that, and I'm going to paraphrase, but like the first step is to exercise those collectivist spooks. Basically that, like your freedom or your life, totally depends upon those opinions of those around you. Which is obviously hard when most everyone's day is raised in kind of the collectivist culture. So that's one of the biggest things is kind of breaking free from that, and then and further, the other thing that's going through hell of indoctrination, like the socialist and communist propaganda that money's bad, that money's evil, and it's like, well, no, just like with cryptocurrency or crypto technologies in general, it's not. No, they're not bad. It's about how they're used. And the big realization for me, I guess, I don't know, it might have been 5 years ago or whatever, but, making money isn't bad, but like the entire thing is about trying to bring your actions in line with your principles. So if you can make a lot of money and keep your, and do it in a moral and ethical way, then obviously there's nothing wrong with that. But obviously, exploiting and coercing people is where that becomes a problem, but that can be a problem with anything, beyond just money. So yeah, I guess that'd be, and speaking to, for me in particular, it was just about, and maybe it's just, experience is the way, but, coming up against that, the first realm of survival society every single day with my, with my work and in my school, it was just the constant friction that it wasn't even really a choice for me anymore. It was just kind of like, if I was going to survive, if I was going to, have freedom and happiness, like, then that's what had to be done. And it was, right before, I guess, leading up to it, I got this apprenticeship, electrician's apprenticeship. It's going to be a really, really good gig. I had plans for, 5-10 years down the road, starting Agorist Electric and, hitting the road and helping people set up their off-grid, their off-grid van setups, like for their electricity. I had, these big plans, and 6 months later, like I just kind of, I don't know, there wasn't any reason or logic to it, but I just kind of, I quit my job and then moved to Austin, Texas for a couple months, and then ended up in Acapulco with Henzo, and just basically, I don't know, and that's why like my experience may not be highly relevant to people, because it's not like something you can set out and do. It was something I was kind of forced into. So maybe that's the best answer, is that like I guess maybe it's more about timing than effort. Maybe it has to be the right time. I don't know. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
What about you, Kat, from starving activist to something else?
Well, I definitely think timing is a lot of it, like Shane was saying. I actually really enjoyed school, and I enjoyed college, and I got my master's degree, and I was very interested in the nonprofit sector. So my master's in public administration, my degree was in nonprofit management, and what I focused on was strategic planning. And I thought, I'm going to be of service to the world. And so that's where I was in 2006. I was finishing my master's degree, going to college, and I had an internship at the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. And this guy sitting behind me kept saying, "You're not a liberal, you're a libertarian." And I'm like, no, I'm a liberal. I promise. I'm anti-war. I'm a liberal. And he's like, "Nah, you are not. The words coming out of your mouth are libertarian." And so that's when I was introduced to Dr. Ron Paul. And he showed me a speech where Dr. Ron Paul was making a speech before Congress that was anti-war. And I had this like mind-blowing, like earth-shattering, my paradigm blew up, right? Because there was a Republican talking about ending the war. Well, that doesn't fit the script, right? The Democrats were anti-war. I'm a liberal. And so I had this complete like existential crisis. And because I was already on this path of stewardship and service, I took that into my political journey. And so I thought, I will be a volunteer forever. I loved the Ron Paul message so much. I cashed out my 401k. I started to, I used to work for United Parcel Service. I did safety compliance training there. And I quit all my jobs. I temporarily quit grad school, and I went all in on Ron Paul. And I had this idea in my head that I could be a volunteer forever. I thought, well, I'm doing such good work. People will surely just donate. Well, then I ran out of money. And nobody was funding my life. And so I went through this period of several years where I felt like my philosophy of living free was clashing up against this poverty mindset and this poverty way of being. And so I was on the mainstream track, and I was 22 years old and introduced to Ron Paul, and it shattered everything for me. And I literally read my journals from 2009 in the past couple of years, and I revoke these statements now. But at the time, I wrote, "I'm going to volunteer forever. I'm of service forever. I don't need any money." Like, I'm writing this stuff. I revoke that. I do love money. Money can come to me, and I would love to get paid for work. And if you got a job for me that's in alignment with my time, skills, and abilities, hit me up. I got a nonprofit here, Greenbrier Intentional Community, that's really in need of some money. And I had to have children to break out of this mindset. Honestly, that's what it took. It was going to a food bank with my children while running an anarchist bookstore in downtown Austin, right? Service. I'll work side jobs to pay the bookstore's rent, but I got to go get free food. But I'm too proud to take food stamps, and I'm too proud to I'm an anarchist, so I'm not going to get on the government dole, right? And so I was living this excruciatingly difficult life, and I had children. I said, I can't do this anymore. I got to change the way things are functioning in my life. And actually, it was through my path with Anarchapulco that's where I really started getting paid to do activist stuff, right? And I was able to take my education. I did end up finishing my master's degree, and thankfully that came through the post-political movement, which kind of hit through the Austin, Texas community in 2011, where everyone was going post-political because Ron Paul didn't win and we were moving on from politics. And they did a fundraiser for me to pay my tuition so I didn't have to go into debt. And I paid my last semester of my grad school program was funded by the libertarian activist community, and it was wonderful. And now I use what I learned with strategic planning, and I use it at Anarchapulco. And so what I had to do to break through that mold was a lot of meditation. I mean, I had the whole year of 2000, I guess it was 17, I was leaving my ex. I had no bank account because I was a very philosophically consistent activist, right? I had no driver's license. I no longer had a car because he and I sold the car that I owned when we got together. I had nothing, right? Except that was the year I think Shane was talking about when those altcoins were popping off. That was a good time to have a little bit of crypto and stretch it a really long way. And so I rode that wave a little bit while we were separating our lives. And I would play these Lakshmi mantras. Lakshmi is, a Hindu goddess of abundance. And I would play these Lakshmi mantras over and over and over. And I would meditate and I would imagine money coming to me, because the only visualization and mindset that I had was money going out. Give, 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 give. I had no concept of receive, right? And so I spent a lot of 2017 learning how to open that channel to receive. And I finally tapped into it, and this is the most abundant time of my life right now. But I've watched like Greenbrier Intentional Community where I live. When we first got here, they didn't charge tuition. So they had volunteer teachers who were exhausted and children attending without paying anything. And there was so much pressure on the people running it, and to talk them into charging tuition, because by this point, I'm already in my elevated money mindset. And I didn't feel like that was appropriate for them. I'm like, hey, if you guys want to continue to do this and have longevity, you got to start to receive. You can't just give. And so I think I've been in part of the reason and the progression for Greenbrier's growth. And it was shifting that mindset of a group of people, because this is a nonprofit. And the nonprofit is here to serve and to give and to give and to give. But in order to give, as a parent, as a member of a society, as a community, as a school, you have to first receive, or you will not have enough to give. And so by the time I became so depleted that I don't feel like I could have been a good mom any longer, because I didn't have any resources, my health was declining, my housing situation became unstable, I had to rewire my brain. I literally had to rewire my brain. And, I think ayahuasca had a little bit to do with it, but I think the biggest thing was meditation and changing the story I was telling in my head. And it was hard and it took years. But I think, so that probably started in 2017. So here we are. It's now 2025 and I feel fully on board with I'm deserving. My work is high quality, high caliber. I know that I am worth resources and I don't have to give indefinitely. And in fact, the more boundaries I set around what I do offer, society, community, anarchy, family, whatever, the more fulfilled I am and the more I can give. And as I'm saying this out loud, I realize I've overgiven this fall, and I'm glad we're having this conversation because I need to rein it in a little bit.
So guys, let's talk about what you're going to be talking about on the Nonconformist series without giving too much away. So what's from you, Kat?
Well, I was going to be telling some of the stories from our time on the road. I've been pulling up some photos and videos and just some of the examples of what it really took to build the Bitcoin infrastructure in the early days. We traveled coast to coast, like I said, and we visited all these mom and pop shops and Bitcoin Boulevard in Cleveland, Ohio, and a lot of time and energy really went into that. And what I have found personally is that crypto is an amazing tool for real life. And sure, if you want to invest, whatever. But that's not where I'm coming from. From cryptocurrency, I see it as a currency, as something that should move value from one person to another, from one group to another. And I find that it is completely liberating and it's an amazing, amazing resource. So I'll be talking about some of the practical ways to actually use cryptocurrency as a currency, which is pretty exciting and fun and not so hard anymore, like Shane was saying.
That's really great, Kat, because I feel that most of the people are probably not into trading that are interested also in crypto, and that will be very inspiring. What about you, Shane?
Yeah, so obviously, like I was telling a little bit earlier, I'll go through my my path and some of the tools I used early on, and how crypto wasn't just a tool. It was pretty critical for 6+ months of my life. But in my talk, it's called "Routing Around the Servile Society." Double check. Yeah, routing around the servile society cryptocurrency is a tool and strategy for liberation. So basically, that's at the end of the day, that's the question for me. If a tool is worth using for me, that's the answer has to be yes. Can I use it to route around the first realm, the servile society? But yeah, I'll start with individual solutions. The potential individual solutions that I've used are ones that I could recommend to folks. Then I get on to more community solutions. I mentioned PAZNIA briefly a little bit ago. It's a parallel network. And back in 2001, one of our members started called the PAZNIA General Bitcoin Fund, which it's now the General Monero Fund. But basically, it's a fund that we use to develop the second realm. The Servile Society has a lot of free money and subsidies to build up their nonsense and their coercion. So we have to have our own fund too. So we've got it's for mutual aid. It's for I think we helped someone build up a chicken project, an off-grid chicken project. Legal defense funds, pretty much anything that could pretty much anything that's beneficial to the second realm or beneficial to individuals within our community. And then, bigger community solutions like monetized mesh networking, monetized file storage, and how cryptocurrency is a foundational necessity. Like things changed in 2008 when it comes to decentralized infrastructure as a whole. So I'll go into more community-wide and even like worldwide network solutions, networking solutions when it comes with cryptocurrency. I guess that's pretty much it. Solutions starting from the individual up to the very largest scale. So yeah.
Thank you so much. So you both guys are very down to earth. That's going to be helpful for many people, I'm sure. And Kat, on your if people go to anarchapulco.com and check out the speakers for the nonconformist series and they click on your profile, one of the sentences they will be able to read is that each sovereign individual becomes a building block of a free society. So guys, do you see blockchain, where no single authority controls the system, as a structural expression of that idea? And if so, what does it demand from us as individuals? So Kat, maybe you want to start answering this. How do you see that?
Yeah, I love it that you connected those two together because I hadn't before. And yes, to answer your question, I definitely see the blockchain in that way. I think that when it comes to resources that are shared within the community or between communities, it is important that they're decentralized. I think often centralization is appropriate when you own a business or when you're running your family. You don't want to leave that up to the discretion of other people, right? Like, I don't need you voting on how my household runs, right? So decentralizing down to the household, etc. And when we're talking about money, systems that are used as a community, what we have found, obviously, by looking at the way government deals with money, is that as it becomes centralized, it also becomes corrupted. And there's a quote, I actually don't know the original person or people who said it, but it's absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that is so evident with money, right? Every single central bank comes down eventually. Every single fiat dollar comes down eventually. We end up with hyperinflation. I mean, these patterns are predictable and trackable, and they fit a mold. And unfortunately, human nature has a tendency toward both centralization and corruption. And it's something that we have to be constantly self-reflecting on. It's something that we have to constantly be aware of. And that's why I think accountability mechanisms within community is so important. And in a situation like a blockchain cryptocurrency, those accountability mechanisms are worked in already, right? And so it's very difficult for somebody to come in and completely hijack. Now, of course, there's hackers and people with a lot of money, and there's, I feel like Steemit got kind of railroaded by, I can't remember the exact details, but some Chinese company came in and bought a whole bunch of Steemit coin, and they kind of took over that blockchain. And so then there was a spin-off, and it was Hive after that. And they forked the Steemit blockchain and they created Hive. And so even though we do have that tendency toward centralization and toward corruption, when you have something like a blockchain technology, you can fork off of it. Oh, Steemit became centralized and we feel that it's corrupt and we don't trust it anymore. We're forking to Hive, right? And then people have choices. They can say, well, I actually like the way these Chinese corporate whatevers are running Steemit. I'm going to keep blogging there and earning my Steemit coin, and everyone else can go to Hive. Fine, you have choices. You get to do what you want. But that's the beauty of decentralization, of open source technology, of the blockchain. So yes, I think that strong, aware individuals, they are really the basis of a free society. And when those people are engaging in an economy together, you can have, a really beautiful thing happen. And it's when things become centralized or corrupt that we have a problem. And I mean, it's even hard within the libertarian community for people to hold each other accountable. I mean, this is so strongly embedded in our human nature, right? And I'm sure there's like biblical stories about it and philosophical stories about it, and ancient this is something that humanity has dealt with as long as humanity has been documenting its progress through this world. So I think as technology evolves and we watch these systems grow and evolve, we will become uncorruptible because we will use technology that has accountability built into it, and that actually will seep out into those other systems, right? You see, oh, the governments want to use Bitcoin now, and and so as these systems are realizing that these things work and they latch onto them, our community's onto the next wave, right? That's where Monero came from. That's where Xano came from. That's where these next steps in the evolution of technology. And, the internet was a big deal. Cryptocurrency was a huge deal. And I'm really excited to see what's next. But I think our job is to just be the best people that we can, and to do business and life with people who are being the best people that they can. And we can kind of create that parallel society, like Shane was talking about with what's it called? PAZNIA, which I'm super curious to learn more about. I'm excited to watch your presentation, Shane.
Thanks, Kat. Likewise. Yeah.
Shane, do you want to?
Yeah. So I guess what's on my mind at the moment is that like with technology, humanity is learning with technology now, and it's kind of the hard way. When the internet was brought about in the 90s, very early on, it was peer-to-peer and decentralized. And then the commerce angle came into it, and then it kind of I guess we found out the hard way that the internet's become highly centralized. I guess in a lot of ways humanity has. But I think this is a very big learning time where the technologies that are becoming available, and the people that utilize those technologies are the ones that are going to build that build the parallel society that's that we're trying to build. And I guess that the ethos behind crypto anarchy or just Bitcoin in general, don't trust, verify. Reputation is a big deal in decentralized reputation. For sure. And just as like a lot of times fiction, fiction mimics real life, and real life mimics fiction, or vice versa. Like the digital world is kind of inseparable from the physical world now. And that's what I would say is that I love the expression like proof of work when it comes to blockchain technology. It's like, you can provably verify that that someone's done the work. They aren't a BSer per se. So I think it's yes, kind of, I don't know where else to go with that, but that's on my mind at the moment.
Thank you. So I know I heard you talking on one of the podcasts you were interviewed, that you guys also were arranging like Vonu festivals, and not everyone can just come. The person has to be verified by someone you guys trust. So you are doing it kind of very decentralized, I guess. How does it go with that?
So PAZNIA is founded upon, in addition to peace, truth, and voluntarism, it's also founded upon security culture principles and privacy. So we encourage the use of pseudonyms, which different identities per se, and with attached reputation and all. But Vonu Fest, the events we have here, we have a handful of events here at Veritas PAZNIA, our 22-acre homestead, and obviously we only want people that we trust to come out to our house. So that's first and foremost, but beyond that, building out the network based upon these things is just safer with the state of the world that we live in, not just with states, but also just private coercers. When things get really rough, it becomes harder to trust people when they're surviving per se, which is why we're building the parallel network, so we aren't just surviving, we're thriving. Anyway, getting vetted usually isn't that hard. I think people envision like this highly rigorous process, but pretty much we want to be able to verify some sort of proof of work. We don't have to know given names, but there's usually a way, if you've been in the freedom community for a while, you can point to projects you've done over the years, or you just basically finding someone, the anarchist community isn't that big. So usually we can find someone we trust in common that can verify the reputation that they force for in the use of coercion, those sorts of things. It's important just so that PAZNIA can continue to exist, but it obviously is a little slower. If we just had a public event, usually we have 20, 30, 40 people at Vonu Fest depending upon the year, but obviously we could have more people here and have more of a flourishing agora, but not even factoring in states. Just when it comes to private individuals in a community, we want peaceful people that we can interact with and build this community with, and just not everyone's fit for it, and it's okay. But But yeah, so I guess that's a vetting process. Yeah, not too complex. Not too complex.
So I feel that you two, Kat and Shane, have been into building and being part of different communities for quite some years. Would you say that having a community like this is also a great wealth and a great resource?
Absolutely. I feel so blessed. I have lived here at Greenbrier for 5.5 years. And, for example, we had a situation recently where my husband had a medical event and he was not well, and he was in the hospital and then ended up staying in Mexico for a while to get treatment. And I already had a built-in network of support. So, the kids and just everything that needed to get done. I had people that could come help me clean my house because I was overwhelmed, and I had people that could help me with the kids, and everyone just stepped in and instantly filled in. And when I compare that to, even 10 years previous, when I was still in my rage against the machine kind of, mentality, I didn't feel supported back then, but I live in a place where food is grown and children are. And so if something happens, we have a built-in support, and it's a wealth unlike anything I've ever experienced, because I know I'm safe. And I think safety is kind of hard to come by in modern society. People who have that 9 to 5, they're in the rat race. A lot of them are in debt. And that means that at any time you could lose your job and lose your house. My husband just got laid off in September. And you know what? I live in an intentional community where I work off my dues by teaching at the school. So I have a very low overhead, and we are okay. We are safe because we're in community, right? I'm not out there isolated in a house owing a ton of money, like unable to weather storms anymore. And gosh, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever been a part of, and I'm so grateful. And yesterday we had like 40 kids and like 60 parents at the holiday party, and everyone's helping and everyone's cleaning and everyone's bringing food, and there's crafts and activities and kids things, and the vibe was so high. And I just thought, this is it. I've made it. I've made it in life, like life goal achieved. I did it. I won the game.
Yeah, that sounds really amazing. What about you, Shane? Have you experienced something like this?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so PAZNIA is it's a worldwide network. So it's me and my free wife on the homestead, and we have a father and son that that stay out in their van/tent. And they have for a couple of years, and we've been trying to we've been working towards building up a local community here. But yeah, I mean, it hasn't been super easy on that front. But yeah, the events, the handful or so that we have every year, like I guess that's the spirit of Vonu Fest. And this past year, it's you never know who's going to show up, you never know what the theme is going to be, per se. It just depends on who shows up. And this past year was kind of a breakthrough free energy sort of gathering. And yeah, just I guess like I am. It's crazy. Just as a facilitator, like I'm not an expert on any of this. I just bring these people together that may not have gotten in the same room, and just to hear the conversations and the networking that comes out of it is just yeah, it's wild, wild in the best way possible. Just some super highly intelligent, super driven people that are working to build freedom technologies. Just just because it's basically the right thing to do, essentially. So no, I hope sometime we have. Well, I guess we're building towards. Just slow. Like I said, it's a vetted network, and it's slow going, but that's okay. We got nothing but time. Yeah, I guess the question was what is community a great wealth? Yeah, for sure. And I guess just speaking to the digital part of it, even though it's not a physical, it's not a physical community. I mentioned that general fund, and if people are in need and need help, like my co-host on the Vonu podcast, last year went through this really, really terrible situation in his personal life when he was about to be homeless. And within the span of like 2 or 3 days, he had I guess a couple $1,000s come in his way, so that he wasn't homeless. So yeah, whether it's digital or physical, we can always come together and help. And again, cryptocurrency is a huge facilitator. That, I mean, you can use other crowdfunding sites using fiat, but it was so much easier so much easier, better for privacy, and people can just send money to a crypto address. So yeah, no, community is huge. It's absolutely huge. It's I guess the only way to get beyond subsistence living, like you can live on your own out in the woods or whatever, but it's going to be subsistence living. You're not going to necessarily thrive. Probably not. It's not a given, but generally speaking, no, it's just a hard life. We can have fun, and we can build freedom, and we can do more than just survive. We can beat the first realm, and maybe have some Bitcoin, or have some miners powered by free energy, in our back pocket. But guys, I'll just leave it there. Yeah, community is huge for sure.
If I could add on to that, I was referring to Greenbrier where I live, but I feel like I've been plugged into a broader community for a really long time. And I believe in a decentralized geography. I believe in deep roots in multiple places. So that way, if something happens, whether it's war, plague, politics, family crisis, natural disaster, whatever, you have places to go. And so while Anarchapulco is not a move here project, it is a pop-up community once a year where we show up and we come together. I feel that is a wealth beyond anything I could have ever imagined. And, Shane was talking about how they vet people that comes in. And I feel like a lot of times with these move here projects, including the Free State Project, the early days of the Free State Project, the first people who show up in a move here project are the people with nothing left to lose. They usually don't have children, they don't have businesses, they don't have careers, they don't have anything, they're desperate, they need community, they come together. And so often the early days of these startup communities are really rough. And Anarchapulco had really, really rough days and years. And what we had to learn to do was properly vet. And I think through that process of learning how to say, no, you are not welcome at our event ever again because of your past behavior. Sorry, we will not expose anybody at Anarchapulco to you because you are toxic. You're a thief, you're violent, you're whatever, right? We had to start setting those boundaries, and people's reputations have become really important when it comes to access to Anarchapulco. Because I am not going to expose anybody at Anarchapulco to the type of drama that you saw in the HBO series about the event. The show's called The Anarchist, if you've never watched it. Those were our darkest days. And that's what happens when anybody is welcome. When anybody waving a flag saying, I'm an anarchist, I'm a libertarian, I'm a voluntarist, and they show up and their behavior is not in alignment with the philosophy of anarchy or voluntarism or libertarianism, you got to get those people away from yourself and your families and your communities, or you will never be successful. They will become a cancer that eats you alive from the inside out. So being picky and being choosy is really important. And that is something that, I like to say I put a dome of protection over Anarchapulco. And after I took over, that was my job. My job is to protect the energetic integrity of the event. That means financially, that means emotionally, that means psychologically, that means that I have to take the responsibility of committing an exorcism anytime we accidentally, inadvertently let something like this, come in. And I do, and that's the role that I fill. And so now that we've got to where we are now, I feel like the wealth that the community of Anarchapulco provides is astronomical, but it's different than the Live Here project where I am, right? I live here in this community, and that provides me one type of wealth. That's like a stability, it's family, it feels good on a daily basis. But there's also this Anarchapulco wealth where I know that I have people all over the world, where if I need to show up somewhere because I didn't dig deep enough roots yet in New Hampshire, but I need to be there because something's happening. I know I have people there, right? That I can trust, that I love, that are good to my family, that are good to their community members. And I know that I can show up in Serbia And I got people there because we've done LiberPoco there. And I know I can show up in Italy because my husband's family's there. And I know I can show up in Missouri because my family's there. And I know I can show up in Mexico because I've dug deep roots, right? In these places. And so these pop-up communities, these events, they are so important. They are life-changing. And what they allow us to do is come together and have those conversations that Shane was talking about. And they're inspiring and they're paradigm shifting. And, you know, that's where I learned I was an anarchist, was at an event at the Porcupine Freedom Festival. I'm listening to people, minarchy, anarchy, minarchy, anarchy. And I'm listening to their philosophical debates. And I'm like, what is happening? And then all of a sudden I realized I'm an anarchist, right? But I didn't know that until I went to one of these events. I heard the conversations taking place. Then that one debate that I listened to sitting around a campfire made me have a core realization about myself that I have now since 2009. It was June of 2009. I had that realization on stage giving a rant at Porcupine Freedom Festival, Soapbox Idol. I'm a motherfucking anarchist, right? That came through me like a bolt of lightning. Well, it has informed every decision that I have made since that day. So that pop-up event, that Porcupine Freedom Festival, that 1 week out of that 1 year, it changed my life so fundamentally that I carry that philosophy and that mindset and that way of being into Greenbrier, into Anarchapulco, and into my everyday living. And so I think community is the real wealth, and the money is just the currency that allows you to pass some of it between one another and to support one another. And that is so important. If you're a crypto millionaire, bless your soul. I am so happy for you. I gave all mine away, and there's a bunch of projects that could really use your support. So if you're looking to support a nonprofit school in Central Texas, I'll tell you how to donate. If you're looking to support the Vonu project and what they're doing, Shane will tell you how to donate. You know, reach out to us, because there are givers and givers and givers that are paving the way and that are building, and they need that support from our community. So please, if you have those resources, find a way to contribute to the builders who need them. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, if I could just add one other thing there, in terms of like for the freedom festivals, that'd be like the biggest piece of advice I could give to anybody, is just get out to one of them. Doesn't matter which one it was. I started going to Midwest Peace Liberty Fest in Michigan in 2015. And it's actually where I met my wife. Went back there every single year except for last year. And the first 30 people, the first 30 vetted folks that came out here to do our rebirth of ceremony and Constitution signing and all that, they were pretty much folks I met there at the Midwest Peace Liberty Fest. So that's where, you know, like if you're looking for, you know, people to build with, like just start going. You just go start going to freedom festivals. You're gonna have a great time, and the seeds will be planted, and who knows what's gonna flourish in the future. So yeah.
And somebody can teach you how to use Bitcoin while you're there.
There you go. That too.
Exactly. And I can totally agree to this suggestion. Go to some freedom festivals. Anarchapulco has changed my life as well, very much. Yeah, so thank you for that. But right now we need to start to wrap up. And thank you so much for all your stories and advice and experience sharing. Do you have anything you want to tell before we say goodbye to our audience? Maybe share where we can find you. We're gonna put that in the descriptions below as well, but you can mention it.
All right, yeah, I'll go first, I suppose.
Yes.
So first and foremost, VoluPodcast.com. That's basically the educational front for everything. Most of the stuff goes out for PAZNIA, goes there. It's kind of the one-stop shop for most everything, whether it's audiobooks, free audiobooks, podcasts, anything like that. VoluPodcast.com. Then yeah, PAZNIA, Free Republic of PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com, PAZNIA.com is the main website. Just go browse. It's part of it's culture jamming, so it's supposed to look kind of silly. And we make fun of the first realm. We make fun of the coercers. We have fun when we're doing it. It also has a layer of protection. If a state government, if the state or the United Nations ever looks at the website, they'll think it's a joke, and that's good. Yeah, go check it out. We've got our department directory there for, our secret space program, Department of Transportation, Department of Education, et cetera. All basically a lot of them are just landing pages for, as the projects, are built and come together, but kind of gives you an idea of the vision, the PAZNIA vision. And then alongside the just the main PAZNIA site, PAZNIA.com/radio. This has been my big project this year, the PAZNIA Radio Network, where we have obviously self-liberational media, content that will help you teach you how to create free lifestyles. Beyond that, we like to have fun. Like I said, I've said fun like 5 times in the last minute. But there's a lot of entertainment. There's Bitcoin Bugle skits that are absolutely hilarious. And we also have a regular schedule. Self-Liberation Saturday goes from about 4 p.m. Eastern to about 10 p.m. Eastern every Saturday with our I'll call it our flagship original show, Cloak and Dagger with Thane Riddle. It's if you're looking for a show on privacy and security, it's not necessarily for the for the beginner or for the faint of heart, but it's a very if you're looking to learn more about boring topics, technical projects. Thane is a very entertaining way to go about it. And then, yeah, generally speaking, if you're interested in learning more, joining the PAZNIA network, we are, looking for, other nodes. We are looking for, other folks. So yeah, PAZNIA.com is the site. And the last thing I'll mention is Liberty Tech Publications. I've been publishing books for 7 years. We've got, I think, like 40 or 50 books in our catalog now, from, freedom fiction like Agorist fiction, to strategy guides like Second Round Book on Strategy, and everything in between, essentially. And we also offer ghost pads and privacy tools, ghost pads, ghost phones. My hardware hacker friend Jamin, he can pretty much do anything you want to. If you're setting up a custom mining machine, if you're setting up a ghost server to self-host, self-host your cloud storage or something, he can pretty much do anything. LiberatingAttack.com is the place to go for all that. And with that, I really appreciate this conversation. Kat, it was good to connect. And Laura, it was great to be on here. I certainly appreciate the time and opportunity.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Certainly.
Please, Kat, what would you like to?
Okay, so yes, first and foremost, obviously, if you're interested in these subjects, the Nonconformist series episode that we are airing at the end of this month, get on that, because there's going to be a whole bunch of conversations and presentations that are in alignment with what we're talking about right now. I also want to mention that immediately after Anarchapulco, there will be a TDV and a TCV summit. Those are separate ticketed events. They are run by Raphael of TCV and Jeff of TDV, and that's where they're really going to start, focusing in on money and wealth and cryptocurrency and, building your portfolios and assets. Now, for the projects that I'm involved in, if you're curious about Greenbrier Intentional Community, you can find us on ic.org, which is Intentional Communities search engine. You can also visit us at greenbrierschool.org, and that really focuses on the school side of things. If you're in Central Texas and you're looking for a place for your children to grow up alongside like-minded families, this is a really, really, really cool spot. I love it, and I cannot express or cannot overexpress how fantastic it is to be doing life this way. I also think Greenbrier is a replicatable model. So if you are interested in creating a community that runs a school that's focused on the children, that also has places for people to live, reach out to me. We can talk about it. I think it's replicatable. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We are almost 57 years old. So, we've got a good long-standing track record. And if you're interested in learning more about my personal story of finding my voice and accountability within the libertarian activist community, you can go to my blog at sovereignliving.com, and that's where I talk about overcoming coercive control. And I don't just mean coercive control in general, I mean from within the libertarian community, and how I found my voice and began to hold those accountable who were exerting this type of non-libertarian force into my life. And I was able to, I think, successfully shift that. And we're in a really good place now. So that's sovereignliving.com. And of course, anarchapulco.com. If you are interested, maybe you're in Europe and you're like, I can't get to Mexico in February. We have LIBERATING in August. We would love to see you there. It takes place in Serbia. Of course, we now have Puerto Vallarta in February for Anarchapulco. And I just want to make sure everybody is super clear on this. The event is no longer in Acapulco. Don't buy plane tickets to Acapulco. The event is in Puerto Vallarta. And I know that some of you are going to show up in Acapulco and be totally confused why there's no one at the Jardín Secreto. So please, we are in Puerto Vallarta now. We are at the convention center in downtown Puerto Vallarta. It's going to be an amazing event. And we've definitely, I think, upgraded in a lot of ways. We loved the outdoor jungle vibe, but people were feeling too hot. And we now have air conditioning and an indoor stage, but also a lot of outdoor space. So it's going to be a really cool event. And this year, we're actually going to be running 2 stages simultaneously because we have such a stellar lineup. And it's probably too last minute for y'all with Vonu, but hearing about your books that you have, Shane, I'm really working on bringing the philosophy of liberty to this year's event. And we're actually doing a silver dime card project, and we just finalized this deal today. But everyone who attends Anarchapulco, the first 1,000 people, will get a silver dime card. And on this silver dime card, which we're not actually using silver dimes, we're using silver bits with Silver Dave, his company. But they are going to have libertarian philosophers and authors and have a little graphic drawn on them by Ulysses XYZ Uli, who does all of our NFT art, and a little quote from them. We haven't picked the final authors, but if anyone has some suggestions, we are open to that. But we're thinking people who really, Murray Rothbard, Ayn Rand, these types, Ron Paul, who have done so much to bring the philosophy of liberty to the masses. So we have a lot of cool things going on this year with Anarchapulco, and we would love to see you there in person.
Thank you so much. So both Rafael Laverde and Silver
Day
again? Silver Day is going to be at the Nonconformist series as a speaker, and also Jeff, that is like the father of the Anarchapulco, and many more. So guys, thank you. 29th and 30th of December for the 7th edition of the Nonconformist series, Unleash Your Wealth, Claim Your Freedom. But for now, we say peace, love, and financial anarchy, you guys. Thank you so much for being with us today. Bye.
Ciao.
Because like in this movement, and I'm sure you've experienced this too, especially when you first get into this movement, there's a big emphasis on like self-sufficiency and independence, and I can do all this by myself and I don't need nobody. But the biggest lesson that I've truly learned in the last 5 years is that I do absolutely need people, like people like Kat and even you, like you gave me work in 2019 when everybody else was too afraid to hire me. Well, that work is how I survived, or all the people that donated to me, like, but also just like the friends that I've made, this year, there's been some beautiful things that have happened. Well, this year, as in 2023, there were some really beautiful things here and there that happened, but it was a really hard year for me, it started off kind of turbulent, got better, I fell in love, but the universe fucking joke is just like, hi, we're gonna give you the most healthy and fulfilling relationship you've ever had, but by the way, he's literally on the other side of the planet 98% of the time. You're gonna be lonely as fuck. And without these people, like without my roommate, without Hensa being close by, without the people that I train with in circus, this year would have fucking sucked, I have felt so loved. And it's funny because I posted some videos on social media about this, but after my performance in July with my circus people, they were all like kind of watching from the inside, and I had my first solo. It was a solo on Trapeze, and when I came back in, and they were already doing this for months at like parties and stuff, they scream "Ya" or "Lili" or "Mana, ya eres mexicana," which means "Lily, sister, you are Mexican," and they like all bombarded me and hugged me singing that at me, and it's just like the community that I have now worldwide, you know, like all of these, like, we need community to really thrive in this world. If we all just try to fucking do everything ourselves, we end up miserable, angry, and bitter. So yeah, I like that you've made this directory, and I like that it's not just only if they accept crypto or only this. Like, no, if they're good people that do good business and are trustworthy and that are, you can trust them to know, like anybody that I go to my gym with, they could just call and have me deported. Mm-hmm. And they all know my story now. And the exact opposite of what I feared would happen has happened. Basically, they've embraced me. I've become closer to all of them now. They invite me into their homes, to their family functions, to their birthday parties. They're coming with me to Acapulco now, so we're going to perform together, and it's just like, it's been really heartwarming. It's been super heartwarming to like just lean into that community aspect real life. It's so funny to see, and I think it's like the second wave of this community, because we all start off as individuals, but then at a certain point we realize not only does it suck being all by yourself, it's just so much better having a good community of people you trust. And I know the biggest thing that I've gotten out of being involved in this movement is I have a long list of people that I know for a fact, because I've had to, that I can trust with my life.
And welcome to the Vonu podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. I'm your host, Shane Rayo2, coming to you from the Free Republic of PAZNIA, the Self-Liberator's Paradise. For more information on this parallel network currently being built, just visit PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com. On that note, there are a couple updates. First off, the first iteration of the PAZNIA map and directory is now available for vetted PAZNIans and self-liberators. It looks beautiful, I must say, and more locations are being added often. Truly an important step. If you haven't gotten login credentials from me yet, and think you should, please do reach out. I probably just missed you somehow. DM or email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. And if you already have or gain access, check it out, and please consider adding a location or two yourself. The form to do that is PAZNIA.com/join. Second, let me get the proper screen up on OBS here. But second, I want to plug something that will only be timely until January 24th. Some of you may have seen the PAZNIA Network mutual aid request for former and future Vonu podcast host Kyle Reardon. Long story short, he's going through a really rough time. He and his wife are separating. He found out New Year's Eve, in fact, and he had to quick find another job in a different city, locate a new apartment, and will have to reestablish his entire life. As of right now, we've raised $1,302 out of the needed $1,700 to secure his new Vonu home base in Bitcoin, Monero, Silver, and also a little fiat. So yeah, if you're feeling called to help out, just visit vonupodcast.com/Kyle to find a number of ways to donate. The deadline for this is January 24th, but hopefully we'll be done a few days ahead for logistics. I mean, it's been 24 hours, and we're already like, I don't know what's that, 95% of the way there, so... huge thanks to everyone who's made this fundraising campaign a huge success, even if we aren't at 100% quite yet. I feel like this was sort of a last-ditch effort for him, and he's truly mind-blown by the support. And yes, once he gets settled, he will rejoin the podcast. Exciting times ahead. Again, vonupodcast.com/Kyle. Please consider helping out a fellow long-standing self-liberator. Anyway, today, I welcome back another returning guest and friend, Lily Forrester. For most, she really needs no introduction, especially after her life was chronicled on HBO's The Anarchist. But for those who new that might have missed our past couple discussions, Lily is an Agorist who fled the U.S. following cannabis drug charges. She fled to Acapulco, Mexico, with her now late partner, John Galton. After years of working on an anarchist community in Acapulco, in February 2018, tragedy struck. Gunfire erupted at that beautiful mountaintop house overlooking Acapulco Bay. And John was killed and Jason Henzo seriously injured. And of course, following that, life was quite tumultuous for a time as, like Kyle above, she had to reestablish her entire life in the face of seriously intense trauma. We got most of that story from the HBO documentary, but today I'd like to get more of a feel for where Lily is today and what she's doing. And more specifically, after surviving everything she has so far, what has she learned? And what are her current perspectives, outlooks, hobbies, interests, etc. So without further ado, Lily, welcome back to the PA.Z.NIA podcast. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, just in the mad dash getting ready for Anarchapulco this year and all the stuff that comes with it, especially because I'm performing with my circus family and everything. That's going to be a...
Oh, wow.
The idea of doing like a co-producing job and also being performer 2 of the 5 nights is just like, okay, I like to challenge myself.
Yeah, certainly. So yeah, let's get into that. I mean, I've seen some of the stuff on Twitter of what you've been up to nowadays, but yeah, what's tell us what a day in the life in Mexico is for you today. What are you up to, and is life good?
So yeah, my life currently is actually even very different than it was a year ago. Like, anybody who's watched the series knows the series ended with me being in a relationship with this kind of tall fellow that ended this year for the better. I switched a lot of life priorities. I've talked to you about this privately a little bit, but like, I've been on like this hormone health journey because I quit birth control and took back control of my body, basically. And so it's been a year of just learning how to support myself while finding balance with work. So at this point, a year ago I would get out of bed at 5 a.m. and work until 9 o'clock at night. And now my days, they start slow. They start relaxing in bed, and then I make myself breakfast. I have a roommate, so I generally talk to him for a while because he likes to talk a lot. And then I get to work, and I'm still somehow getting more done than I was a year ago, working less time, which is kind of a little bit of a mind-boggling thing to me at this point. But yeah, I work, and then I go and I train with my circus family, which... That has been a fun journey because when I started with them in 2021, they just thought I was some like weird, overly dedicated gringa. And then the series came out, and the day that the series started coming out, July 10th, also happened to be the day of my first show ever that I did with them. So I performed that day, and I said nothing, absolutely nothing to my teacher about the series because, like, how do you tell your teacher that your life is being chronicled on HBO and that you're an illegal and you witnessed murder and all of these other crazy things about my story? So I just kind of like let that fly in the wind for a while. And he found out because somebody at his gym was just like, have you ever Googled that girl, that like white girl that works at or that comes to your gym? And he's like, why would I do that? Like, she's just some gringa. And they're like, you should probably look into her. And he did, and he found all of the, news stories and the series, and he watched the series, and he took about like 2 months, or not 2 months, like 2 weeks to try to figure out, like, what do you say to somebody that like was doing all of that and just didn't say anything. And then he finally did, and we had to talk about it, and since then the rest of the girls have found out, so I'm kind of like, I'm the token anarchist, but they all love me for it, to the point now to where when helicopters fly over my gym, which they sometimes do, they all look at me like they're here for you.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. Or the one day we were talking about it, one girl walks in class and she's on her phone, and Roberto like looks at me and he's like, she's on the phone with immigration. Like, and she was like, huh? And I was like, she wouldn't do that to me, but now it's, whenever he tells the story, he says, and I'm going to say it badly because I understand Spanish, but I don't speak it very well, but he says it's the chisme más jugosa in El Historia de Kailus, which means the juiciest gossip in the history of Kailus. So Yeah, so I just kind of, my days are actually kind of like normal and chill, and I have a lot of jobs that I work. One of them a surprisingly normie job, like I somehow got a job in PR. I still don't quite understand that. But yeah, I just kind of get stuff done. Occasionally I have video dates with my long distance Agorist boyfriend, and I'm working on getting my legal situation fixed so I can move to a place that I will keep somewhat private in Europe.
Understood, and yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Well, cool. So I guess Mexico to Europe, somewhere in Europe potentially. That's definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. So I suppose no, it's kind of funny. Yeah, I imagine it's probably kind of things are normal, but yeah, you're kind of talking about some of the experiences with being with all the stuff that they Googled. But yeah, no, I always have to give Henza a little shit. Anytime he like shows up at a PAZNIA assembly, HBO star Jason Henza. But yeah, it's interesting. It is still kind of yeah. Even though it's not even about me, but it's still just kind of surreal since like why is that there's that it even got looked at anyway. But I guess we can get to that momentarily. I got a couple more questions just about what you're doing now. So you mentioned working for Anarchapulco. I guess you want to talk a little bit about that, and and give us the update on Anarchapulco, because 5 years ago I went on to recommend it to people. So I guess tell us what's new, and I guess what you're doing with that.
So yeah, in 2020, at the end of 2020, like I knew all of 2020 that if Anarchapulco continued, because Jeff considered stopping it because of the pandemic, he just didn't want to deal with it anymore, and it's a lot of work. But throughout 2020, like my best friend Kat Bleish Bonadin, she was messaging Jeff on almost a weekly basis, and he kept saying, no, we're not doing it. No, we're not doing it. And then finally in December, he messages her and was like, let's do it. Which she promptly, pretty much immediately messaged me and was like, I need your help. So I joined the team at the end of 2020 as basically just like a virtual assistant. I was just doing admin tasks and like just random stuff. But by the end of the year 2021, like the event in 2021, she was introducing me as a co-producer because I ended up taking on so much responsibility that I fit the role. Then for the 2022 year, like right after the 2021 event, I took over the website and I essentially rebuilt the website, and we built because we have the replay system, so I had to build a login system and everything for WordPress. I took over the email list. 2022, I didn't go to Anarchapulco because I was afraid to travel. And yeah, it's just kind of evolved. Basically, I do sponsorships for Anarchapulco. I do the website. I co-produce. Yeah, I do. It's kind of a mountain of stuff because it's one of those things, like I am so hyper productive and I do things so well that every time we've tried to delegate some of my tasks, it ends up taking me longer to explain how to do the task to somebody else than it takes me to actually do it.
Yeah.
So I just do it all, which is a little exhausting. But yeah, we're going into our 10th anniversary, and as many people may or may not know, we had I'm not in Acapulco anymore, but Acapulco got utterly fucking sacked by a category. Yeah, I'm pretty sure category 5 hurricane. And it was one of those things where I was like, oh, it got hit by a hurricane. It got hit by hurricanes when I lived there, but it took me a day or two to really look to see the damage. And I was actually on TikTok, and it started showing me videos of the Costera, and I was just like, oh shit, this is really bad. And it looks like the apocalypse hit there. It's really bad. I'm pretty sure the government is estimating $15 billion in damage, and I don't think that's an exaggeration. I think that actually might be a conservative estimate, between all the cleanup and the damage to the buildings. And I've talked to people that were there. They said they saw tourists flying out of hotels and stuff. They claim less than 100 dead, but There was definitely more than that. Governments do like to lie about those things, but in some ways it looked worse than in terms of like just utter damage, because those buildings are all metal and glass. I think it was worse than Katrina in terms of the devastation. They're like, it's still a mess. I'm seeing like they post photos, like they post a photo of like this statue in the middle of the main bay. And it's like Acapulco is okay again, but like when you really like pay attention to the details of the photo, it still looks like the apocalypse hit. Like, yeah, you guys sweep the streets, but like that building there is missing most of its windows, and it's one of the nicer buildings in the main bay. So it's kind of surreal, and we almost were like, maybe we shouldn't hold it in Acapulco this year. We considered Mexico City, but our venues assured us that they would be ready, and we decided that it would probably be the right thing to do to try to hold the event there anyway. So, you know, we sent some of our people down there. Henza went down there and helped. Our other co-producer, Rebecca, went down there to assess things, to make sure, one, you know, that the people that take care of us there are taken care of, but also to really like, can they actually be ready for us? And we determined then, like, yeah, they can. It's gonna be kind of heavy being down there and all of that, but they can absolutely host us still. So we are still holding it. There are a lot of people that are like, oh, it's not happening, but it definitely is. Maybe for the last year. Jeff has been saying every year for the last several years that he thinks it's the last year, but this year feels different. So I think it might be. But it's the 10th anniversary, which is kind of crazy to consider. This is my 9th Anarchapulco. And yeah, like I mentioned, I'll be performing twice with my circus people. So it's kind of funny because like they all saw the series, and now they're going to go down and be immersed in that world, which is kind of, you know, it's going to be a full circle moment, you know, because it's like, yeah, these are the people that took care of me when I first moved to Mexico. A lot of them they will have seen in the series. And then it's like, okay, all of you people, because everybody last year, they're like, wow, you look so different. You look so strong. You look so happy. What changed? Well, what changed is I have, you know, a community here that's not just a bunch of scared and angry gringos, because I mean, let's face it, like most of the gringos leaving the United States these days are scared and angry.
True.
And it leads to a certain vibe, whereas like the people that I train with, a lot of them are normies, but they're really good people and they get shit done and they take care of each other. There's no drama, there's no scamming and stuff that can happen in these communities. But yeah, I'll be performing twice. This year will be the second year that the fork has been brought back. It's been renamed Agoraforco instead of Anarchaforco, which for me,
okay, cool. It's coming back too.
Yeah, we did it last year and it was awesome. I set up the calendar literally the same way I set up the calendar in 2018 and 2019. And yeah, it's the second week of Anarchapulco. So the first week, the opening night party is the 11th. The actual conference is from the 12th to the 16th. And then from the 17th to the 23rd is the fork. And it is literally set up the way that it was. And it is just as hard getting people to understand, because everybody in the chat's like, so where's the fork happening? It's a secret garden. And it's like, no, it's not that kind of event. Where do you want the fork to happen? Like, but enough people got it last year, because I personally put 5 events on the calendar because I didn't know how it was going to do, so I wanted there to be something to do. But I counted at the end of the week, and there was more than 70 different events, so 65 other than the ones that I posted during that week on the calendar. So it was a success. It was definitely a success, especially for me, because that's actually how I met my long-distance Agorist boyfriend. He saw the series, and it's funny because people ask me all the time, they're like, what did you get out of the series? Like, how much did you get paid? And I'm like, well, it was a documentary, like not a reality show, so I didn't get paid. But what I did get was, you know, my boyfriend would have never known I existed otherwise, but he watched the series and he was like, wow, I've got to meet this girl. And he came all the way from, we'll just say middle of Europe, like deep in Europe, to Mexico. And he was one of the few people that bought a fork-only ticket. We actually didn't do a fork-only ticket this year because only 5 people bought. Everybody else just did general admission or VIP so they could go to the conference too. But he was one of the few people that bought the fork-only ticket, and he came to my events, and, you know, that was a somewhat slow start to our relationship. So it is possible to find love at the fork, but yeah, so that's what Anarchapulco is up to these days. We'll see what happens for next year. There's like, I feel torn personally. There's a big part of me that is a little bit exhausted after 9 years of Anarchapulco and wouldn't mind finding something else to focus a lot of my efforts on. But there's also that other part of me that's like, I've gotten best friends out of it. I've gotten so much work out of it. I've now gotten love out of it. Like, so much of what my life currently is started with me going to Anarchapulco in 2016. So it's like, okay, I'm torn. I think part of me will be relieved if we don't do it next year, but I think part of me will be also sad if we don't. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I resonate with a lot of that, but I guess more so with the Michigan Peace and Liberty, or I guess the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest up in Michigan. So I've been going to that since 2015. So yeah, similar there, and yeah, I met my wife there and everything. So yeah, and you know, everyone that's like the first layer of the PAZNIA network, the first layer of trust is mainly people I met there. So yeah, it's critical at everything that I'm doing. Yeah, so I resonate with that a lot for sure. So that's cool. It's cool to hear all you're doing now. Anarchapulco is doing good, and that you know, Acapulco is doing, you know, better, I suppose, and that some things are getting back to somewhat normal there. So because I looked at I looked at a couple. I went to the Telegram chat for Anarchapulco and looked at a couple of videos from there of like the helicopter flybys of the coast. And I was like, holy shit, it actually is really bad. Because a lot of that stuff, you know, the media likes to overblow and stuff. But that was one case. So I don't think the media was actually covering that. So, yeah.
Yeah, the media was not covering how bad it was, but it was really devastatingly awful. Like, I was floored, and I still am. I'm a little bit like, because that place is already kind of a trauma bucket for me, and then like to go back and it just like to see it devastated is gonna be tough. I can already feel it. But I also can already feel the fact that the community there is going to be grateful that we are still going to come and spend our money because they need it now more than ever.
Yeah, certainly. So yeah, I guess we've been going for 21 minutes so far, which is great. You know, that was a good, you know, a very good start. Glad things seem to be going really, really well on all fronts. So I guess let's back up a bit to the documentary experience. So yeah, tell us a bit about what that was like and what your thoughts were on the final product.
Oh man. The whole thing was weird from the beginning because it was like, oh, okay, you know, at first it was like, okay, this is an interview. We don't think it's going to turn into anything. But they kept coming back and we're like, all right, we'll do the interviews. Don't think it's going to turn into anything. And then the murder happened. And then I was just like, okay, well, it's probably going to turn into something. And during those days, Thaddeus Russell, who's still a good friend of mine, he was like, yeah, it's definitely going to turn into something big. I'm pushing them to get it put on something like Netflix or something. And I'm like, that seems like a lot. And that costs money. Like, and they were paying up until, I think, mid-2021, I want to say. Yeah, mid-2021. Up until then, they were paying for everything out of pocket. All of their flights down, the equipment, everything that they were doing. Every time that they came down to film in those, save for like the end interview, which like you see bits of that throughout the series. It's like where I'm sitting in this red chair in a black dress and I have my hair in my glasses, like, and all of that. That was the only interview that was paid for by investors, but everything else that they did was out of their personal pocket. And I know there are a lot of people out there that are like, HBO framed all of this. You know, we got Howard Lichman that's like, HBO manufactured this entire situation, including the murder, to make the community look bad. And it's like, nah, like it was literally just two people paying out of their pocket, partially because like they became friends with us, and you know, they were just hanging out with their friends. That was the big part of it. And then the murder happened, and they were like, okay, you know, we're gonna continue with this. And yeah, that, I mean, the whole thing was just surreal, like being surrounded by cameras. And then they kept coming back, and it was kind of always like in the back of my head, like, should I really be doing this? You know, because after the murder, I was like, okay, it is going to end up somewhere big. Is it really a smart idea for me to be bragging about being a fugitive on international television? That was a big fucking question in my head the whole time. And I'm like, but there was something in my head that was telling me like, no, you need to do this. Follow through with it. And I'm like, okay. So we did that final interview in 2021, and like in, I want to say April of 2022, which was months before it was anybody was told that it was going to be on HBO, because I was in such a delicate situation, HBO gave them permission to tell me under the stipulation that I wasn't allowed to tell nobody. But I knew from April that it was going to be on HBO. So it was just like, okay. And it was funny because, like, you know, my friends that I work with all know who I am. But really the people I was spending all of my time with in person, because I go like 3 to 4 days a week to these circus classes, and they're like social things that we do outside of them. I was just like immersed in like this Mexican group that they just thought I was some like normie white lady that didn't want to live in the United States. And it's just like, we're training for this show together. And I remember a couple weeks before the show, Mexican local news came in to one of our classes. And my teacher, and he knows I'm socially awkward, so he was like, Lily, we're going to have cameras in class. You know, like, I just don't want you to act weird. Like, don't get weirded out by the cameras. And in my brain, I'm just like, you have no fucking clue. Like, because the last interview I did with the Anarchists that, like, where bits or pieces are shown throughout all the series, that was a 2-day interview of 10 hours per day in front of 5 or 6 cameras and a crew of like 20 people. That, like, when I went into those interviews, that was when I knew it was gonna be big. You know, I was like, oh shit, because I knew they got investing, and then I'm like, there's about 4 more cameras than there were last time, and about 10 times as many people, literally. Like, this is gonna be a thing.
Got a big budget real quick.
So yeah, it got real big budget real quick, and and I have a funny story that I heard about my dad in regards to that too, because my dad is where I get my social awkwardness from. But by the time this happened, like, I had been so used to being followed around by cameras, especially by these people, that I got over it. And yeah, we did that class, and my teacher's like, wow, I'm impressed. You know, because he told me at one point, because he did an interview, like, they filmed parts of the class and he did an interview, and he looks at me and he's like, you either need to get out of the way or do something interesting behind me. And I was like playing with the trapeze, so I was just sitting there doing stuff on the trapeze. And after class, he was like, you were a lot more comfortable in front of the cameras than I expected. And I was just like, yeah. Like, yep. Which my dad, he's awkward about that. And there's, you know, they rented out an entire diner for my dad's exit interview that they put him in. And there's like, they were trying to get the scene of him driving in, like, with his truck from the drone. And they're like, act natural. And he's like, okay. So he drives in, and as he drives in, he's like staring at the drone. They had him redo that like 10 or 15 times, like, please stop looking at the drone. We need you to drive in as if there's not a drone filming you. Like, come on. Which is hilarious.
Yeah.
And that was also funny. That's actually how I got back in touch with my dad, because I hadn't talked to him the entire time I lived in Mexico. It had been 5 years. Or it had been about 5 years, actually. So documentary series is like, hey, this is 2019, like 2 or 3 months after the murder. They're like, hey, we want to interview your dad. I'd already put him in touch with my sister. They're like, we also want to interview your dad. And I'm like, well, I haven't talked to my dad. Like, he doesn't know what happened. And they're like, well, get in touch with him. And I was like, how the fuck do I do that? So I had my sister call him and tell him what happened. And then I called him after, and yeah, his first words were, what the fuck, Miranda? Because it's just like, but I'm like, so you're going to go and meet up with this documentary crew? And he's like, yeah, I guess. And then it got really big budget, and they're both like, oh, wow, okay. So that's a thing. And I wasn't even able to tell them when I knew it was going to be on HBO. I had to wait until the official announcements right before those went out, and then I was able to tell them, like, hey, Dad, by the way, you're going to be on HBO.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, and that was just a whole thing. Like, it was weird because, like, it went from, some of the stuff, like, I wouldn't say it was necessarily staged, but it was set up in a way to where, like, when my dad came to Acapulco, I wasn't allowed to go pick him from the airport because they wanted to have control over filming the reunion. So I had to wait with Mike on my like clipped onto me for Henza to go pick my dad up from the airport and bring him to the house that we were staying at so they could film it and do their cinematic shot. There were a few other things like that. And it's weird, like, that's a big moment. And it's like, it was weird having to plan it around a camera crew being there. That was very strange. And they also asked, they're like, hey, can we come to your class and film you in class? And I'm like, man, I don't know how to explain to my teacher that I have a documentary crew following me around. Like, I don't know about that. So I didn't end up doing it, which he's a little mad at me about because he's, he's like this sassy gay man who's like, I am a star, and he wanted to be in it,
Yeah.
But yeah, and then the series came out, and it was just like hundreds of messages for weeks on end, like pouring in, and I replied to pretty much every one of them, much to people's surprise, because I basically decided, like, if I were somebody trying to message somebody like me that I looked up to, I would want a response. So I and still to this day, I still respond and I still get messages. I get a few a week compared to hundreds a week. But yeah, it changed a lot, and then it also changed nothing. Like, my daily life is still pretty similar to what it was beforehand, with certain differences. I do feel like now that my teacher and my classmates know about the series, that I can authentically be myself. They've even all started trying to call me my birth name, Miranda, again. That series got the attention of the local newspaper in the area where I was arrested, the Akron Beacon Journal, and somebody from there contacted me, and they ended up doing a 2-part front page of the newspaper series about me, that was awesome. Honestly, it was pretty fucking cool, and it's how I got my lawyer. So I have a pretty badass lawyer. She's known for getting innocent people out of prison. Like, when I found her, somebody sent me her Instagram, and the first post that was there was like a post of her with her goddaughter, who basically wouldn't exist if she hadn't gotten her father out of prison. And I was like, okay. Which, that whole thing, like, I don't know how much you believe in the spiritual stuff in tarot, but like, a tarot reader who saw the story and offered me a free reading predicted my lawyer with like 100% accuracy.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy. She basically told me, she was like, you're going to get a female lawyer. She's going to be a badass. And you're going to hear about it within a week. And I was like, ain't no fucking way. Like, I had been trying for years at that point to get a lawyer, and none of the prospects were female. Literally not a single one. And I was like, yeah, whatever. And then somebody randomly messaged me and was like, hey, you might want to check into this woman. Like, she could probably help you. And I got in touch with her after the Akron Beacon Journal thing. And I was like, this is the deal. Like, can you help? You know, other lawyers have told me it costs $25,000. And she's like, that's bullshit, because there's no reason that this should cost that much. It might take a while, but I'm going to charge you $5,000 and keep it at a flat rate, because I know you don't have a lot, and we'll get working on it.
Nice.
Which I'm still like waiting for a lot of things with that, but it's an 8-year-old case, and she has other cases that are happening like right now that she's had to prioritize over it. But she's extremely effective. Like yesterday, she posted about how she got some guy that had a felony 1, 2, and 2 felony 3s. So almost as many felonies as I had, but worse felonies, because I didn't have a felony 1. But she posted about how she got him acquitted of all of those crimes. She seems pretty confident in that. But at this point, I'm like, give me a fucking plea deal. I would rather just move on with my life and not go to jail. I've got plans, and they're all on pause right now, as I'm like sitting here trying to stoically zen it out until my legal situation gets fixed. But yeah, it's brought a lot of beauty into my life. I expected it to make things complicated for me legally in terms of like Mexico, but the Mexican government does not seem to give a fiddly flying fuck about it. Nothing has changed in that regard, especially because like if they wanted to find me, it is not that hard to find out exactly where I am and where I train to camp out and get my ass out of the country if they really wanted to. So yeah, I'm just kind of chilling out. And then as far as the final product, I mean, the thing that I will say about the series, because there are a lot of people that are like, oh, they sensationalized it and they made it all about the drama. The thing is, they're like, oh, you know, you got Larkin and Amanda like, oh, they just focused on the drama when there was good things happening at Anarchapulco. Something that they don't understand as people that literally only came to Anarchapulco was 7 days out of 365. And the other 350 something days were exactly what the series showed. It was fucking drama. It was fucking like struggle. Like the things that I wish that the series maybe could have done a little bit more accurately was when talking about the theory behind the murder, they did completely gloss over, and they said it was because they couldn't prove it, but they also couldn't prove Lisa Freeman's theory about me selling cocaine either. But I had a local contact that's really connected. I'm actually still friends with him, and he was asking around after the murder, and he contacted me about 6 weeks after the murder and was like, what do you think happened? And I was like, honestly, at this point, I don't even know. You know, and he was like, well, I was asking around and people were saying this crazy guy named Paul paid some people to go and do that. And I had never mentioned Paul's name to him, not even once.
So that was independent.
Came up with that.
Wow.
Yeah, completely independent from the movement. Like, nobody else knew him. I knew him because I actually, like, most people don't know this, but I worked at a smoke shop when I first lived in Acapulco for, like, a couple months. And it ended up temporarily closing down. They're open now again, which is good to hear. I heard from him for the first time in a couple of years, like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, that was somebody completely independent from the community, completely unswayed by all of that stuff, that didn't have any information, that was just gathering information, and that's what he gathered. because I was like, yeah, people are accusing us of having competed with local cartels, and he was like, I heard nothing about that, not a single thing about it, which is interesting. I wish, and when they asked me about like Nathan Freeman's theory, there's like that scene where I'm just like, and then they're just like, they basically made it seem like I accepted that theory, but I followed that up with the story that I just mentioned, and it's just like, okay, yeah, but there was that. The other thing is like, I will say the series was accurate to what each character felt was happening at the time. Whether or not that lined up with reality is a whole nother matter. The one real big flaw that I would say with the series is that they tried to make everybody that was involved with it happy, which was impossible, without skewing the truth of the story. For example, I wish they would have been more honest about how bad my relationship with John was. There are a lot of people that came out of that series like, wow, it's so romantic. No, it wasn't. It was daily hell. Very abusive, and there was a lot of stuff that I talked about in that final interview that I could tell Todd was surprised. I could see the look of shock on his face as I told him that wasn't included because they didn't want to hurt John's family, which I guess I understand, but it leads to a somewhat disingenuous view of what really happened. The other thing is, it made it seem like Anarchapulco died after 2020 without Nathan Freeman's guidance, and that the attendance was so low because of that. No, the attendance was low because we were in a bear market. The conference did not die, and in fact, like, after 2020, the conference became, like, I wouldn't continue working for the conference if it was the same drama, drug-filled party that it was. It's actually remarkably drama-free at this point. It's everybody on the team's required to read the 4 agreements and practice the 4 agreements when working with each other, and if they don't, we don't continue to work with people. Like, we have a really good dynamic on the team, and it got a lot better, and it's not like they didn't have footage. We let them in 2022, and they stopped it at 2020. And it's just like, okay, I guess. And they made it basically seem like what happened with Nathan Freeman killed Nathan Freeman, but the reality was, as far as the liver failure is concerned, he was jaundiced when I met him in 2016. He was day drinking when I met him in 2016. And even beyond that, the way he left Anarchapulco, I've talked to a lot of people, and I've also seen proof of what these people all say. And a lot of these people all have the same story, but they don't fucking like each other. And there's like actual like electronic proof to back it up. He rage quit the conference. Jessica was literally hired to handle the annoying, like, logistical admin stuff, the spreadsheets, the budgeting, the not fun stuff. And he was going to be kept on at the same salary to handle, like, to be the face of the conference, to be the cat herder, to do the fun stuff. And she was going to handle, like, making contracts and, you know, like, making sure we follow through on agreements and making sure we stay in budget and, like, all of that stuff. And he got threatened. He decided to rage quit, and I've seen the email in which he rage quit. And then the reason he got locked out of his email was because he was messaging sponsors and speakers telling them not to be involved with Anarchapulco. So of course we're going to, you know, revoke his Anarchapulco email address at that point. And that's what really happened there. It was, he quit and he regretted it. And it's one of those things where, like, had he come back to Jeff and apologized for, like, trying to sabotage the conference, he would have been allowed back on the team in the same role that he was in. So he wasn't pushed out of the conference. The conference did not die without Nathan Freeman. I feel bad for his kids. I was definitely pretty angry for his kids when he died, because it's one of those things where, like, I've been through some pretty horrible stuff, as everybody knows and is well aware, and I didn't give up, and I didn't have kids to keep me going. Whereas he basically, like, things got hard for him, and he just let himself go completely and died, and now his kids are growing up without a dad, and I think that's a pretty shitty thing to do, even if you are upset and your feelings are hurt. So, all in all, I think it could have been a lot worse. I think a lot of these people that are pissed about how dramatic and sensationalist it is are also people that were only involved for short bursts of time, like a few weeks to a few months, a year at most. And it's like, okay, guys, like, but I was living in it. I was living in the weirdness all the time, and it was definitely weird, and it was definitely dramatic. And that's what happens when a bunch of broken people try to badly do community together in a place where anything fucking goes.
Yeah, no, that was the first thing I noticed, and I wasn't there, but a couple months, or a month and a half in Acapulco, but I got there, and Henza basically gave me the rundown on kind of I was like, hold on, this is going on there, really? And then like I remember most of the times when we went over to your place, a lot of the time, like, it was conversations about that or something along those lines. So it was it was very much a very, and it was crazy shit, or like crazy shit, regarding Paul and all that. That you wouldn't believe it unless you actually I didn't believe it the first time I heard it. Really, it just seemed kind of wild. It's like, well, that's like paradise of freedom paradise, but no, it definitely didn't. It definitely wasn't that. At least definitely not. So the drama was definitely there. I guess the only thing that I appreciate all that, because I guess I didn't have all that insight, but I guess the one thing I noticed was. If it was only, so they portrayed like Anarchapulco as kind of like a party and drugs thing for a lot of it, and that would have been kind of problematic for me if they didn't have. You were a really good balancing point to that, to where like I guess the Agorist stuff. So I thought like in terms of like balance, because obviously that stuff does happen there. They have to show it. Like it's like it's part of Anarchapulco. But I think you were a really good balance point to that. So it made it a lot more fun. Was my perspective, but that's really all I have to add on. I guess on the final product from my vantage point.
Yeah, it's there was definitely it was fucking weird watching it. Really surreal watching all of that and just being like, because like I grew up watching HBO. So, like, and HBO has had that same, like, intro logo for at least 20 years where it's like a what noise and it shows the HBO. And then it goes into my fucking life story and I'm like, what the fuck alternate universe have I ended up on? Like, and it's wild. It's really wild to consider. And Henza and I, like, because Henza lives near me now, we talk about the irony of it. And how funny it is, and because like Henza's still fucking Henza, and I'm still me, and it's a funny thing where, in regards to the series, it's fucking wild to consider. And my teacher, he thinks it's wild because he's now a part of my story, and also my boyfriend, he saw me for the first time on the series, came and met me, we ended up falling in love, and now occasionally he'll rewatch one of the episodes. Like, he showed one of the episodes to his grandpa, who's like statist as hell, and his grandpa was just like, what in the fuck are you doing? Like, what in the fuck? Which he's the anarchist black sheep of the family, but it's weird for him as well because he watches it and he's just like, wow. So I'm a part of this story now. Kind of surreal. But it's just kind of like, it is what it is. I think the story is only going to get better because when I get my legal situation fixed and I'm able to go back to the U.S. and get my passport, Henza will be the one taking me, and I intend on vlogging that because why not? So it'll be like, here's me crossing the border after 8 years of living as a fugitive in Mexico. And I'm looking forward to that conversation, honestly. I know I'm going to be interrogated for hours by Border Control as they're like, where's your passport? And I'm like, I've never had one. And they're like, well, when did you go to Mexico? And I'm like, 2016. And they're like, what?
Hold on.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, it'll be fun. Be a good moment. But yeah, so I'll mention it's funny. Henza posted in the PAZNIA chat. He's got a pizza joint now, which is pretty cool.
He does.
Pizza Henza there in somewhere in Mexico. Posted there in the PAZNIA chat. It's amazing. Never would have expected that, but yeah, there's a PAZNIA friendly pizza joint that gives you discounts for paying for pizza in Bitcoin or Monero. So it's a pretty neat thing.
Yeah, I go over there all the time and I'm harassing him. I make jokes because like Henza and I kind of have a pizza war going because, as you know, I used to serve pizza in Acapulco. It was actually one of my most popular things I do at that restaurant. But Henza, he goes on Facebook and is like, yeah, so my pizza's better than Lily's because she uses too much garlic in it. But he doesn't use any garlic in his sauce. He uses this very, very simple marinara sauce. So I'm always giving him shit like the pizza would be better if you added garlic. And he's always like, well, I'm only selling these for 40 pesos a pizza, so I gotta meet my bottom line. And I'm like, Henza, it costs 2 pesos to add garlic to your pizza for the entire day. Don't give me that shit, But the pizzas are pretty decent. I would definitely add garlic. But it's good. And yeah, you can definitely pay in crypto and also gold backs.
Gold backs too, right?
I know that because my roommate gave me a gold back. My roommate bought some from Henza and he's like, I don't know how to use these. And he owed me money for something. And he gave me a gold back. And I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do with this? Just making jokes mostly. And then Henza's pizza place opened, so I took it over there and I got pizzas in exchange for it.
There you go.
So yeah, it is funny. It's not completely surprising to me that he started a pizza place. Just knowing Henza, he was talking about doing that before he ever went carnivore, and it's something he does with his girlfriend, partner. Well, they're not engaged, but they are life partners, staying together for good. So yeah, it's funny to see Henza go from lazy bachelor to hardworking family man.
Nice.
Because he's got a stepdaughter now, so it's it's real funny. It's cute, but it's funny to see that shift in him over the last few years.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess one other curious question, which I didn't have this in my outline, but I know my way of eating is definitely definitely falls into a lot of things some stuff we talked about privately, hormones and things of that nature. But I want to so I learned about carnivore from you guys there in Acapulco, and I did that for a while. Then I went more hardcore, nose to tail, really high quality animal products, and then I just recently kind of switched again. But I'm curious, I guess what's your where you've been at with that. I guess what your experiences are. 'Cause yeah, I mean you look healthy. I mean you looked in the documentary. You look very different. So you look a lot more healthier. So I'm curious what's your we talked about some of the more of the some of it, but yeah, what's your way of eating now?
So yeah, that last part of the documentary was filmed about 6 months before I quit weed, and I'm mentioning that because that was a huge part of the shift in my diet. Because during those days, I was still eating very limited. Because I've always kind of been able to tolerate corn, so I was basically eating beef tacos, and that was it for years. Because I did carnivore for about 2 years, and about 6 months of that was lion diet. But I mean, I love to cook. And I got really bored. It was fucking with my mental health, but also part of why I went so hardcore was, as anybody who watches the series can see, I had really horrible skin, especially in 2018 and 2019, but it didn't really get that much better. It improved maybe 20% with the carnivore diet. It never really got better. My digestive system never really stabilized like it was supposed to, despite the fact that I was being like really, really strict with it. So I was like, okay, obviously for me, something different needs to happen. So I kind of came off of it. I experimented a lot. Not really a lot worked. Corn worked, certain vegetables worked, a few fruits worked. But I was still very limited, and I got to a point where I was just tired of it. And my best friend, who I produce Anarchapulco with, Kat, she messages me a study that she found that implies, because she and I were both dealing, like, I had had acute pancreatitis maybe 2 months before this, and then she got it, and she found a study that said that in chronic cannabis use, you can deal with acute pancreatitis. So I looked deeper, and apparently chronic cannabis use negatively impacts the digestive system, in that it gets your pancreas to stop producing enzymes. And by that point, I started taking digestive enzymes and boiled down to, okay, a lot of, the reason why I have a hard time digesting food is actually because I have no digestive enzymes. And so I was like, okay, that day I decided, all right, I'm going to finish out what weed I have, and I'm going to take a 6-week break. And that was in June of 2022. And I haven't consumed any cannabis since. It took me about 2 weeks to enjoy eating again after that. But within by the end of those 2 weeks, I was, at this point I was already doing circus stuff. And before I was like, oh, I need it for my anxiety. Well, I immediately stopped having panic attacks, which panic attacks were really regular for me, before I quit. And I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe I'll keep, I'll keep this up. And then, yeah, by 2 months later, I was able to eat chocolate and stuff like that, avocados, some other things that I really missed that I just wasn't able to consume, rice. And it was just slowly was able to introduce more things, but still not as much as I wanted to. I still was fairly limited for a while. Then this year in Acapulco, actually, I started microdosing psilocybin. And through that process, I broke up with the relationship that I had, which, I wish the guy the best, but the responsibility for providing financially and everything was put on me. And also I was responsible for his emotional state. There was a lot of conflicts, especially relating to my former life. He was very jealous of John, which is weird because he was dead, but it was a constant thing, and he'd get upset with me you talk about it a lot. And it's like, well, how am I supposed to live in a relationship with somebody where I cannot talk about 8 years of my adult life? Literally, I'd spent all but 1 year of my adult life with that man. How do I not talk about those times? And yeah, it was through those few weeks during Anarchapulco last year, I was like, okay, I'm not comfortable with this relationship. I want this relationship to end. In that time, I met the man that I'm now dating, and about my birthday, right around my birthday, me and this guy broke up. And this is important because a lot of things dietarily changed for me right after, because my stress level went from here on a constant basis to here. So it was a huge shift, because it's hard enough to be living the lifestyle that I do, with how much work I do, with how I train, being who I am stress-wise, without having to manage somebody else's feelings about it. And yeah, it's one of those things where at this point, he still hasn't gotten over it. Almost a year later, he's publicly accusing me of cheating and all this other stuff. Whereas the reality is, I was afraid to end the relationship because I knew he would make problems for me, and he did. He broke into my house, all these other things after I broke up with him. But all of that is mentioned because pretty much immediately after that breakup, about a month after that, I was able to eat eggs again without discomfort. I was adding more things in. And in last May, my now boyfriend came back from middle of fucking Europe again for a second time in a year. But this time directly to spend time with me. And we ended up spending 5 weeks together. And he's a very, like, I went from being the person who I had to make all the plans and provide all the money to do the plans and, like, all of that stuff to this man. He came with a plan and was like, you just come and enjoy, I'll pay for everything. And it was like all these restaurants and stuff, and it was like completely different. Like, he treated me like a queen. And I'm mentioning this because at one of these restaurants, accidentally I ordered a beef taco for breakfast. I was still eating somewhat limited, but I was opening up more, and the beef taco came with black beans on it, and I hadn't had black beans in years, and or any beans in years. And I got halfway through the taco before I realized it, and like the panic set in, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm about to be suffering. And I didn't suffer at all. And it was like a week or two later, we went to a different city. We kind of like traveled around during this month, and he picked out this cafe that he wanted to go to for breakfast. And we get there, and I look at the menu, and it's literally all like high quality grilled cheese on sourdough bread. There was literally zero other options. And I was like, I started to panic. And he's like, I don't doubt that you had food problems before. Like, I don't doubt that in the slightest. He goes, but I think you can eat what you want at this point and be fine. And I was like, well, I don't know. And he's like, baby, just eat a sandwich. You'll be fine. And if not, you can be mad at me, but just try it. Just trust me. And I ate a sandwich and I was fine. So I can eat everything now without discomfort, without like inflammation issues. I don't have the headache and like the blood sugar and the fatigue issues that I used to have. At the same time, I quit birth control, and I decided to take charge of my hormones and regulate through that. And my skin got pretty bad again there for a few months, but I started eating like a higher protein diet, still allowing myself to have carbs. Like, you know, if I wanted a piece of cake, I ate a fucking piece of cake, because I found that it's actually more stressful to the body, at least a woman's body, to restrict the way that I was than it is to just have the thing, you know, every so often. And at this point, like, my skin's pretty much cleared up. Like, I don't have really any more body acne the way I did. I get a little bit of hormonal acne that I'm still fixing around my like chin and jawline, but even that, like, I'm sure you can tell and remember the way it was back in 2018 compared to how it is now. But yeah, it's just been a whole thing, going from eating literally only beef and salt to now the only things that I still avoid are anything with soy in it. I still avoid. And I avoid like emulsifiers, like xanthan gum and guar gum and any lecithin, soy lecithin, sunflower lecithin, modified cornstarch. If it's just got stuff like that in, seed oils, I still avoid seed oils.
Same. Yeah.
But I eat a pretty balanced, like, whole foods diet. You know, I do consume a decent amount of meat still, but I'm also eating bread and pasta, and like I mentioned, I fucking love cake at this point. Like, I missed cake so much. But when it's done well and it's high quality, like, there's obviously you don't want to eat it for all of your meals, you know, so balance is key. But I have reached a state of balance at this point, and everything with my body's working better. I'm building muscle. I'm very strong at this point, and yeah, it's been a long journey. I do think that carnivore was useful to figure out, like, hey, I don't have to suffer through my days the way that I was doing. But I also, like, when I started it, I was convinced that I was going to have to eat that way for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And that everybody should eat that way. And now I absolutely don't feel that way. Like, if you feel good eating what you are eating, you're not dealing with headaches, chronic pain, weight gain, like, fatigue, all of that stuff, if that's not a part of your daily life, just keep doing what you're doing. And that's my rule of thumb now. Like if something starts giving me brain fog, or if I'm just not feeling good or not able to focus, or like digestively anything weird happens, that's when I know I'm eating something I shouldn't. So it was a useful journey, but it was a long journey. And the biggest thing really was reducing stress and getting off weed.
That's
So
interesting.
I don't think I'll ever consume again.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, I'm there with you. I mean, I was doing like zero carb carnivore. Like I guess not zero because nose to tail. If you eat liver, brain, or something like that, you're going to get a gram or two of carbs or something like that. But yeah, I was. I'm still trying to deal with the so-called type 1 diabetes, and yeah, I can certainly attest to when my body's craving sugar, like when my blood sugar goes low, it feels like it goes in panic mode. It's not good. It's not a good feeling. Stress hormones, all of that. So yeah, my rule of thumb now is listen to my body more. Like the blood sugar is important, but I plan on getting rid of this. So if I was gonna have it for 40 years, yeah, I might worry more about like the levels. But even in like Eastern medicine, they didn't worry so much about the levels. They worried about why the glucose is doing what it's doing. But anyway, I guess there was one other interesting thing that you meant. Yeah, so I guess the other part of this is, so yeah, I was going to go either high fat or high carb. Like I was going to go high fat carnivore to try to deal with the diabetes, because there's an outfit in Europe, it's called Paleo Medicine, and they do a high fat paleo diet. And they've, I guess, within very short diagnosis of type 1 diabetes, they can reverse it. But you can with that's been demonstrated here, but for someone that's had it for like 15 or 16 years, that's a little more difficult. But I came across a guy named Dr. Ray Peat, and he wrote a book called Nutrition for Women back in like 1983, and he was like the foremost expert when the entire industry was like pushing estrogen on women. He was telling them, no, like estrogen's a problem, you need to get progesterone, and the entire industry was just dosing estrogen. And so like he was he's big on so I take progesterone every day, which again, modern pharmaceuticals, like for progesterone, like you ask him a question on anything, it's fun. He's like a one-trick pony. It's like progesterone, aspirin, thyroid hormone, or like the three, like an orange juice and ice cream. Like those are two of like it's like his like staple things. But like the RAP is a lot more expansive. It's about optimizing metabolism. It's called maximizing metabolism essentially, and that's usually done by thyroid and hormones. So yeah, it's so yeah, I'm eating more high carb now than I really have, and like high quality, as long as it's and another thing you point out that's really really good, as long as it's high quality, you're pretty much all right. 'Cause yeah, it's those low quality ingredients that'll really get you. So yeah, sounds like we're kind of treading similar paths.
Yeah, for sure. I've heard of Ray P, and I remember when I heard of it was when I was carnivore. We had a friend that was into it, and we were like, man, that is the exact opposite of everything we've been taught, like in terms of the carnivore stuff. Like, what in the fuck? But the reality is, like, if you're just making sure that you're getting high quality food, like you don't see me buying the boxed stuff at the store, like the cookies and stuff. Like if I have a cookie, I either go and buy it from a bakery I know uses high quality ingredients, or I just fucking make a cookie and I make it with high quality ingredients. It's not that, and it's always better, especially, and it's easier I think for me here in Mexico because we have bakeries that do sourdough bread, or like where I buy my chocolate from, I literally buy my chocolate at a candy factory. It's kind of like an old-timey like Wonka factory that makes Mexican sweets. They make like ate, which is kind of like if you boil jam too long, it becomes this like, this brick, and you eat it with cheese and stuff. But that's just one of the many things. Like rompope, they make all of that, but they make high-quality chocolate that doesn't use soy lecithin or any of their emulsifying agents. And they sell it in this like climate controlled room where you walk in, and during the summer it's air conditioned and it smells like chocolate and you can pick it by the piece. that same place also has a bakery. And so when I get cake, when I get a craving for cake, I go there because I know that they're using old recipes and old-timey ingredients, and the cakes are super high quality. And there's a difference in the way that you feel, like, sure, I'll get a bit of a sugar rush, but like, I'm not fatigued and put into a coma the way that like it would be if I went and bought a cake from like Walmart, or like one of these treats from the OXXO, which is the convenience store that exists everywhere here. There's a huge difference. There's such a huge difference. And I'm actually a little nervous for like when I do come back to the United States. I'm only planning on being there for a few weeks. I'm going to get my passport, and then Hens is going to drive me to Ohio, and I'm going to leave a bunch of stuff in Ohio and visit family. And I'm honestly really nervous about like how to source decent food while I'm there without paying an arm and a leg for the weeks that I'm there, because I know that the good food in the United States is so much more expensive than the good food here is by like
so
4
thankfully,
or 5 times.
Yes, and it's impossible. It's almost impossible. There's only one place that Aura and I will go out to eat to, and it's a farm to table place, like 40 minutes away. And like 80% of the time, I'm good. There's been 1 or 2 times where they've done something, I'm not sure, but it's just one of the risks. We do it very rarely. It's the only place we actually go out to. So yeah, I cook like 99% of my own meals for that reason. Yeah, it's not easy, but thankfully we're working on that with the PAZNIA map and directory, because like one of the things on the local health food stores, local farms that may have raw dairy, or that sell meats, homesteads that sell meats in the area. So hopefully, whenever that happens, the map will be more fleshed out, and you might just be able to check out the PAZNIA map and find a place to get your meat there, or get your foods there. So that
I did have a question about the I had a question about the PAZNIA map, because I was thinking of the idea of adding locations, and does it need to be places that like exclusively accept crypto, or can it be places that I know that, like, for example, where I practice my circus classes, my teacher, he's actually, pretty normie, but him and all of the people there are so accepting and protective of me that I would personally put it there as a place where like an anarchist can go and be themselves and
for sure,
not worry about.
Yep, exactly. So like the local health food store lady, she probably wants us, if we're going to sell stuff there, she would probably prefer us to get a permit. But she's a nice lady that I love to do business with. It's the only place I shop in town. Same with like the place I get raw milk from. They're obviously status, but they're great people, and I'd love to send PAZNIANs there to get stuff. So yeah, exactly. Stuff like that would be great, for sure.
Yeah, I have a few places like that where it's just like, it's funny because like in this movement, and I'm sure you've experienced this too, especially when you first get into this movement, there's a big emphasis on like self-sufficiency and independence, and I can do all this by myself and I don't need nobody. But the biggest lesson that I've truly learned in the last 5 years is that I do absolutely need people, people like Kat, and even you, like you gave me work in 2019 when everybody else was too afraid to hire me. Well, that work is how I survived, or all the people that donated to me, like immediately after the murder, or who have randomly donated since, all the people that have supported my business, but also just like the friends that I've made, this year, there's been some beautiful things that have happened. Well, this year, as in 2023, there were some really beautiful things here and there that happened, but it was a really hard year for me. It started off kind of turbulent, got better. I fell in love, but the universe fucking joke is just like, hi, we're gonna give you the most healthy and fulfilling relationship you've ever had, but by the way, he's literally on the other side of the planet 98% of the time. You're going to be lonely as fuck. And without these people, like without my roommate, without Henza being close by, without the people that I train with in circus, this year would have fucking sucked. I have felt so loved. And it's funny because like I posted some videos on social media about this, but after my performance in July with my circus people, they were all like kind of watching from the inside, and I had my first solo. It was a solo on trapeze, and when I came back in, and they were already doing this for months at like parties and stuff, they scream "Ya" or "Lily" or "Mana, ya eres mexicana," which means "Lily, sister, you are Mexican. And they like all bombarded me and hugged me, singing that at me, and it's just like the community that I have now worldwide, you know, like there are several people whose names I'll keep private for their privacy, but they know who they are, that lent me bank accounts to be able to accept money so I could get away from the relationship that I had at the beginning of the year. There's people like in Acapulco that are still there that are like family to me, you know, like I have a Mexican dad in Acapulco that I've known for now 8 years. I have a Spanish mom who I've known since the murder, and she's kind of tough on me, you know, into mezcal ceremonies, but she's proud of like where I've gone. But all of these, like, we need community to really thrive in this world. If we all just try to fucking do everything ourselves, we end up miserable, angry, and bitter. So yeah, I like that you've made this directory, and I like that it's not just only if they accept crypto or only this. Like, no, if they're good people that do good business and are trustworthy and that aren't, you can trust them to know, like anybody that I go to my gym with, they could just call and have me deported.
Mm-hmm.
And they all know my story now. And the exact opposite of what I feared would happen has happened. Basically, they've embraced me. I've become closer to all of them now. They invite me into their homes, to their family functions, to their birthday parties. They're coming with me to Acapulco now, so we're going to perform together, and it's just like, it's been really heartwarming. It's been super heartwarming to like just lean into that community aspect worldwide.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true, and it's interesting. 'Cause, I mean, so I talked to a guy named Rex. He's got a really awesome greenhouse project, basically kind of the PAZNIA idea, but he's built, it's like a greenhouse timeshare sort of thing. So you go work there, and then you get like a share. Like I'm not even gonna try to explain it, but it's a really interesting thing, and like trying to forego money, where you go like the money is your labor, is kind of thing. You put your time into it and you build it, then you've got a place where you can stay. Really cool idea, but that was in the first podcast, and that was his thing. Like a lot of individuals, anarchists, who are realizing the importance of community right now. Yeah, for sure, and same way here at Veritas. We had someone move in. Bueller moved in a couple years ago, and just recently, we have a father and a son here, Van Nomad. They've been here for the winter for a couple months, and it's cool to see. Because I mean, that's how I started out. I know for sure. It was basically me and Kyle doing podcasts back in like 2015. It wasn't like we weren't talking about. We were talking about direct action solutions, but basically like individual solutions. Because I didn't have anyone around me at that time. Really, he didn't have anybody. So I mean, just trying to find freedom, where we can by ourselves. But now we don't have to do that. We don't have to just like try to struggle by. We can do a lot better than that. And we already are. So. Keep going in that direction.
And a perfect example of that is this fundraising thing you've been doing, like with Kyle. Like, I experienced something similar to what he's experiencing, because after the murder happened, I didn't ask for money myself. A bunch of other people messaged me and were like, send me your crypto addresses, we'll raise money for you. And a huge amount of money was raised for me over those weeks to support me without even... And that's really what like kind of broke my brain in regards to the I have to do everything myself situation, because we don't. And there are really good people in this community that do really want to help. And all you have to do is just be a good person and treat people right. And when you need it, people will be there. Like, and that's part of like, I've had my differences with Jeff, for example, over the years. But Jeff, behind the scenes, without taking any credit for it, has helped me financially repeatedly. Like in 2021, he was so impressed by how much work that I did that he way overpaid me to do like one project, and I ended up getting a bunch of dental work done that I desperately needed because of it. And then again in 2022, I auctioned a painting trying to raise money for my lawyer, and he ended up paying for over half of my lawyer fee. Another person that I met in 2016, that was just a friend of ours. He lived with us for a while. This year, he messaged me like a few months after Anarchapulco and was like, "How much do you owe for your lawyer?" And I was like, "Well, about this much." And he's like, "I'll pay it," you know? And it's like, it's so funny to see. And I think it's like, the second wave of this community, because we all start off as individuals, but then at a certain point, we realize not only does it suck being all by yourself, it's just so much better having a good community of people you trust. And I know the biggest thing that I've gotten out of being involved in this movement is I have a long list of people that I know for a fact, because I've had to, that I can trust with my life. Hence is one of those people. Kat's one of those people. I mean, shit, even in some ways, Berwick has been one of those people, which is kind of funny to consider. You know, some people consider him like this evil shithead capitalist, but he's not just helped me. I know quite a few other people that, like, aren't well-known people that he's just given large amounts of money to help them get out of a shitty situation. And you don't see him gloating about it, which is interesting to me. Because if he was really this egotistical shithead that everybody thought he was, he would be gloating about it, but he wasn't. It's beautiful to see that shift and to see people coming together. And like, you know, I have so many people that I will always consider lifelong friends, even if I only see them like once a decade. You know, it's like, it's a beautiful thing to see. I'm at a very grateful point in my life.
Yeah, certainly. Well, yeah, that's amazing. It's all amazing stuff. Well, Lily, I don't have really anything else on that. I guess we went into areas I didn't really plan on, which is always what's fun about doing these. But I guess from what we covered so far, or stuff we didn't cover, I guess any other topics or anything else you'd like to talk about before we begin to wrap up?
No, other than like, I'm always looking for more side hustle work, and possibly even more after Anarchapulco, because it's one of those things where I'm going to totally understand if Jeff decides to end it, but I am also going to need to replace that income. So if anybody needs help with WordPress or podcast and video audio editing or copywriting or social media management, or really fucking anything, I am always down to help, and I like to work on as many projects as possible, partially because I kind of get bored easily, so when I have a lot of different things to do, I'm always interested in what I'm doing. But yeah, that's the only thing that I have. I think we covered everything pretty well.
Cool. Very good. And the website's still Highly Functional Growth. People want to reach out to you?
Yep, highlyfunctionalgrowth.com. It has all my social media linked there. It also has like information on how to hire me, and just general updates. I should put more life updates, but I've kind of gone from being like blogging everything of every second of every day to where as my life gets better, and I've seen memes that imply this, like the better your life gets, the less you feel the need to post.
Yeah.
And that's definitely been true for me. I have just like, I have a hard time like updating, because it's like all the good things that are happening behind the scenes, I've kind of like, they're a little sacred to me, so I've kind of kept them to myself. But yeah, I should update there more.
Awesome. Well, Lily, thanks so much for coming on. It was great. We'll have to do it again, hopefully in the near future, when hopefully your legal situation gets figured out, and we can get the next update then. Hopefully it's not 4 or 5 years again. We'll not let that happen. Thanks a lot, Lily. It was great. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, both me and my lawyer think it's going to happen before the end of 2024. I'm hoping
that
in
quick.
the next few months, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, it's been a year in the making already in terms of having hired her and us working on it, so it should happen this year.
Wow.
So we'll see.
Wow. Well, that'd be big. That'd be big. So, awesome, Lily. Thanks a lot, and we'll obviously be in touch. I've got some ideas for. Just got to get around to it. Here in the next few days or week, I've certainly got more work for you. So, yeah. Thanks for that too. Appreciate it. Always good to have someone I can trust and rely on for freelance work. It's great. But yeah, as far as I guess the general audience here, thank you so much for tuning in. I will mention the time, I guess the timely reminder until January 24th that Kyle, my former and future VONU podcast co-host, is in need of. I guess we've got 1302 out of the needed 1700 to secure his new VONU home base. So would love to see that get taken care of even the next day or two, which would be great. I'll have this podcast out in the next day or two, so I guess that'd be 4 days or so by the time this is out and listened to. But anyway, if you want to go check out the full story and find ways to donate, whether it's Bitcoin, Monero, Fiat, we haven't had a silver donation, so whatever it is, VONUpodcast.com/Kyle. All the information is there. And then, yeah, just PAZNIA updates. The PAZNIA map and directory is available the first iteration. Reach out to me if you haven't gotten your login credentials yet, and think you should. And I guess the last thing I'll mention is I've been working on today, and it might actually be the first iteration might be done in the next day or two. But I made something I call PAZNIA list, since I've got the the account set up on the PAZNIA site now. It's called PAZNIA list. It's Craigslist for the second realm. And it looks pretty badass so far. I'm excited about it. And I'm excited to share it with all of you guys. But in the meantime, VONUpodcast.com is a place to go for all things VONU, Libertarian Attack publications, libertarianattack.com, for all things for books, bundles, privacy tools like ghost phones and ghost pads, or as apothecary items, stuff we grow here on the homestead, put in medicine form. And then the most recent edition, canned goods, made with stuff made here, or created, or I guess grown here at Veritas. So lots of stuff, libertarianattack.com. And then, yes, join the second realm, PAZNIA, PAZNIA.com. All the information is there. And, actually, I guess the last PAZNIA update, there is a PAZNIA Monero fund now, too, a general Monero fund. We have a general Bitcoin fund, but there is a general Monero fund. So if you want to make a Monero donation, that is the place to do it. But again, that will all go to Kyle. Anything donated there will go to Kyle until the 24th. So, yeah, thanks so much, guys. Until next time, cheers.
Because that's really the issue that we're dealing with these, ghost phones, ghost pads, whatever, is that there's no way that you can organize with other people and have these distributed tribes if you have a snitch in your pocket all the time. People are literally wearing wires all the time. They have a snitch in their pocket and they're trying to do clandestine things. That's never going to work. I'm focused on this project now because I really see how the unfettered flow of communication is what really has prompted this, shift in consciousness. And that if this can't continue this way and people can't communicate freely with each other, then all the distributed networks that have formed aren't going to be very effective, and they're not going to be able to do what they could do. If you can't communicate, especially when you're basically part of a dispersed tribe at this point, if you can't communicate without being monitored, it basically hamstrings anything, anything going forward.
Step up your privacy and order a ghost phone today. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/ghostphone. Again, libertyunderattack.com/ghostphone. And make sure to keep a lookout for more ghost pads, privacy tools, freedom boxes, and more. libertyunderattack.com is the website. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board. And much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit PAZNIA.com/stake. Again, PAZNIA.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA Radio Network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.